just going to pause for a moment there. I almost thought about doing that for about the next 30 minutes, because to hear the cars coming out of the second chicane, absolutely glorious. We've got many takers to this 3-hour session. Early on, they were all sitting in the fast lane waiting for the indication that the session became live. It's Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones for the first 90 minutes, and we'll have voices, of course, from the pit lane, providing our CrowdStrike pit lane reports throughout the full 3 hours. Many stories already to follow up on, but there was certainly an action-packed session for the Lamborghini Super Trofeos not too long ago, and some interesting lines being taken certainly through the chicanes on the Mulsanne. Let's hope for slightly less of that during this next free practice session.
Yes, I think the TV director didn't know where to look next. It was all happening, but an enormous field looking, of course, to have their go on the fantastic 8-mile circuit here. But yeah, more standard action, I would hope, from the World Endurance Championship regulars, and also those invited to compete here as well. You will not be seeing a number 12 Team Jota Porsche out in this session, because Callum Ilott, who just squeaked in to Hyperpole last night when the number 7 Toyota got disqualified, all its times taken away, and dropped out of the top 8. Callum Ilott moved up, so it was great news for Hertz Team Jota. Then unfortunately the British driver dropped it in free practice 2 last night, and I just had a quick sight of the pit garage, and they're working on a new one, a replacement chassis, so I think that would be wonders if it gets into this free practice session. More important, get it into the race.
There's also a bulletin about car number 12, which I'm just going to pick out the bones of. It was in a major crash, as we know, the Hertz Team Jota number 12, as defined in Article 8 of the supplementary regulations of the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
For information, the wind is pushing a bit in the main straight. Start-finish line straight, sorry.
So start-finish line straight, a little bit of wind into the face of the cars was the description from the engineer from Isotta Fraschini there. So the Jota crew has requested an exemption in order to conduct a shakedown test of the car. Having consulted the technical delegates, the stewards grant the request of the competitor on the condition that the test must be conducted at or about 8 p.m. on Friday. So that's tomorrow, and will last no more than 30 minutes. The car has also to take part in the warm-up session. So the other thing we need to cover, and well, this will have been dealt with during the free practice 2 last night, is that Toyota are out of Hyperpole because the 7 car caused the red flag. Kamui Kobayashi hit the curbs coming out of karting corner, or Corvette curve if you prefer. Too much curve on the left hand side, that spat him out to the right hand approach then to the full chicane, and ended up in the gravel trap, caused the red flag, and those on a fast lap right at the end of standard qualifying had to abort. So the 7 car out, and the 1 car to benefit was to be the 12, but then that was crashed last night. So, and we were hearing earlier on, David Clark, wasn't it, was chatting to John to say that unfortunately, although they've managed to find a new chassis for car number 12, they're just not going to be ready for Hyperpole later on tonight. So unfortunately, both for them and for us, Hypercar's numbers will be 7 rather than 8 running in that session. And then the desire is obviously to try and build up that car as quickly as possible for the rest of the day and into tomorrow. And they have been allowed to do, or probably being told to do, a shakedown test at or about 8 o'clock tomorrow evening that can last no more than 30 minutes. That is something that the team have requested, and it's been granted by the officials. Now, Joe Bradley, you're not that far away from the garage where this new chassis has been positioned, and I'd imagine they're working like crazy to make sure. Let's just hear Raffaele Marciello.
77 green when you can. Ina 77 green. Just so you know, this is distance dependency for the braking. It will help rear locking in Dunlop and S's.
So those settings change there from a brake perspective to avoid rear locking for the Swiss driver Raffaele Marciello, who was racing in SP9 for Rover Racing a couple of weekends ago at the Nürburgring, and now a very different bit of kit beneath him for this weekend. Sorry, Joe. So yeah, you're not far away from Jota with this CrowdStrike pit lane report. How is everything going in building this brand new car up from scratch, effectively?
Well, it's I just happened to have a glance in as I walked by, and when you say car, Johnny, it doesn't resemble a car. It's basically a bare tub. It's the tub, the driver's cell, the cockpit area where there's absolutely nothing attached to it when you get it. There's no suspension. There's no engine on the rear. There's no wiring looms in there. There's no anything on that tub. So the stage that they're at, the tub is in the garage. Basically, it's the sort of thing, carbon fibre tub. You can carry it in. A couple of blokes can carry that in and put it on the high stands, and they're basically just detaching all the good bits from the number 12 that was destroyed yesterday and rebuilding that tub from absolute scratch. So it's a massive, massive job, a massive undertaking back at the workshop. These are professional race teams though, and Jota especially. It's not somewhere they haven't been before, and there's no doubt about it that number 12 will be wheeled out onto the grid on Saturday, no question.
Yeah, sublime effort to this point, and Joe makes a point. They're used to doing this in a much bigger workshop. They've got everything where they know it is, and they can expand out into a large square meter area. These garages are pretty big, but you don't want to be, creating a car in a garage which is really designed for running and minor repairs.
Look, I mean, in the heat of the race, even if you're just changing one corner, at least you focus on that. But the entire car, the spread is huge.
Yeah. Copy, Loic.
Loic Duval for the 94 Peugeot there, with again, it seems to be just making sure that settings are done correctly. The last cars these were out when they were out on track was yesterday evening. The number 50 Ferrari running a touch deep into, 155 Ferrari, beg pardon, now running a touch too deep into the Ford chicane. I'm still on European Le Mans Series numbers, and I had forgotten, of course, there is a 50 already in this race, which is a 499p, so that has had to be renumbered for another AF Corsa crew. I'm still working out how I feel about three-digit numbers at Le Mans. I know it's not the first time that it has happened, and Aston Martins through the years have had the 007, 008, 009. I think we had them one year as well. But crews wanting their more recognisable number, and when that's already been taken, then you stick a 1 at the front of it, or in the case of Wayland Cadillac, they've gone with 311 instead of 31. There's now the 50 Ferrari, and that absolutely is the 50 Ferrari trying to slice its way through not exactly slower traffic, because there's a Lamborghini from the hypercar class up ahead of it. These are arch rivals going back through the years of Italy, the Bologna brand versus that of Marinello right in behind.
And in fact, you go right back to 1963 when Lamborghini started racing cars. That's why their cars are number 19 and 63. Those are their chosen numbers. It was because Ferruccio Lamborghini, who was quite happy building tractors, was rather angry that Enzo Ferrari wouldn't really help him in terms of road cars. Right, he thought. And off we went. And another brand was created. And of course...
we see very strong tailwind, turn 2, and also exit, turn 6.
Well... Okay, well, again, more reports about wind, and that was to Jose Maria Lopez, who stepped up into one of the two Works Toyotas. Lots of wind at the top of the circuit, so that can certainly affect the drivers.
Now, the other issue, big problem for one of the teams, has been at GR Racing, and Diana Binks at the other end of the pit lane, providing CrowdStrike pit reports, has managed to find one of their drivers.
No, just here down in the pit lane. I'll just come to the edge so that you can hear me. We obviously saw yesterday you had all the issues with the car. You worked, and the team worked hard on it for hours. What was the eventual outcome, and what's your plan for today?
Yeah, obviously yesterday we lost some laps because of the failure on the engine side. So the mechanic worked really hard tonight to get the car ready for today. So we need to really use every second of these two practices. So far it seems that the car, everything is okay, so can't wait to get back on track.
What information will you be looking to gather from the car to give you the confidence?
Yeah, I mean, the car was okay also on the test day on Sunday, so we I think we have a good car. Obviously, we need to drive today to make sure everything will be fine for the race. We have to try some stuff still, but I think everything will be okay.
Happy to be back out, obviously.
Yeah, super happy. Thank you.
And a great job by the team.
Yeah, sure. The mechanics worked all the night to get the car ready for today. I really want to thank them. We have an amazing crew and can't wait.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ricardo Pera talking to Diana Binks. Pera's an interesting guy because they've held on to his services despite the change of car, because he has a Porsche background and was very much a specialist within that. So he's had to readjust the brain a little bit to this mid-engined Ferrari, now turbocharged, the 296 debuting last year in the global category known as GT3, took a huge win at the Nürburgring 24 hours. And in the case of Mike Wainwright and GR Racing, because of this change to LMGT3 in the WEC, he found himself without an entry in the World Endurance Championship after years and years, and is now in the European Le Mans Series, but with this new Ferrari.
Yeah, and again, you know, sometimes the world moves around you, sometimes it moves against you. But you know, Mike's such an enthusiast. You know, based out in the United Arab Emirates, but just and previously in Switzerland, just really loves his racing. So yeah, he's had to jump. He's had to change his form. I was about to say, you know what? You know, this first and second, the two Alpines, good progress. But last, while I was just talking about Mike Wainwright, it's now Porsche Penske Motorsport to the top with their number 4, Felipe Nasr, the Brazilian driver, has moved just a whisker ahead of them. But what I'm seeing this weekend, this meeting so far, is the progress of Alpine. This year, of course, they've got a brand new car. A lot of the teams they're competing against, those racing the Porsche 963, of course, that's the second season for that car. But Alpine with the A424 are making really, really good strides. Mick Schumacher and Ferdinand Habsburg, they're the duo on board the number 36 and 35 respectively. And Raffaele Marcello, who was the first driver to set a quick time, he's moved back to 4th place in the number 15 BMW. Best of the Toyotas, or one should say better of the Toyotas, is number 7 in 7th place. So, you know, Toyota, I really fancy were finding form come qualifying. We saw that little slip up, first of all, for Brendan Hartley. Probably flat spotted his tyres, came in for another set, didn't get a chance to deliver with those because, of course, the sister car with Kamui Kobayashi brought the session to a halt. But I really think Toyota have strong form here. I'm just waiting to see it on the scoreboard.
Just going back to the point about the number 12 car being granted a shakedown at some point tomorrow evening, I was beginning to wonder where on earth that might take place, because, well, normally in years gone by, the public part of this lap has been reopened again on Friday. I believe it's now shut all the way through from Wednesday through to Sunday night and the end of the race, but there's never any scope to be able to do it on the racetrack itself. So suggestion from Paul Truswell, who we'll be hearing from later on in this session, is that they'll do it at the airport, just the other side of the main straight, the other side of the dual carriageway. So it's a good shout, and I don't think that's a first either. I'm pretty sure cars that have had to, as we hear from Jack Aitken.
We had track limits in karting.
So track limits, yes. I'd noticed that there was a message on the race control feed about that, 311. Or was it though? No, there was a track limits warning for Ben Hanley in the 23 United Autosports LMP2 car. Also, interestingly, in the 51 Ferrari 499P, James Colado's under investigation for a potential unsafe release at 2 minutes to 3, so right at the start of the session. And the treble 7 car has been smacked with a 5-minute stop-and-go penalty in this after an unsafe release was spotted in free practice 2 last night. So there are penalties being held over from previous free practice sessions that will be served during this 3 hours. Better to get those out of the way, I suppose, earlier rather than later, Bruce.
Yeah, no, 100%. You know, take the slap on the wrist. You've assessed exactly where you put the car, and exactly, you know, for those who have track limits offences. But pit lane offences as well can be, well, they're the undoing of so many a team, aren't they? It makes you sort of slightly mad if you're a team manager. All the hard work you put in. And then it gets stripped up. Just looking to LMP2, and it's United Autosports at the top, 17th overall at the moment. Car number 22, young American Nolan Siegel, who's really having a fantastic run.
P1 right now is a 28.9.
Okay, sorry, that was Wayland Cadillac team getting a message to Jack Aitken. Heard him once, heard him twice, and it's the time 3 minutes 28.9, set by the number 7 Toyota, Jose Maria Lopez. Expected to be racing an LMGT3 Lexus here, but with Bike Conway having an accident on his bike, just that last extra bit of training came undone, not well enough to do, injured, can't do the race, and then, well, back has stepped the Argentinian. He's set the fastest time by only 0.2 of a second from Jack Aitken, the driver we were just hearing from in that number 311 Wayland Cadillac racing entry. But just going back to Nolan Siegel, he was one of the drivers who didn't get to take part in the test weekend, did he? Because he was competing stateside. Jet lag, get that out of the way. Just rock over the Atlantic and come here. But Nolan's very much a driver who sort of popped onto my radar probably only a couple of years ago, and he's really making fantastic strides. So again, it's always good to have that sort of fresh crop. He's sharing with Bijoy Garg, and how about the third driver in that car, Oliver Jarvis. Just I think about his runs at Le Mans over the years, and he just always shines here. So that's looking a very promising team. But Nolan is one of the young guns. Get this, he's only 19.
I know.
So it's 20 at the end of this year in November. Shocking.
Yeah. Incredible, and also the fact that he stepped up to the main IndyCar race at the weekend. There was a seat that became available, so that was the reason why he didn't take part during test day. We had 2 3-hour sessions for that. He's normally an Indy Next driver and has had a win already this year, currently 4th in the championship, but obviously had to withdraw from Sunday's Indy Next race. I'm just looking to see how Siegel got on, actually, and it was a troubled run. I haven't watched that race yet, but didn't finish on the lead lap in the end. But nevertheless, a chance for Nolan at his tender age to be in the big show again, having taken part in the Indy 500 as well. And once more, that's the type of racer that is still being attracted to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, assuming schedules allow for it. We haven't mentioned a great deal about, or I haven't mentioned a great deal about Jack Hawksworth, who fills the gap at Lexus. And I was interested to read Rob Leupen's comments to Sportscar 365 to say, well, it was a fairly obvious decision from Toyota's perspective to put Jose Maria Lopez into the 7 Toyota rather than Ritomo Miata. Miata's never raced at Le Mans before, doesn't have the experience with these cars, and that would be really throwing him into the deep end. At least Lopez has driven a GR010 in anger for a couple of seasons, so it's pretty obvious to hook him out of the Acodis Lexus and put him in the Toyota. But for Rob Leupen, he said the more difficult decision was then who we put in the Lexus to sort of backfill that seat. Well, Jack Hawksworth, Vassar Sullivan racer in the past in a Lexus, the same type of car over stateside, and the Yorkshireman, I'm sure, will just slot right in there. He's just done the fastest lap for that particular car, by the way, car number 87 with a 3:58.951, but it was a very, very last minute call to get him into that car.
No, it really was. So even more transatlantic crossing. Right, in LMGT3, it's United Autosports on top of that part as well. Gregoire Sossi in one of their number 59 McLaren 720S, young Swiss racer. He's sharing that with James Cottingham and Nicolas Costa, all Le Mans debutants. So that's not like the experience of Jose Maria Lopez that is being tapped by the Toyota team, Toyota Gazoo Racing in the top class, the hypercar class, but going very well. And by the way, second in the LMGT3, we heard from Diana Binks, is GR Racing with that. So Daniel Serra has hopped into the car that had all those electrical problems and shows it's working pretty well. But of course, they've got to find out what their natural pace is, whereas a lot of the other teams are working through a program because they've had clean running thus far. It's so difficult at Le Mans if you lose your time on the track.
Toyota with a big squirm, a movement for Jose Maria Lopez as he got to the right-hand high-speed approach at Indianapolis, and he's right in behind the Porsche, so I wonder whether that Toyota's getting as much aero as it would normally do in clear air. As we can hear from Jordan Taylor now chatting to Joe Bradley with another CrowdStrike pit report.
Jordan's one of the drivers in the 155, the Spirit of Race Ferraris, and I've been watching some work going on, Jordan. However, that now doesn't look like routine stuff. Is there an issue on that right front, underneath that right front wheel arch?
Yeah, Johnny felt something wrong on track. He felt like it was a puncture, but turns out it was something mechanical. So getting it changed now, better now than on Saturday or Sunday. So yeah, now's the time to kind of experiment with curbs, see what we can use, and see what's doable and what's not. So good to get it out of the way now and kind of be more aware once Saturday starts to kind of look out for certain things.
Actually, it wouldn't be a bad thing if any other thing manifested today and get it out the way and give you a new car for Saturday.
Exactly, and once Saturday starts, it's usually the most stupid things that go wrong that can take you out of it. It could be a $5 part that breaks and it can take you out of a 24 hours. So yeah, hopefully we can get all the bad luck out of the way right now through practice and have a clean weekend.
How are you guys going to approach the lack of tyre warmers? Is that going to be an issue? And can I ask you a question, Jordan? When are the tyres good enough to be called optimised on your outlap?
Yeah, I think for us in GT, it's not as bad as the hypercars and LMP2. I think the hypercars are really going to struggle in the night with just getting the heating the tires. At Le Mans, there's not many places you can really lean on it to build temperature, especially once you hit Mulsanne on that outlap. You're just going straight for so long, and it's not producing a lot of heat. So for them, they're going to struggle. For us, I think by the end of the first lap, they're kind of switched on and ready to go. But you'll definitely have to be a little bit careful, especially this week. It seems oddly cold for Le Mans, so it's a little bit different. So it's kind of ironic that it's the first year that we don't have tire warmers, but it's the same for everyone, and it kind of adds a new element to the challenge.
We're in the entertainment business. We're looking forward to everything. Thanks, Jordan. Hopefully they'll get that sorted. Let's head further down the pit lane. And Dinah Binks has got another CrowdStrike Racing pit lane report.
I have indeed. I'm with the number 10 Vector Sport, Gary Holland, the team principal here. Gary, I've just been watching the team working on the car. It's out on the track now, but what was the delay for you this morning?
It's part of the pre-planned program that we have, just running through some systems work and some of the parts rotation they have during the race week. So nothing untoward. We served our penalty this morning for an infraction yesterday, much like lots of the teams here. And just running through our program, and no delays from our side. Everything out is on point.
How satisfied are you with what you've achieved so far?
To be fair, we're pleased with getting into Hyperpole. Obviously, the grid's incredibly strong. We know they're all competitors from ELMS for us, so the level is extremely high. Most teams, if not all, have been to Le Mans multiple times, as have we. But it gives us a second chance to get a second bite of the cherry at qualifying, and we're looking forward to that.
What's the plan for this session now, this practice session?
I mean, we're looking at race running now. We're at that part of the weekend where we need to concentrate on our race car. Qualifying is not the most important thing in the world, and we're just making sure that we've got the best car that we can for the 24 hours.
You've got a good driver lineup. How would you describe them?
Extremely fast and very, very experienced. I think they're very sensible. I think the keys to the race here, as ever, are to stay out of trouble. And I think part of the decision-making process with that driver lineup is to ensure that we have the experience in any given situation. So there's a lot of rookies within this field, and with the hypercar grid being as big as it is, GT3s, etc., there's going to be a lot to unfold during the race. So it's important for us just to stay out of trouble. And part of that process is choosing experienced drivers.
All right, thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Gary Holland from Vector Sport, the number 10 crew that run in the LMP2 category. So their driver lineup: Ryan Cullen is the silver. Patrick Pilet's a massive find, not find, but to be able to secure his signature for this year's Le Mans and other places too. And the platinum racing driver with all that Porsche experience slotting into LMP2. Pilet's raced with Edex Sport in the past, I remember, and they used to have a red and a blue car, and not particularly good days leading into their Le Mans weekend. Edex Sport, I think they did that on 2 separate occasions and managed to write cars off. But at the moment, Vector Sport, it's going to plan, and as Gary mentioned, they've also served their penalty. Stefan Riquelme is the third driver. The Monegasque is the gold. You're not allowed 2 platinums in LMP2. You are allowed as a maximum platinum, gold, and then the silver. Or if you run in LMP2 Pro-Am, that silver instead has to be a bronze. There has to be a bronze as one of your 3 drivers, and therefore a subcategory within LMP2, which does produce a separate trophy as well. So the Pro-Am crews are effectively trying to beat one another, but no doubt about it, the Pro-Am crews also want to win LMP2 outright, if that is possible as well.
One thing that's a little bit different today, I talked about the Alpines at one stage being first and second. They've moved down the order a little bit, but let's hear it for Lamborghini. They've had problems with this new car so far this year, but Andrea Caldarelli in the number 19 is 5th fastest. Yes, a lot of the teams might be working a bit, as we just heard from Gary Holland at Vector Sport, about working on race pace and so on, but when we saw that number 19 Lamborghini right across the nose of the 50 Ferrari and not really holding it up, so it shows that Lamborghini right now are finding things. And as I say that, one dives over the curbs and the gravel going on into the pit approach, so a late cut across, but there does seem to be some gaining form from Lamborghini, which is good news for people who really enjoy that raging bull.
And that was Daniel Kvyat, who's now in the pit road, the number 19 Lamborghini. Also green is the Andrea Caldarelli SC63, and he is somewhere on the Mulsanne straight now. So Kvyat did get it stopped just in time, but had to go off the much narrower pit lane entry compared to the normal racing route into the Ford chicane. Going to head back to Joe, who's in the pit lane for us in this session.
I've established there are two programs running down here, guys. So the teams that have not qualified for the Hyperpole session tonight, they are looking at their race setups. They are honing their cars towards Saturday and what they will need to get through the 24 hours. However, the cars that have qualified, I'm seeing little tweaks of setup change going on. For instance, the number 50 Ferrari, that's the Fuoco, Molina and Nielsen car. That's just been in and had what looked to me, because I couldn't quite see, so it was the back of the car where the change happened, and that looked like it could have been a ride-out change. I saw them just tweaking a bar, and considering, a millimetre, half a millimetre of ride-out change on these cars, and it affects the amount of downforce that the car produces. Now the 50 qualified third yesterday. It will take part in Hyperpole, and this isn't one of the teams that are on a completely different programme than the non-qualifiers, of course, because these are the teams that are honing their car towards that optimised lap time, because that's what this evening's Hyperpole session will all be about. So different programmes running down here. We're seeing massive amount of work going on some cars, like for instance bedding in brake pads and discs. However, here at the 50 Ferrari pit, they're tweaking the last bit of performance in readiness for tonight.
Joe Bradley with that CrowdStrike pit report, and very informative it was too. Alex Palou on the team radio at car number 2. So Palou is another one that missed the test day, and Alex Lynn and Earl Bamber, as they've actually been doing this year so far in the World Endurance Championship, had to tackle that day on their own, but they've had some success today, and Spa could have been the best race so far this season, but then Earl Bamber with that very minor misjudgment which had huge repercussions and fired the Cadillac up into the air, very nearly rolled it mid-air as well, on the Kemmel Straight at Spa, as he hadn't cleared one of the LMGT3 BMWs when he was trying to overtake a Porsche.
Right, just going back to Joe's point about if you can split your garage, if you've got one car qualified and the other not, you can do the split programs. Cadillac Racing just moved top. They've got both of their cars, both 2 and 3, through to Hyperpole later this evening. So they can't. They've got to just focus on maybe how fast or maybe they sacrifice one. I don't know. But right now, clearly Alex Palou set the new fastest time, 3 minutes 28.4 seconds. So almost precisely 4 seconds down on the fastest time set in the first qualifying session, the session that defined the top 8 in each of the 3 categories that go through, of course, as I said, to Hyperpole this evening. But about 4 seconds off the pace. So let's see who's top of the charts. Alex Palou, car number 2, that's the Cadillac. 4 from Porsche Penske Motorsport, Felipe Nasr's second, and number 7, Toyota is in third.
3:30 on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2024. We're around the world on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and time to pause after just over 30 minutes of this session for our first hourly update.
The Hertz Hourly Updates, getting you to your Let's Go moments for over 100.
So we've had a total of 8 laps for the number 2 Cadillac of Alex Palou, as Bruce was just mentioning, the blue-fronted V-Series R. Its time of 3:28.442, and that puts that car nearly a quarter of a second faster than everybody else. Second position, it's the number 4 Porsche Penske Motorsport car of Felipe Nasser in his 963. Third fastest for the 7 Toyota of Nick de Vries from Gazoo Racing, and Nick new to that team but has proven to be one of the quickest drivers in car number 7 so far. So their GR010 running third ahead of Jack Aitken's Cadillac. That's the car that missed out on being in the Hyperpole positions for tonight, but 311's clearly pretty quick in this session, fourth. And then in fifth place, the Alpine of Mick Schumacher. They're the first of their A424s running fifth, ahead of the 51 Ferrari from AF Corsa, the 499P of James Collado, but that's currently in the pits. Seventh fastest for the first of the Lamborghinis, the SC63 of Andrea Caldarelli. Peugeot Total Energies 9X8 for Loic Duval is 8th, number 94. Ninth fastest for the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 of Andre Lotra, also being serviced in the pits. And the second of the Lamborghini SC63s, Eduardo Mortara, in car number 63, is 10th fastest. In LMP2, it's a Pro-Am entered car that is fastest so far. Fred Vesti did the time a little earlier on, car number 47. It's a 3:38.0. And second of the LMP2s is one of the more standard lineups for Nolan Siegel. 3:38.258 that car has managed, car number 22 of United. Third fastest, 183, AF Corsa's Ben Barnacote in his Orica 07. Fourth fastest is the Proton competition entry for Massimo Cappietto, car number 9. Then it's the 45 LMP2 Pro-Am car for Colin Brown, which is... Colin Brown is in the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car number 45, ahead of Inter-Europol competitions Vlad Lomko number 34, 7th fastest Edex Sport Richard de Guerres for number 28, and 37 Cool Racing's Ritoma Miato, just speaking about him and his Toyota connections, but he's staying with Cool for this year's race and is 8th fastest. In LMGT3, United Autosports McLaren, Gregoire Sauce 59 is fastest. His time, or the car's time, at 3:57.558, ahead of Franck Pereira's Iron Lynx number 60 Lamborghini Huracan. Mike Wainwright's GR Racing Ferrari number 86 is third. Then the 87 Acodis ASP team Lexus of Jack Hawksworth, fourth fastest. Another Acodis Lexus in behind for Kelvin van der Linde, fifth quickest, number 78. TF Sports Daniel Juncadea's Corvette is sixth fastest, number 82. Manthey Racing's Porsche, Alexander Malikin, number 92, 7th fastest. And it's the Proton competition Ford Mustang of Chris Meese, number 44, which is 8th quickest so far, with still 2.5 hours to go.
Hourly updates brought to you by Hertz, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
And that characteristic whine of the number 50 car as the throttle is released and it heads through Terre Rouge to then apply the throttle once again to go on to the Mulsanne proper. 65 is in woes though. A bit of a drama in the Panis racing car, and this is not the first time that the Panis car has been seen spinning and on its own coming out of the Ford chicane. This time it slapped the side of the barrier though, whereas yesterday it brought out one of the slow zones early on in the lap because it found the gravel trap at the top of the hill through Dunlop Curve. So this may well bring out another slow zone. It's a yellow flag covering the end of the lap for the time being though, Bruce.
Yeah, and unfortunately it's the same driver on board. It's Rodrigo Salas who had yesterday's moment where he beached it, as you said, up at the top of the hill. That number 65. A very light touch against the tyre wall on the pit side of the pit straight, just looping it round after that final corner. Hopefully that's a quick fix, but it really was literally almost about 1 mile an hour when it touched the rubber. So hopefully no notable damage, but it's time lost, isn't it?
Too right. And the issue perhaps then is that the car, if it wants to get back to the pits, it has probably gone way too far, you know, well, I say way too far, just a few metres too far to access pit road, depending on how the marshals recover it. And it might be that Salas has to do a full lap before he can get back to pit road. That's not going to be necessarily a big problem because of the light touch into the tyre wall, but he will have flat spotted that current set of Goodyear tyres, so it could be a bumpy ride to get back.
Certainly could. For Ferrari fans, suddenly things are going a whole lot better because Antonio Fuoco, who just really has come alive since he stepped up to Hypercar, has moved into second place. He's 0.2 of a second down. Best time still Alex Palou in that number 2 entry from Cadillac Racing.
And let's get to Diana Binks for a CrowdStrike pit report, because you've managed to find Arnaud Robin of Lessart, no less.
Arnold, you're just waiting to get in the car to get behind the wheel again. How are things going for you and the team so far? We've not really had a chance to speak to you too much with the Lotus and the Lexus, and it looks like a fantastic car.
Yeah, fantastic car. It's the first time for the Lexus in Le Mans. It's the first time for the Lexus in the World Endurance Championship. So, okay, we are here to prepare the 24 to prepare the next year, the next season, and yeah, really happy to drive the Lexus.
And how are you finding Le Mans?
Very good, very good. It's the most beautiful race in the world. It's really incredible to see how many people. So yeah, it's really fantastic to drive on Le Mans.
Is there anything that surprised you so far?
I really don't know. Yeah, we hope a good result, of course. But yeah, we have to drive safely. Okay, to avoid any contact, to any mistakes, to any penalty. Yeah, let's see.
Thank you so much. I know you're about to get in the car, so I'll let you go, Arnold. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good, Binksy, with Arnaud Robin. Just hearing breaking news that the whole IndyCar series, this is linked into former champion Alex Palou, champion in 2021 and 2023. Whole series 2025 will be live on Fox. So that's very good news. Exciting championship at the best of times, but it's getting better and better, I must say, the IndyCar series at the moment. So that's a big coup for Fox. Meanwhile, back at the South, any change at the top? Well, it's still, again, this wonderful mix, Johnny, of manufacturers, and that's what the story about the World Endurance Championship is in these hypercar days. Cadillac from Ferrari, from Porsche, from Toyota, Alpine in 6th place, Lamborghini in 8th. So it really is just exactly what was hoped for when we had the convergence between LMDH and LMH, and great days. And looking at the crowds who've been at the circuit since the cars first turned a wheel yesterday, it's very busy. Last year, of course, was the centenary of Le Mans 24 Hours, and one thought the record crowds were just simply as a result of that. But you know what? The fact that the numbers seem just as big this year, in fact, it's sold out even sooner, tells us that the formula they've got for the World Endurance Championship and the Le Mans 24 Hours is absolutely spot on.
Yeah, Andrew Cotton of Racecar Engineering reckoned that was the case. When the tickets became on sale, they disappeared more readily, if that was possible, than at the same point to sell tickets for the 2023 race, which of course had been, well, 100 years in the making, effectively. But I was always interested in, once that milestone had been hit, whether it was a question of after the Lord Mayor's show. Well, no, because planning has been in place for 5 years, maybe 10, to make sure that the strength of sports car racing is going to be there for the next couple of decades at least, and to make sure that, you know, after those various transition seasons that we had in the World Endurance Championship, they toyed with the school year running from late August, early September, all the way through to this race as the final event. For me, it's better now that it's a calendar season. We are back to 8 races for the World Endurance Championship this year, including this weekend's race, which forms round 4. It might even be 9 next year. And every time I meet with Fred Lucan, I make the point, we've got to have a major sports car race back in the UK, and he is well aware of that. Now, Silverstone seems the obvious choice. I've tried to fly the flag for Cadwell Park. That might be a few more years coming. It would be nice maybe to not necessarily have set races every year on year, like they used to do in the Grand Prix era. You know, you do it on alternate seasons, just to give everybody a shout.
Well, you say that, I mean, in the World Endurance Championship we're up to 24 rounds, but they're talking about certain, apparently the Dutch Grand Prix, they actually
in the Formula 1 Championship.
In Formula 1 Championship, they may change that around, alternate with other countries that can't afford one every single year. I'm all for the variety, but again, likewise, World Endurance Championship, I think, move it around. But I do think your recce just last weekend to Liddon Hill was a little unnecessary, tad short.
The first chicane over the crowd, bigger than so far all week.
Yeah, I dread to think how many laps you'd need to complete at Liddon to complete 6 hours of running. Quite a bit of lappery round there.
Do you want to tell us what you were watching, though? It wasn't the World Endurance Championship. What was
Funnily enough, it wasn't, no. It was the Kent Outlaw Oval Racing Club, purely by accident. As we get on to more relevant things, here's Joe with another CrowdStrike pit report.
Alex, I've got to say to you, your body language, you are so hyped for this event right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fun. It's great to be here, especially with a great opportunity with Cadillac and Chip Ganassi Racing, my teammates. So, yeah, hyped up, I'm ready. It's great to see so many fans already here, and the car feels so good right now. So.
Well, your car certainly gets the prize for the best sounding car, no question. Has there been any decision as to who will qualify tonight?
Yeah, Alex Lynn will qualify, yeah. He did a great job yesterday in qualifying to transfer us to Hyperpole, and I think he's ready to try and get the pole today.
It's a 24-hour race, Alex. You've been there, you've done 24-hour races. Can you actually go into a race thinking about a victory of such a length?
Yeah, I mean, that's a target. The target is to win, and that's the only thing we have in mind. But obviously, it's a different mindset to what I'm used to in IndyCar, where we only need to think about 50 laps, max 60 laps. Here it's going to be 24 hours of running. So need to take care of the car, need to make sure that the car gets a consistent car balance, and that we are ready to win at the end, which at the end these races are won on the last 2 hours, but you need to get there. So yeah, that's the first target. But yeah, we're working on it, and hopefully we'll make it happen.
I just wanted, Tony, about your day job. The breaking news, literally just breaking, is that Fox Sport have done a deal for the IndyCar Championship.
Oh, really?
For the television rights. The series goes from strength to strength.
Yeah, I didn't know about that. I mean, I knew there was some talk, so it's nice. That's good news. I mean, it's hopefully that just helps get more audience, helps us get what we deserve. I think it's a great championship. I think all the fans that have a taste of it, they love it. So hopefully we can get many more fans in both USA and Europe.
Are you aware that in the UK we get all of your practice sessions?
Yeah, I know.
We get everything.
It's great. It's great. So yeah, I cannot thank them enough for that. I know that we have a lot of fans. Actually, we have a lot of people flying in from UK just to see races, and it's quite crazy to think about, but it's just because of the TV.
You have got a lot of fans in the UK.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Hopefully we get even more.
Yeah. Thanks, Alex. Good luck, man.
On the first part of the chicane, do it, but you need to go earlier in the last part and fully cut.
That's right now.
Message to Ahmed Al-Hati in the number 46 BMW, and just before that, hearing a great interview with Alex Palou with Joe Bradley with a CrowdStrike pit interview. Palou finished as the top Honda at the Road America IndyCar race at the weekend, 4th place behind eventual winner Will Power. But Alex, a real motor racing enthusiast, and loving the fact that there's a lot of UK contingent heading over to the States to take up or take in some of that live IndyCar racing from the spectator banks. In fact, we can stay in the pit lane for another CrowdStrike report, because here's Diana Binks.
I'm with Ollie Milroy, Inception Racing, the number 70. The car's actually in the garage at the moment, Ollie. Are the guys making changes? Is there anything to worry about?
The car had a lot of new parts last night. We've fitted all of our race parts, like drive shafts, gearbox, stuff like that. So we've just done a bit of a shakedown, brought it in. They're just checking everything over thoroughly, and then we'll go back out. So obviously a long 3-hour session now. We're pretty happy with where the car's at, so we don't want to put too much mileage on everything now before the race.
And how crucial is it for you to check as much as you can on all those new parts that you've just put in?
Oh, it's super crucial. You know, we've got to go into the 24 with as much chance as possible. The thing is with these modern race cars now is that we're not driving around for 24 hours nerds in the car. We're driving around for 24 hours doing qualifying laps. So we need to make sure that the car's prepped as well as possible. So, like I said, it's had a load of fresh parts overnight, and we want to limit the mileage on it and just make sure that everything's been checked thoroughly.
What difference has it made? We've had a couple of support races out there this morning before this practice session started. How does that sort of change what you're looking at, or does it not?
We were just talking about that because Frederick, my teammate's just done the shakedown. He said suddenly it feels quite loose at the rear through the Porsche curves now, which is something that we haven't really had all week. And we were saying maybe the Fun Cup cars are putting down some slightly different rubber to what we've got. So
they're having too much fun.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, they are awesome, those bits of kit. But so you know, we're going to stick to our plan. We know that we've got a good car. We've had a car that we've been happy with all week, and we're pretty sure that through the race, as the track develops, it should come to us a little bit as well. So yeah, it's important to not get carried away trying to set your car up for this one practice session and stay focused on the long game.
Well, we keep hearing that the weather conditions are going to change, but at the moment it's pretty hot.
Yeah, it's really nice. I mean, this is perfect for everyone. It'd be nice if it stays dry for the fans as well. You know, it's a lot of people turning up to support us and watch this race, so it'd be really nice if they can all stay dry as well. But yeah, it's looking pretty mixed. So, which, you know, we would obviously rather it be a dry race. I'm sure everyone would, but at the same time, it is the same for everyone, and we just take what we're given and we do the best that we can.
All right, thanks very much, Ollie.
Thank you.
Ollie Milroy of Inception Racing, partnering again with Brendan Iribe, as he's done for a number of years now. And in fact, they have run one occasion previously when Inception couldn't enter their preferred McLaren because McLaren never built a GTE car. So they've run before with Ferraris. But only 1 year when Brendan and Ollie were in the car. I think then it was an Alex West entry after that, but that was a couple of years ago in the GT era, and it's so nice now for Inception to bring a car they know so well from other championships to Le Mans and actually outpace their...
Don't forget to remove your seat inserts. Kill switch.
In qualifying, outpace their McLaren counterparts, beating United Autosports, because neither the 59 nor the 95 made it into Hyperpole tonight.
Yeah, so Inception Racing, of course, run by Optimum Motorsport,
yes.
And you know, again, loads of experience with McLarens. But yeah, a very valid point. You know, now you can race GT3 anywhere. Come here, marginal difference, as you explained. Well, it's LMGT3 with the torque sensors and other elements. But you know, you've got your trade. You understand the car. And it certainly is a lot easier for drivers like Brendan Iribe, and Ollie Milroy's been there to guide him, and Frederick Schandorf has raced a lot with Iribe in the last couple of years as well. Right, just still at the top of the table, it's still Earl Bamber. Well, Earl Bamber's in the car at the moment, the number 2 Cadillac racing entry. Time not set by him, but it was by Alex Palou. Difficult for that team. They've got 2 Alexes, haven't they? They've got Alex Lynn and Alex Palou. But I saw Alex Palou race and win races in Formula 3 in Japan in 2017. He's taken a strange route to get to IndyCar. Came back to the season in European Formula 3, back to Japan to do Super Formula and the GT300 category, effectively GT3 cars in Super GT, and then bang, into IndyCar, and the rest is history. Second year, wins the championship. 4th year, wins the championship. And you know, really personal guy too, as he was in the interview.
Yeah, 100%. And great to catch up with him because we missed him at test day, as mentioned, but it feels like he probably did take part in that now, purely because of the times that he's able to lay down without that preliminary running that both Alex Lynn and Earl Bamber, his teammates, had. A short time ago, Amin El-Hati straight-lined the second chicane, and the 46 had to wiggle through the big tyre stacks there. Since then, WRT run M4 came into pit road just for an assessment, I think, to make sure that all was still straight, and clearly they were trying to radio to El-Hati to do 1 or 2 settings changes as well. In fact, Valentino Rossi has now taken that car over, so there's been a driver change. What did the Toyota do, though, a couple of seconds ago on that thin slither of grass between Forest Esses and Tertre Rouge? It's the number 7 Toyota, which just dropped a couple of Michelins, the left side tyres, onto the grass and gave Nick de Vries a really scary moment. But thankfully the car didn't think about rotating on him.
It's just that moment, we were talking about it earlier today, about when you run a little bit wide going to Tertre Rouge and you think you've got a fair bit of space, but it soon comes in on you. But it's still very, very bumpy, and Nick de Vries did the right thing there. He didn't really yank at the steering, he just kept it as smooth as possible over the bumps and then gradually rejoined. But really, it's a case of diminishing returns when you go off, and That'll be a moment to get the heart rate up in normal people, but racing drivers probably a mere flutter, and that's it. You know, staying at 120 beats a minute rather than with us, it might have those numbers reversed. Certainly the first two. Right, looking for moves, looking for changes. It's all very, very stable at the top. In P2, it's Cool Racing, the number 47 entry with Matt Bell at the wheel of that. That's fastest, ahead of Edex Sport. And we were talking earlier, that's a team that's had some troubled run-ins ahead of the race in recent seasons at Le Mans. But it's son of the father, it's Paul, son of Patrice, at the wheel at the moment. They're good for second place in class. And we were talking earlier also of inter-Europole competition. You know, they started small, they've grown and grown. Here they are, third fastest in P2. However, as we've heard from the pit lane, those that haven't made it through when it comes to going into Hyperpole, of course, they can concentrate entirely on their race pace now. So this isn't indicative as it would have been in that first practice session yesterday.
The 33 DKR Engineering LMP2 car now being told that it's going to have to come into the pit lane and sit for 10 minutes. So a 10-minute stop-and-go penalty, again related to the breaching of track limits, and this a second offence. So normally it's a 5-minute stop-and-go penalty that everyone gets slapped with, and 23 cars have had to do 5, or either will do or have done 5-minute stop-and-go penalties during this session. But 33 taking that on by an extra layer now, so 10 minutes the due time there. Car 5 has also been issued with a 5-minute penalty. Car 5 is the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 of Matt Campbell, Michael Christensen and Fred Makovici. Whilst the car sits for 5 or indeed 10 minutes in the case of DKR, you can't do anything with it. So it's not a case of being able to wheel it into the garage and do a few tweaks and a bit of setup change and whatever. You have to just stand and look at it. The car not allowed to be touched, and that is the penalty. So everyone starts with 3 hours, but it might only be 2 hours and 50 minutes in the case of DKR because of the breach of track limits. That's how serious Race Direction are trying to make it.
Well, they can't say they're confused by the message. It's crystal clear to them now. Unfortunately for them, the DKR Engineering with the crew of Rennie Binder, Lawrence Hoare and the driver at the wheel at the moment, Alex Matchell, they're bottom of the P2 pile at the moment. They're 16th in that 16-car class, so they really need the time. They have actually got through to Hyperpole for P2, so they've got something to play with later tonight. But as a one-car team, maybe they're torn between what to go for now. Shall we work on our pace for that and see if we can start P2 higher than 8th in class? Well, who knows, but 10 minutes sitting at pit X in the pits, serving that penalty is not what the good doctor ordered. I'm not talking about Valentino Rossi there, by the way.
Certainly not. No, I understand. There is a slow zone in place now because of an incident that has happened at Marshall Post 2425, which is the 47 LMP2 car that is off the road, so that needing to be recovered. And Matt Bell in the Cool Racing car, fastest in fact, so fastest in the session, and was pushing like crazy into the Indianapolis area, but there's a slow zone now in place from Mulsanne all the way through to Arnage exit. You can go at full speed in the other portions of the track. Let's go back to Joe for a CrowdStrike pit lane report.
You know what, boys, it's hard not to get excited about this year's Le Mans, isn't it? And the excitement's building, certainly for me down here in the pit, because I can see exactly what people are doing. I've got both Ferraris in right now, the 51 and the 50. And remember, the 51, it needs to find 3/10 to get on par with the 50. That qualified third. So we've got both cars in, both receiving tweaks. That's all I can tell them. They're small, minor adjustments at the rear of the car, mainly on the 51 and likewise on the 50. And all I can think is I can't really see over the sea of mechanics who are also taking the advantage of while that rear end, whatever it is, damp, ride height setting, roll bar, whatever it might be, they're taking their time to service the front end. The nose section of the 51 is now on. It's ready for another run. And of course, it's not important for FP3 who's quickest, but what is important is to get this car somewhere where you know it's going to be tonight, and that's what we're doing here. And when you think of the battle at the front of the timing screens, at the top of the timing screens, I should say, as the rear deck now goes on the 51, you know, you've got Cadillac going quick, you've got Ferraris chasing them, you've got the Porsches chasing them. And the last time I looked, it was the Cadillac. Is that still the case? Because it's changing all the time, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. But the Cadillac fastest car 2, the 50 Ferrari second quickest, and the number 4 Porsche from Penske. Felipe Nasr last at the wheel of car number 4, but he's brought that car into pit lane. That is third quickest, but we have, of the top 4 in Hypercar, 4 different manufacturers as well. So Cadillac, Ferrari, Porsche, Toyota, Alpine not that far away either in 6th place, as Valentino Rossi now at a really frustrating speed, 80 kilometres per hour. He wants to be unleashing that right foot as soon as possible, but this is the approach to the recovery of Matt Bell's Cool Racing LMP2 Pro-Am car.
And the good news is the Manitou rescue vehicle has already got that car out of the gravel, put it back onto terra firma, shook it around a little bit to release some of the gravel there, so that 80 kilometre an hour slow zone that runs from, as Johnny said, from the exit of Mulsanne Corner all the way through Indianapolis to the exit of Arnage should be lifted fairly soon by my reckoning, as long as that number 47 Cool Racing Orica can actually get going again now it's been removed from the gravel trap.
And then it will take a few corners to unleash a lot of the gravel that has gone into the wheels, around the brakes as well, and that's a real nuisance for clearly what is a very quick car, especially when it's in the hands of the Newcastle man, Newcastle from the northeast of England rather than Newcastle, Australia. Matt may well bring that car straight back into pit lane for the necessary repair work or just redressing. They might have to put some airlines, take the wheels off and then blow some of that gravel out as well before they're happy for it to rejoin the session. And this is an excuse, I suppose, to get some cars in for work that might have been planned for a next pit stop at the end of a simulated stint. But whilst the track is not fully green, some may use this to do their stops a little earlier. On the other hand, if you are doing a simulated stint, it might be quite useful to have a slow zone stuck in the middle of it, because that is very realistic to how the race may pan out, particularly with some showers predicted over the 2 days that we'll be racing.
Very good point. Quite a few rookies this year, so again finding these procedures, just working out where a zone starts, where a zone ends. These things they do need to know before the heat of the battle come the race.
Driver change in the number 88 Proton Competition Ford Mustang. Dennis Olsen getting out, Giorgio Roda, the bronze, in. Remember, it's bronze only for LMGT3 qualifying later today in the Hyperpole session, whereas LMP2 and Hypercar driver choice is entirely free. Sebastian Buemi.
Now the brake balance adjustment I've done are actually good. I would not necessarily change the car. I just feel like with the wind I needed to adapt a lot of things and tell the guys to be very on in.
That's Sebastian Buemi on the team radio from Toyota number 8. It is 1:04. It's 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans. Time to check the latest weather.
The weather
on Radio Le Mans, brought to you by VP Fuels.
So the high today, well, current temperature 21 degrees Celsius. We're just dropping down now from today's high of 22, but there are still showers in the vicinity, and the question is whether 40% constitutes getting those wet weather tyres ready for the remaining part of this session. Actually, the interval at 6 o'clock, remember that at 6:30 tonight there is a Road to Le Mans race, that is showing that it should be drier. Hyperpole might also be affected though by sweeping showers. A low tonight of 14 Celsius, and then a few showers tomorrow, a little bit more cloud with the sun peeping through, and the expected high is 19.
Whatever the weather, you can depend on VP Fuels and Lubricants.
Now, one of the other Toyotas left the road at the Ford chicane, I noticed. The 8 was already in pit lane, so that was the 7, I believe, unless the 8 car had a moment on the previous lap. Neither of those, well, the 8 car is currently 11th fastest in this session, and Buemi's just brought it in after that radio message. Car 7 is now on an out lap, and that was Nick de Vries. So was that Buemi messing up the pit lane entry?
It was Buemi having just said the brake adjustment is fantastic. He's then obviously trying to maximise how deep he can come in before he hits the limiter as he approaches the pit lane. It just locked up, went through, because you have to go jink to the right, straight ahead, left-right flick, and he just couldn't get to the flick and went through the gravel. So brake balance absolutely fine.
Easy on the big curves, easy on the big curves. Full focus from now, also for track limit, please.
Okay, message to Valentino Rossi. Next year it'd be a good year. He'll be racing number 46 as a 46-year-old. He's 45 years old at the minute. But motorbike racers don't tend to use the curbs as much as four-wheel racers, because he's got previous, and a very successful previous. But
yeah, true.
Valentino, he's just such good value in a team, just such a sensational guy. And I'm gathering that it's causing quite a lot of problems at the circuit traffic, because he does bring his own fan base wherever he goes. It's quite extraordinary.
Yeah, maybe that's part of the reason why the tickets sold out so quickly for this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans. I love the style, the font of the 46 on the side of this car as well, just like it appeared on his motorcycles through the years. Interestingly, that was the end of a 12-lap stint for Sebastian Buemi, so he was coming in at a real lick. He'd just done a purple Sector 1, a personal best through Sector 2. I should reiterate that the radio messages that we're hearing live are not actually being had at the point we listen to them. They're delayed by 30 to 60 seconds. So he will have had that conversation about brake bias and the balance of the car before then coming into pit lane, and he will have been told by his engineer, absolutely maximise this in-lap, because that's what you do in this modern era of sports car racing. So much time can be gained and indeed lost if the outlap, if you don't approach the outlap as you would any other lap in the stint. And also, you know, that you cannot afford to be sort of adjusting as you're coming on an outlap either to current conditions, to traffic around you. Some others that you're racing might do that, but that's where it's a big win if you really maximise the out and the in laps. Lamborghini coming into pit road, the Iron Lynx car number 60, to complete potentially a stint, as well as we can head back to Joe Bradley for this CrowdStrike pit report.
I just want to add a little bit of information on that out and in lap thing. The in lap is very important to stay on it all the way till the pit line, until you have to hit the pit limiter. And the reason for that is if you have a cool down lap, then your tyre temps and your tyre pressures are going to cool off on that in lap. So you've got to tell your driver to be in and on it all the way to that line, so that when the car arrives you can get a right, an accurate, I should say, tyre pressure and also the temperature across the face of the tread. And that's all important, and that's the reason why you see drivers really coming into the pits hard, even in a practice session like this, when the timing isn't as important as in the race. Of course, time spent in the pits and in and out of the pits in the race is even more vital, but that is the reason behind coming in hard.
And the other thing, when we get to the race, and quite possibly some of these sessions, is that they're not given enough tyres to have a new set every single stint. So we are going to have to be certainly doubling, maybe trebling, and perhaps through the night quadrupling. So with no tyre warmers or ways of keeping that heat, it's obviously going to ebb away during a pit stop, which can take a fair time if you're giving the car a full load of fuel. It's the fuel fill that is the time determining factor, because you can do a driver change inside the fuel window, and if you're not then doing tyres, which have to be a separate action, they can't be done at the same time as the fuel, but if you're retaining those tyres, then you're talking probably best part of a minute if you're doing a driver change as well, to make sure that that tyre temp doesn't ebb away too much. So all the more reason to push for that in lap.
Well, another element, Joe, down to you on this one. We've got the situation still with the slow zone running from Mulsanne through Indianapolis to Arnage. That will obviously affect the temperature of the tyres when the drivers come in, giving effectively the pit crews an inaccurate situation from how it would be if they're running at full pace.
Yeah, inaccurate reading for pressures, as Joe has mentioned, and tyre surface temperature as well. So you want that all to be optimised. And Paul Truswell was making the point during the Le Mans test day that it's just very easy to let your concentration wane. Can thinking, oh, I've done potentially, a triple stint in the night. I'm nearly at the end. I've just got to get the car into the pit lane, and you can just let your mind wander a little bit by accident. You only know you've left the zone. What's the phrase again? Hang on a moment. the moment you realise you've left the zone is the point where the concentration has just gone. Then and no longer is the focus on the job in hand, and it's so easy to do. But these 24-hour races have become sprints and have been that way for the last 10 years or so.
Now, absolutely so, Johnny, and it has been a remarkable transition to that. We've still got 4 cars that haven't set the time. We talked at the start of the session about how the number 12 Hertz Team Jota Porsche 963, a new one, is being built up from a tub. We heard from Inception Racing, from Ollie Milroy, talking about the delays they've had with their McLaren 720S. That's car number 70, also in the LMGT3 class. Proton number 77, one of their Mustangs. That has been out but hasn't set a time. It's been out and in, as has the McLaren from Inception. And also Isotta Fraschini, car number 11, running in the Hypercar class, at the tail of the class, has actually clocked up 8 laps but not set a flying lap. So they're working through problems, one would suggest. So it'd be good to keep an eye on them. We've just got through just over an hour of this 3-hour free practice, 3 sessions, so they've got time to get out, but it might be worth seeing if there are any notable problems, because all of those are in the garage. Actually, without number 77, that has just gone back out onto the circuit and is going to set a time probably next time around. So don't look in their garage, but certainly Isotta Fraschini, it'd be good to find out if they're having any notable problems.
Matt Campbell's on an outlap in the number 5 Penske 963 as the FAT International backed number 99 Porsche bounces its way through the Ford chicane. FAT International back as a lifestyle brand, but in the 80s and 90s it was a transport company, as far as I know. Français Allemand Transit International.
It was on a lot of cars over the years, and they didn't just stay with one team. They moved across the various championships, but I rather like that. In fact, I'm far more keen on a classic sponsor coming back than I am from having someone like Isotta Fraschini having a 70-year gap and coming back as a brand. I don't like that lack of continuity. That's just me, but they're not going to have much of a say in it, because with more manufacturers, notably Aston Martin, coming to play in Hypercar, I guess they may be moved aside.
Yellow flags out on the racetrack, and we might be on the cusp of another. In fact, the slow zone is now. The slow zone is going to be brought to an end. In fact, zone 6 in less than a minute's time. That gives us a chance to head to a new voice in the pit lane, Nick Damon, with his CrowdStrike pit report.
At the number 19 Lamborghini pit with Andrea Calderonia. Andrea, basically, very open question. How's it going so far for the 19?
It's really been up and down. We had a bit of a struggle yesterday in qualifying. We were trying something different compared to the sister car, and we were not sure if it was going to work, and it didn't. So that was quite simple. So yeah, a bit frustrating from yesterday, but today we put back the car as we know, and I did 6-7 laps before, and I was quite happy with the car. So I think we come back to where we feel should be.
Neither cars made it into Hyperpole. Is that actually a positive thing for you? You can concentrate on getting the car set up and not worry about that session.
To be fair, we had already a bit of that attitude and strategy and thinking before the qualifying. We knew that either we make it or not to Hyperpole, with the focus is on the 24th. So we are focused. We are keeping doing our program as before, and Hyperpole really didn't change much from what we were planning.
What are the realistic aims for the team, both this car and the 63?
Well, for sure, the target is to finish the race first. That's the target for Lamborghini. It's our first year with the car, and so I think to finish the race without major problem, it's already a big success. But I have to say, the car also shows some good performance in some conditions. So we just really need to put it together. And but yeah, I think the main thing realistically is we should be able to finish the race.
I mean, how much reliability testing have you done outside of the long distance races you've done in both IMSA and WC? Have you done those 30-hour tests?
To be fair, we didn't manage to do it before. We tried a couple of times, but for one reason or another, weather condition and so on, we didn't manage to do all of it. So for us, this is really a test 24-hour.
Andrea, thank you very much. Andrea Calderonia out of the 19 Lamborghini. Now we're just going down the pit lane, but to another Italian manufacturer with the very British Joe Bradley.
And a very Canadian Antonio Serval. Antonio, the son of Fraschini, is we were wondering where it is on track, and then I've come down, I've investigated. There's a lot of work going on there. What's going on?
Oh yeah, for sure. JK just went on track, did a couple laps. We did some changes from last night, and we found a little bit of something in the front with the brakes right now, so we're just adjusting it to make it better for feeling. So that's what they're working on right now.
Yeah. Just getting the car right for the race, I would imagine.
Yes, for sure. We just need a little bit more stable on the brakes right now, so that's the goal.
All right, you guys are very, very early in the development of this car. The pressure's off, perhaps? You just have to go round and round, surely?
Yeah, for sure. Every time we go out, the goal is to improve and just get more laps in the car and learn all the tracks as well. So that's the goal for all of us.
Not much then. Not much to learn, Antonio.
Yeah, not too much to learn. But to be honest, so far it's going all right. We did a lot of changes last night for the night practice, and we know that we could have been a lot faster. So we're going the right direction. It's just we're just trying things for the practice for the race.
Brilliant. There's a lot of talk about the lack of tyre warmers here. When is your car's tyres ready to really push and optimised?
So to be honest, the soft tyres, they're good the second lap. The medium, it's a couple laps, maybe 3 or 4 laps. But it is very nervous and very loose on the first outing, but the soft is the way to go at night, I think, so for us.
That must be very nerve-wracking. I mean, you're going to discover that when you apply the brakes after a long straight, and you don't know whether you've got the tyres there or not, I suppose.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, it's a big experience for me, first time with this track and these tires as well at night, so it's just going to be a learning curve for me.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks for talking to us, Antonio. We'll talk to you during the race, no doubt. Yeah, we'll keep in touch.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it,
man.
Antonio Saraval, making the point that for Jota and for him, I guess, going to completely new tracks pretty much all the way through the year in the FIA World Endurance Championship, and has never been to the 24 Hours of Le Mans before. Although being Canadian, there's got to be some French heritage there, perhaps. So I'm sure he and his family will know plenty about this race. I also wonder whether there's some Italian heritage with a name like Antonio. But great enthusiastic character, just 21 years old and learning all the time, Bruce.
Yeah, and he meant, but his teammate Carl Botana Bennett is even younger. He's not yet 20, he's 19, but he referred there to JK. Of course, that's the experience there, Jean-Carl Vernet, who's been around quite some while in racing, French Porsche champion long ago, back in 2012, but he's really worked hard on this programme. News just coming through, 4 crews have been given a 5-minute penalty for slow zone infractions, and again, we were just talking about how you need to learn the procedures, and that's absolutely proved that point. And just for reference, the cars that have picked up those penalties, the number 3 Cadillac, that's an experienced crew. The 66 entry is another JMW Motorsport crew, that's the Ferrari, Giacomo Petrobelli at the wheel, but we don't know if he was at the time. 95 United Autosports, Hiroshi Hamaguchi in the McLaren, that too, and the treble 7, the D-Station Racing Aston Martin. Marco Sorensen on board, but that's in the pit. He may not have been the driver who brought it in. So we talked about teams having a 10-minute stop. There's his 5 minutes. It's a slap on the wrist.
Have a look, see if you see it.
Please repeat. Please repeat.
Well, it was look for the signboard.
And the other thing about Jean-Carl Vernet is with his Audi heritage, so with GT3s and also with a touring car background too. Jean-Carl Vernet, Peugeot going straight on at the second chicane. That's not the first time that's happened. The number 94 car now having to thread to the right and to the left and make sure that the exit route is clear. Blue flags were being waved as well to a car possibly to the 94 to warn of a quicker hypercar wanting to get through. So that will be a bit of a concern for the Peugeot mechanics, that the 9X8's having difficulty stopping into, well, those very hard stops, 2 of them on the Mulsanne straight. It might not be brake related, it might be more to do with tyres, of course. They're the only thing in contact with the ground at the end of the day, and if that car's running on a worn set, that might well be the case. As Earl Bamber continues to be fastest in this session. 16 laps now completed for the number 2 Cadillac V Series R. and faster by 0.2 of a second from Sebastian Buemi's Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010. LMP2 Pro-Am still led by Matt Bell's Cool Racing car, even though that brought out a slow zone at Indianapolis, and number 47 car was put back onto the road, and Matt was able to drive round to the pits under the car's own steam, but we haven't seen it since whilst checks are being made. LMGT3's fastest car is a United Autosports McLaren. James Cottingham currently driving the 59 machine.
James, of course, cut his teeth last year in historic racing and has run some phenomenal cars across the years, particularly at events like the Goodwood Revival. But great to see, last year he hopped across really and put his foot in the GT racing camp, going from strength to strength. But it's all a learning process here. It's one thing if you're competing in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, the Road to Le Mans event, but when you step up to this with the big rigs and multi-point with the hypercars, that is just a whole new game for any level of driver to learn.
Romain Grosjean now at the wheel of the number 19 Lamborghini. Relatively quiet straight for him to deal with some lappery just before Mulsanne corner. And the Ford Mustang that was the first into the Hyperpole top 8 in yesterday evening's qualifying session. That's currently with 77, isn't it? So Zach Robichon at the wheel of that. John Hindhaugh trying to track down the Canadian during the CrowdStrike paddock perambulation show. He had him for one moment, was about to turn and ask him a question, and he'd gone. So quick as he is. So I think that's a fabulous lineup.
This lap being confirmed, driver change for Brendan.
And more radio traffic from Toyota referencing Brendan Hartley in car number 8.
Yeah, but what's happened in this session, Toyota had its problems early on. We saw Sebastian Buemi getting it wrong, but suddenly they're second and fifth in the charts. Number 8 in second place with Seb Buemi at the wheel at the moment. Nick De Vries, who had that bouncy ride across the grass verge up at Tete Rouge before the slow zone occurred at the opposite end of the track. But they are starting to find their feet. I do think this is what's going to happen through the course of this meeting. I could be wrong, but it just seems to look that way at the moment. The good news is for all the runners, is that we're green all the way around the circuit. Almost all the front runners are out on the track, so we may suddenly get some quicker times coming our way.
And whilst we wait for those, let's head back to pit lane to Nick Damon for a CrowdStrike pit report.
Yeah, with a rare thing, a Ferrari not run by AF Corsa, with Larry Tenford by the JMW Ferrari pit. Again, kind of basic thing, how you feel the meeting's going so far for the team?
I think for the team BMW Motorsport, the meeting so far goes really well. I'm really happy to be here, to be honest, and also with Giacomo and Yuluk. I think we have a great lineup. For me, it's the first time in a Ferrari, so I'm smiling. Car feels good. We had a great qualifying yesterday, and Giacomo is going to do his best in Hyperpole. But to drive here is amazing, I'm so happy everything worked out, and you see I have a big smile.
Giacomo's in the car at the moment. Is he actually doing any work towards Hyperpole, or is it just a bit of a bonus to get in there?
For sure, every lap you can do, it's better because you learn more about the track, you learn more about maybe little efforts, little mistakes, or things what goes really well. So take over to Giacomo. It's good to do every meeting he can, and we give him that also. So yeah, it's always good to be in the car.
You say you're enjoying the Ferrari. How different is this mid-engine car to what you're used to?
Yeah, of course it's a little bit of a different driving feeling, but to be honest I like it and I can adapt quickly on it. I've been now a few years in the car, so I know how to drive as fast as I can, but it's nice to drive it, so I like it. Great feeling, great to be here.
Great stuff, thank you Larry.
Thank you.
A real character, Larry Tenvoorde, and has been in cars with Ben Keating in the past, a couple of seasons there. That amazing attempted double weekend. Well, I say attempted, he did actually manage it. It's just that the Nürburgring didn't continue all the way through the night, but he was willing to do a Porsche Carrera Cup race at Imola on the Saturday, then jet to the Nürburgring to do a couple of overnight stints, back to Imola for race 2 in the Carrera Cup in Italia. He's just a crazy Dutchman at the end of the day. Get as much racing into a weekend as possible.
Top marks. Love the attitude, but it must be. So it's lovely here in Italy. What do you mean it's still foggy up at the Nürburgring? And that fog, it's most days, even in late, it's rather early summer, you expect any mist to burn off by about 9 or 10 in the morning. It was still there and only started clearing at 3 o'clock, just as the race was called an hour early. Quite extraordinary. Dropped literally 100 feet below the level of starting straight on leaving the circuit clear skies. It just stayed there. This grey mantle. Great race being shaped up at the time, but there we are. 23-23 as we recorded at the time. At the time the race was red flagged, and it was we had endless comments in the morning. Next report at 7 o'clock, at 8 o'clock, at 9 o'clock. So frustrating.
He's a former Porsche Super Cup champion, certainly, but I think he currently leads the championship this year as well. He's certainly in the ballpark to take another major title. So very much a Porsche specialist.
Well, he normally does a couple of other titles as well. Last year he won the German Series, he won the Italian Series, and nearly second in the Porsche Super Cup, so not too shabby.
And was it Bastian Boos that won last year?
It was Bastian Boos, yes.
Who also was at the Nürburgring for 2024. Now, cars that are in the top 12 covered by less than a second as we go red. Red flag is out after a big crash for the one of the two Lamborghinis. Is that 15? Sorry, Lamborghinis, McLarens, I should say. I thought McLaren in my head and then said Lamborghini. 59 or 95? Rob is putting his thumb up to say it's the 59 car, which is fastest in the session, isn't it? Up until this point, it's been there, yes. And James Cottingham is at the wheel of it. It's managed a 3:57.558, and the car has had a big moment at Tête Rouge into the tyre barrier to driver's left, and the Reds come out immediately to bring this session to a halt. We were doing so well looking after this session, you and I, Bruce, to that point. Marshall Post 6 was initially double waved yellows, and now with debris across the racetrack, no other choice but for Redrado Sotash and the rest of his team in race direction to pause. The clock does not stop though, that continues on, and we're 7 minutes away from the half distance marker in free practice 3. Very easy to have a moment though there at Tête Rouge, with particularly in a heavy LMGT3 car, when you compare them to the hypercars, they're reliant a lot of the time on their mechanical grip, and if you just hit the curb at the wrong angle, slightly too much curb, that can spit the car into a violent spin.
And a lot of the moments out there, we discussed this beforehand, even probably off air, that often the moment has started at the forest curves, exit of, if you've just got it wrong in that wonderful serpentine right and then left combination, and apparently in this case just run a little wide, dirt on the tyres out of the Forest S's, and then go into Tête Rouge where you really want lots of grip, lots of downforce, and that is classically what can occur there. Just trying to see, so just as the track had lost its slow zone about 5 minutes ago down at Indianapolis, obviously then we can't continue with the situation with the red flag being called when James Cottingham went off at Tête Rouge in that number 59 McLaren, the car for United Autosports that was actually top of the timesheets in GT3 at that particular juncture, 38th overall. And so pretty much everybody has now made it back to the pit lane following the falling of the red flag there. So what did we get? We got about an hour and 23 into this 3-hour stint.
Yeah, and James Cottingham being assisted from the car marshals on the scene very quickly indeed, and with Cadillac fastest but having to come back to pit lane at a much reduced speed. Lots of information relayed to drivers during the driver's briefing as to how to behave during a red flag, and it is to try and get back to the pit lane obviously as safely as possible and at a significantly reduced speed. Normally when a slow zone is in place or a full course yellow, which is a rarer thing here at Le Mans, the speed limit is actually 80 kilometres per hour, but everybody is encouraged to go slower than that to anticipate having to stop around the next corner as well. So go at a speed where you slow down and be prepared to stop, because probably the crews, the engineers, are able to tell drivers where the affected area is, but those cars heading towards Tête Rouge will need to bear right to avoid picking up any debris on their tyres. So Earl Bamber is, or has been, in the fastest car in the number 2, 19 laps completed, and I'm sure Cadillac have been toying with their strategy through the course of this session so far, as well, as in doing a simulated race stint, at least one. We'll check on that in a moment or two with Paul Truswell, who's been monitoring how many laps cars have been staying out for. But we do know that Sebastian Buemi has done at least one 12-lap stint. And that car coming in at a very high rate of knots indeed, and almost going back to the track rather than the pit lane, but Buemi was able to stop in time. That car's been in the pits for a little while now. Nicholas Nielsen, 3rd fastest, but with this red flag somewhat intervening with our the flow of free practice 3, this seems a good opportunity to get another Hertz hourly update in place.
The Hertz hourly update, getting you to your let's go moments for more.
Earl Bamber and the Cadillac number 2 with the blue front is the fastest car so far in free practice 3, the third of 4 FP sessions over the 2 days, yesterday into today. One hour session still to come later on, remember, at 10 o'clock. The best of the Toyotas is car number 8 for Sebastian Buemi, the GR010 hybrid, second fastest, and only 0.2 of a second, exactly 0.2 of a second slower than the Cadillac's best time, a 3:28.642, and then a 3:28.6 as well for the best of the Ferrari 499Ps. Nicholas Nielsen last in the number 50 car, all cars being a red flag apart from the 59 McLaren are into pit road now, and of course a couple were not even able to take part in this session. They are still being repaired. 4th fastest for the number 4 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 for Philippe Nasser. Then it's Nick de Vries's Toyota number 7 for the second of the GR010 hybrids, and that car's done a 3:28.721. 6th fastest is the 311 numbered Wayland Cadillac V-Series R of Philippe Drugovic. Mathieu Vaxivière, the Alpine A424, is the Alpine Endurance Team's number 36 car. And then 8th fastest, the 51 Ferrari for Antonio Giovinazzi in the second of the 499Ps. Scott Dixon in his Cadillac number 3 is 9th fastest, and in 10th position it's the number 19 Lamborghini of Matteo Cairoli from Iron Lynx. LMP2 Pro-Am, Cool Racing's Matt Bell, he's already brought out a slow zone after the car left the road at Indianapolis and ended up in the gravel trap, so Matt's car needed to be recovered. But prior to that, he'd done a 3:37.342 to be fastest of all of the LMP2 cars. The LMP2 standard driver lineups, quickest of those is Paul Lafargue for Edex Sport, number 28. 3rd fastest is the Inter-Europol competition car of Kuba Schmichowski, number 34. And 4th quickest is number 22, Oliver Jarvis for United Autosports. It's a Pro-Am car, also 5th fastest, so 2nd of the Pro-Ams. Matthias Besch for Panis Racing, number 65. Proton Competition's Jonas Reed for the LMP2 lineup at car number 9 is 6th fastest. Ahead of in 7th, AF Corsa's Francois Perrodo in the Pro-Am 183. And the 45 Pro-Am entry for CrowdStrike Racing by APR, George Kurtz. LMGT3, United Autosports McLaren, that has been fastest so far with a 3:57.558. That car bringing out the red flags after an off at Tête Rouge. But I also now have spotted another issue for a McLaren. This is the number 70. So having said that all the cars other than the 59 had managed to get back to the pits, that wasn't strictly accurate, because what looked like out on the exit of Arnage, Fred Scharndorf has stopped. Couldn't see any damage on the Inception Racing LMGT3 Evo car, but that's having to be now put on a flatbed, and it's not Arnage, it's the exit out of Mulsanne with the signalling pits right next to where that 70 car has stopped. Second fastest in LMGT3 is the Claudio Schiavone Lamborghini for Iron Lynx, number 60. Third fastest is the GR Racing Riccardo Pera Ferrari, number 86. Fourth, the 55 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari Alessio Rivera, ahead of Esteban Masson's Lexus. In fact, both of the Acodis RCFs are 5th and 6th. Together on the timing screen, 87 faster than 78. TF Sports Corvette in the hands of Hiroshi Koizumi. Most recently, the 82 car is 7th fastest, ahead of Zachary Robichon for Ford Mustang and the Proton Competition Crew, number 77. 8th quickest so far.
Hourly updates brought to you by Hertz, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
Well, good afternoon if you are just joining us on 91.2 FM. This is the Ford Performance Studios, and from Studio 2 back over to Studio 1 and on Studiovision as well. Hello, it's Paul Truswell and John Hindorf. Fred Scharndorf out of the Inception McLaren on the exit of Mulsanne. It's going to get picked up and taken away. Joe Bradley's just told me that they have no clue what's happened there. Meantime, the clean-up continues after James Cottingham's nasty-looking incident down at the entrance to Tertre Rouge. He'd been off on the grass on the exit of the Forest S's and got his left-hand side tyres very, very dirty indeed, and I'm just wondering if that played a part when he turned in to the right-hander. So it's Trussers and Hindy in the booth. Down in the pit lane, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team is Joe Bradley, as we mentioned, but let's take an update first of all from Nick Damon, who's down at Hertz Team Jota.
Yeah, and you're probably saying, oh, he's going to tell us about the 12, which of course is being rebuilt from scratch, but no.
Are you going to tell us about the 12, Nick?
No! Well, I might do, because there's a couple of things about the 12 I'm going to tell you. No, I was meandering down, and there's a car on the high stand. But hang on, that's too much car on the high stand. No, the 38's also got a problem. It's been there for about 10 minutes, or actually more, it's about a quarter of an hour probably. Floor's off. They are working intensively on something in the left-hand side pod. Now, I can't see what it is to even hazard a guess, but it's something in the left-hand side pod. They're also draining a lot of fluids out the car as well. I think they're perhaps just about getting to the putting it back together stage. Again, I could be being a bit optimistic with this, but it does mean, of course, that a lot of the engineers who were supposed to be rebuilding the 12 are now mending the 38. The 12...
I have a question.
You go for it.
Are they putting the race gearbox in or something?
No. The engine and gearbox are fully attached. Something's gone wrong in the left-hand side, which is located, or you Porsche 963 fans, it's just ahead of the radiators in the left-hand side pod. Now, the other thing is, the work on the 12 is absolutely massive, because what they got was a bare chassis, not a dressed chassis, John. Dressed chassis is like the pipe work, the electric, and more importantly, the wiring loom fit into it. There is no wiring loom in this car. They are currently fitting the wiring loom into it. It's in bits of wire. Look at my feet. I have a large number of wires that are all labelled up. And when I say a large number, I would say well over 100 different pieces of cable. They are doing the pipe work, which loops around the chassis right now. It is a massive job. It's not what I say, because they've got a whole engine. You have a good engine pour at the back with the engine. And you can tell they are very professional, because rather than having the action on the race and the timing screen on their screens, they've got the workshop manual. So they've got the Haynes manual for the 963s they can look at as they assemble it. Yeah, they've got the picture up there. It's amazing. I mean, it's an absolutely massive job. An undressed chassis is just so long. Look at the grommets in for the wiring and everything. It's an absolutely massive job. I think 8 o'clock tomorrow could be optimistic. But so at the moment, it's not all stations go for Hertz, it's all stations fix.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Joe Bradley is the other voice in the pit lane, and he was just down at Inception. Any further news? Has Fred Scharndorf reported anything back, Joe?
I know they're absolutely clueless, and they're not going to speculate, is what Sean Goff told me. I've gone next door, though, where I can grab a word with Julian Antlauer, who is one of the drivers in the 99 Porsche. Can we just step out here, Julian? Harry Tinknell is sat in the car waiting for this red flag to disappear. Julian, you guys, all right, you haven't got the pace, but that's not necessarily what you need. You need to go round and round. Is that going to be the tactic?
It is. I mean, it's been a tough week so far for us. We've had some issues on Sunday, so we lost a lot of time on the testing program. And let's say, so far we are just turning around the problem, the main issue on the balance of the car. We can't really find what's we can't really fix the main limiting factor for us, and that's why we're not on the pace at the moment. The car is still reliable, the car is consistent, but not on the pace we would like to be able to fight in the front. So we're trying, we drive around, we try different setups, different options we have in mind, and we try to, and we hope to finally find the right spot. And at the end of the day, we need to have a consistent car, for sure fast, but also we can expect some rain. So yeah, a lot of things can also be decided on Sunday with the weather.
Maybe the rain will balance the car. You've got a very strong lineup with Neil Jarney, Harry Tinknell. There's no weakness there with you. Julian Andlauer in the car. Is that experience that you guys have of Le Mans, is that the experience that will keep you out of trouble?
It is. It's for sure very, very helpful to have done so many Le Mans. I mean, I think if we combine all our Le Mans, we have quite a lot. I think more than my age. Sorry, I have done already 7 on my side. I'm the youngest, so it's great. For sure, it saves us a lot of time, and same for our very talented team, because we have very, very good people in this team, and I think working all together is good and really helpful. And for sure, as you said, it will hopefully, let's say, lead us out of troubles.
Yeah, thank you, Julian. Sorry to break into your meeting there. And I've got to say, guys, before I leave this 99 pit, this is the predominantly, well, it's all white with red lettering. Well, we like red and white, don't we? And it's got a green trim. It's got little bits of green trim on the rear wing, on the engine vent, on the roof, and the door mirrors, or the wing mirrors, I should say. And for me, this is kind of a retro livery, and it sort of harks back to a plainer era when plain all sort of, instead of all those sort of busy liveries that we seem to be in vogue these days, this is my favourite livery here. And I really can't explain why, because it's really quite plain. Maybe that's my personality, though.
What? That was which car, Joe?
The 99.
No, it's running in the Fat Turbo livery. It's the Dower 1994 winning car tribute.
It's just white with red lettering, though. You know what I mean? It's predominantly white. It's beautiful. I love it.
Herbert have been running a tribute livery in Creventic as well, and ran a similar one in the also as well. Let's see what the race director's got to say. Oh, nothing. Great flag is what he would have said. How long is that pit stop, Paul? Good afternoon. To Paul Trustwell. How long has that pit stop been for the Jota car?
For the number 38 Jota car, it's now on about 45 minutes, in fact going on for 50 minutes. And I just wonder, I don't quite know how the staffing works in the Jota team, but they may well be short of mechanics. I mean, they'll have enough to service both cars in terms of changing the wheels and refueling, because they'll have 2 separate teams for that. But in terms of working on something fundamental on the car, as Nick was describing, that becomes more of an issue. You'll certainly have your chassis experts, you'll have the wiring loom experts, you'll have the gearbox experts. But if they've got problems on both cars, they may well need the expert in both places. And as Nick was saying, the car has committed to do a shakedown test by 8 o'clock tomorrow evening out on the airfield, not on the track, on the airfield. But if they don't do that, their only other chance then is to get the car out in morning warm-up, noon warm-up, lunchtime warm-up on Saturday morning. Otherwise, that car's going to be out of the race altogether. Whatever, it's on the back foot. And I think there will be a lot of British fans here rooting for Jota, perhaps wanting to root for Porsche, but not wanting to go the American side, wanting to wave the flag for the UK, I don't know, but certainly they're on the back foot.
Well, as I said to David Clark in our CrowdStrike paddock walk, British privateers running Porsches have a great history here. I mean, start naming them, and I'll start with Richard Lloyd.
Yeah.
You know, they were a great fan favourite, weren't they? Undoubtedly. So, a big impact for the McLaren from United with James Cottingham on board. James got out of the car under his own steam. We'll get a word from United from our CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team.
Yes, he was well into his stint, John. He'd done 4 laps. Well, he was on his 4th lap of his stint, so he should have been settled in. But as you say, he just got onto the loose stuff, and I think from then on, you just would have been fighting for control of the car. I always see those incidents and think Mike Rockenfeller, who had a massive accident at Terre Rouge some years ago, and the way they've rebuilt the barriers there is supposed to give us a little bit more space, but the tyre wall does just stick out a little bit at the point where James hit it, and not quite sure for the reason of that. There's probably something behind there that they want to protect, but it is just as the ACO-owned part of the track goes on to the public road. So we'll say that compromises a little bit how they configure the barriers. But it's good to see James Cottingham getting out of that car, but it did cause a red flag and an interruption for, about 15 minutes.
And as the red flag was out, in a completely separate incident, although it was another McLaren, Fred Scharndorf in the Inception number 70 ground to a halt coming out of Mulsanne corner in a sort of Jesus Pereira style of way, for those of you who have long memories, although that was a Repsol Porsche, and it was in the last hour of the race and was absolutely heartbreaking. It scarred me in the early years of Le Mans. How can the race be so cruel? Driven most of the night in that car because one of his teammates had a shunt in one of the
Oscar Larari.
Yeah, Oscar Poppy Larari, yeah. They'd had a shunt in one of the support races, hadn't they? And they were on for a podium there. Gave up a podium position to the Billy Silkwood Jag.
The second place Jaguar, yes.
Joe Bradley is down at United and can give us a little bit of an update from McLaren and James Cottingham.
Well, most importantly is James has radioed in that he's absolutely fine. The car not so. They're waiting to get the car back to have a full assessment of what they need to repair on that. But the important thing is that James Cottingham is fine.
Thank you, Joe. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane.
Remarkable thing, Johnny mentioned this actually just before he did the hourly update a few minutes ago, but I am absolutely astonished. The top 12 cars covered by less than a second, which around a 3.5 minute lap. I mean, we talk about cars in the UK doing lap times of within a second of each other, and that's around the Indy circuit at Brands Hatch, or maybe the national circuit at Silverstone or somewhere. But around a 3.5 minute, 13.6 kilometre circuit, to have 12 cars, hypercars, different manufacturers, separated by less than a second.
Not only different manufacturers, but different philosophies, because we have two completely different rule sets there as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because we've got the GTP cars and the hypercars.
LMDH and LMA, as the ACO calls them.
Yes. They're all hypercars as far as the class is concerned.
Yes, exactly. Actually, if you go onto the ACO website, the Le Mans website, look up their news items, there is a very good description of how the BOP works. What they do is to describe the platform balancing, which is to balance the LMDH and the LMH cars. And then they have a second tier of balancing, which is the manufacturer balancing.
Correct.
Which balances the different brands, whether they be from Porsche or from Alpine or from Cadillac or whoever. And then there's a third level of balancing, which is performance balancing. So it's quite well explained. It's not quite well. It's very well explained on the ACO website. And if you are sufficiently interested that you want to get into the minutiae of the detail, because sometimes we just skate over some of these things. But on the website, as I say, if you look at the news items and look for BOP explained, then it does give a very good description of how the balancing works.
And if you go on to radiolemans.com and look at the features or use the search tool, and Thierry Brevet, who's the man at the head of the Clever Parts of the technical division of the ACO, and he basically has to come up with this and make it all work. He and his team, he would say it was a team effort, and of course he'd be absolutely right, because this takes an awful lot of work. He spoke to me start of the year last year when they brought this form of BOP in, or performance measuring. Actually, it's as much about the measuring as the balancing and getting the data to start with. And he explained,
get the data first.
And get all the data first, and that's all done by the ACO independently of anything that the teams or the manufacturers supply them. It's all done with the ACO monitoring, and then it goes into an ACO approved wind tunnel. It happens to be the Audi F1 wind tunnel, the Sauber wind tunnel in Switzerland. And then he went through that very clearly for us there. And then at the start of this season in Qatar, he came and joined us during the race, and we've broken both of those out as sort of inside WEC BOP stories. Go and search for those and hear the man who has to make it work talk about why as well, not just what they're doing, but what they're trying to achieve by doing it. And it actually changed my mind and my perception of what was going on quite significantly on both of those. A job that none of us want to do. Calendars and BOP.
Never mind wanting to do, I don't think I'd be able to do it.
No.
Even with the best team in the world.
Here's some radio from Matteo Caroli.
I mean, the front is rushing out big time compared to what I was used.
Roman was talking about some porpoising because of being at our ride heights that we're at, so that's going to be some of it.
I just go for another lap to double check, but I mean, it doesn't feel too normal at the moment. I will double check.
So that didn't sound like that was good news in any way, shape or form there from Ferrari. In the pit lane at the moment, the Cadillac with the gold front on it, and Sebastian Bourdais waiting to go out. Sebastian Bourdais, born in Le Mans, lived in the States for a long time now.
Son of Patrick Bourdais, who those with long memories will remember as being a race driver here at Le Mans.
Joe Bradley is down there looking at some adjustments that's going on at the back as the fat Porsche. Sorry, that is by no means saying it's a beast. The FAT number 99 Pro of Porsche climbs the curb and bails out of a lap at the very last. Joe Bradley looking at that adjustment going on behind the back of the number 2 Cadillac V-Series R.
They're still twiddling, aren't they? They're still tweaking, they're still warning. And this number 3 Cadillac has now got the rear deck put back on, so I didn't quite catch what they were doing. But it's little, they've got little spanners in there, so it's maybe a ride height or a damper change or something, a damper setting. But now that's the car off the jacks. You'll not hear it pull away. Hang on, he's been released. Yeah, you don't hear it pull away these days because it's on hyper.
But you do when it fires up eventually, which is very cool. They're sort of bump starting the car, aren't they? Track limits, 5th offence for the BMW. Marco Wittmann behind the wheel of that car. Antonio Giovinazzi just heading down towards the first chicane, across the curbs, left, then right, all over the exit, and heading down the middle part of the Mulsanne Straight. Checking in his mirror to see if anybody's catching him up. Looks a picture of calmness in that car. Oh, do you know, for a moment, just going across the line there, turning into the first corner, the AO number 14, the TF LMP2 Spike, the Dragon. I just glanced there, and all of a sudden it was a Jaguar XJR 14 in that dark purple. Just the way the sun caught it. Well, I'm not sure Tom Walkinshaw would have ever had the Dragon's wings on any of his cars. Sure that the Mighty Scott was quite that playful.
I'm not quite sure it was that shade of purple.
No,
either.
It wasn't. But
I think it may have been the light.
Do you remember that? They did have that sort of lighter shade of purple, though, on on the Ross Brawn car, on the 90, what would that have been?
1991, I think.
Yeah, 1991 car with that big rear wing when they were up against the Lola with the double diffuser, the blown diffuser. Ross Brawn obviously saw that and took that away for future use. Alpine in the pits is the number 36, which is at the moment sitting in a very creditable 7th position. Mathieu Vaxvier, Frenchman, brought it in. Alpine with car in Hyperpole later. And another track limits, but this time an overtake or outside track limits for the number 19 Lamborghini. And that was, what, half an hour ago now, 40 minutes ago. Caldarelli behind the wheel of that car when it happened. Still just on an hour and 8 minutes to go in this session. Coverage to come this afternoon here on 91.2 FM around the track and around the world on RS1 of the Road to Le Mans race. Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones lying in a darkened room for that to prepare. Let's go down to Jota where Joe's been lurking, and let's find out from Will Stevens how things are going on. Up and down day, happy and sad as far as they were concerned. Coulda, shoulda, would have been in Hypercar, but then the car was in the wall and the rebuild started this morning. Joe Bradley has this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Complete bare tub rebuild for the number 12 Jota Porsche. Will Stevens, Will, you could be lying in a dark room, you could be off somewhere having a lovely French meal, but here you are. I've been up and down this pit lane for the last 2 hours, and you have stood in this garage watching these boys and girls fix your car. I mean, that's commendable, mate. That's how much interest you have. You're sort of so engaged with this process.
Yeah, I mean, obviously these guys and girls in the team work so hard to get the cars prepared and ready for the week, and we were having such a good week, honestly, up until this point. So obviously the incident for Callum yesterday evening wasn't ideal, but it's one of those things. It's how we respond from there, so a lot of work ahead, but we'll be fine. That's what this team does. We'll be strong, and we'll be there when we need to be.
Did you used to prep your own cart, by the way?
Say that again?
Did you used to prep your own cart? It's because there's some spanners over there. Just go pick a toolbox up.
I did say I'll help out, but probably not the wisest idea. But no, obviously I'm just here to support the guys, help any way I can, really.
Mate, commendable. Thanks, Will.
Let's bounce straight to Nick Damon, who has just seen the return of the McLaren number 95. Check that, the 59. Sorry, wrong one. James Cottingham's car's come back to you. It's immediately been put under its dust cover before it was rolled back in, Nick.
Yeah, they are doing. They're being very, very secret squirrel about it. Oh no, it actually gets the cover off now. That'll be exciting. Whilst it's in the pit lane itself, they were keeping it well covered up. I think the problem, obviously, with the car is at the rear right. I think that's the most deranged of the tyres. Here it comes off. It's got him. Oh, actually, this is not massively. Well, what I was saying, it doesn't look massively serious. It's gone in heavily. It's gone in backwards.
Yeah, it went in absolutely square backwards.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I want you to have a look, if you can, at the left rear tyre and suspension. James was on the grass for a very long way, just coming to the end part of the Forest S's. And he sort of went a bit wide, went over the curb, got sideways, kept his footing beautifully controlled, it has to be said. But I'm just wondering if he might have damaged the tyre or the suspension when he came back onto the track, which then compromised his turning to the Red Hill, Tertre Rouge.
Yeah, the left rear tyre has already been removed when the first time they took it off. Suspension was actually the look about it is actually having a look to see what has been knocked in through and round. From a distance, the rear left looks pretty straight. It looks like he's slightly got away with this, and he's gone in backwards so square that the damage is limited. But after my statement on air yesterday that there was nothing wrong with the 12 when Callum Ilott came off, I'm going to kind of keep a bit quiet. But it does look like he's gone in backwards. The damage doesn't look too bad. It's expensive, obviously. But actually, as far as serious, all I can say is it doesn't look particularly serious, but then I'm not an engineer. It has taken out a few bits of the back. It has shortened the car by about 2 inches, but I think that's going to be okay.
Nick's career as an insurance assessor perhaps not quite taking off as he might have hoped there. Lovely bit of drafting down the third part of the Mulsanne Straight a moment or two ago. A couple of Porsches slipstreaming by other cars with an hour and 3 minutes to go in this session. And we'll have Road to Le Mans coming. Matt Campbell on board the number 5 Porsche Racing for Charity this year. Another incredible charitable cause from Porsche. Initiative was the word I was looking for. They're donating money for every lap any one of their cars completes in the race, and it's quite a substantial amount as well. That's going to add up very, very quickly indeed.
Let's hope so anyway.
But well, yes, for the charities, it's 3 German charities, and they've done this in the past. It's flood this time last year, wasn't it? They have done this before. The wind is just starting to get up a little bit. We'll get to the weather in about 2 or 3 minutes' time. But I did think at the back end of the CrowdStrike pit and paddock wander that we might have had a bit of rain by now. The wind picked up, and if I was on my motorcycle now, I'd be thinking, I might just skirt around there.
Yeah, it is forecast to be coming in. Those of you who have sufficiently clever weather apps to show clouds coming in, you can see them coming in from the west. My forecast suggested it wouldn't get here till about 7 to 8 o'clock this evening, which is, of course, exactly when we don't want it, because we've got the Hyperpole starting at 8 o'clock. But the impact of the wind shouldn't be underestimated. These hypercars particularly seem to be, they're definitely less aerodynamically efficient than the predecessors in the LMP1 class were, but that does have the impact of making them a little bit more susceptible, particularly to side winds. Just reflecting on that incident for the James Cottingham McLaren, the United Autosport Centred car, it was and still is listed as being the quickest car in the class, 357.558, 6 thousandths only of a second quicker than the number 60 Lamborghini Huracan, which Claudio Schiavone has used to go around in 357.564. So I was talking about how close it is in the hypercar class. Say 6 thousandths of a second only separating the times in LMGT3 as well. And again, it's worth making the point, this is a free practice session. There's no award for being fastest in it. And seeing as we've had the qualifying session for most of the cars, we saw the Hyperpole to come this evening, of course, but it is reasonable to suppose that the teams are going for race pace at the moment. They're doing long stints, they're checking tyre wear, they're checking brake wear, they're checking their power utilisation and how to optimise that. So the times we're seeing, I'm assuming, are going to be pretty much the times we're going to be getting during the race itself.
You think? All right, okay, that's very interesting. Ryan Cullen getting a warning for track limits. He is driving the number 10. Is that right? 10
yes,
car? Yes, it is.
The Vector Sport Oracle in the LMP2 class, LMP2 Pro, or the genuine LMP2 class rather than the Pro-Am subdivision. Talking of track limits, a 5-minute stop and hold penalty for the Panis Racing Orica number 65. Rodrigo Sales had that car off earlier on, but managed to get going again. He was stuck at the Ford chicane But as I say, managed to fire the car up after a brief slow zone. But the car now having to sit in the pits for an extra 5 minutes before it can go out again.
Paul Truswell and John Hindhaugh with you. We've just gone past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Time to take a little squidge at the weather.
The weather
on Radio Le Mans, brought to you by VP Fuels.
Well, top temperature today should have been somewhere around about 22 Celsius, partly sunny with a little bit of drizzle, they said. Maybe a shower late afternoon into the evening. Tonight's low now forecasted only 13 degrees, not that low at all. As we head into Friday, an afternoon shower with a top temperature of 22. Brief shower or two on Saturday with a top temperature of 19. And on Sunday, a morning shower and showers throughout the day on a top temperature of 20 degrees. That's your weather forecast here on Radio Le Mans for 2024.
Whatever the weather, you can depend on VP Fuels and Lubricants.
Well, hello to you all who are tuning in here at the track at 91.2 FM, or maybe you're sneaking a little bit of discreet listening. We've decided after a couple of tweets yesterday that Radio Le Mans is emotional support radio at this time of year. So your bosses can't stop you listening to it. It is your emotional support if you can't be here. Because clearly you're traumatised by not being here. So there you go. That's your excuse for a bit of discreet listening at work in your safe space. Cadillac Racing still on top of the times with that 3:28.442 earlier on. Has that car gone back out again? I've lost my cursor. Where's my cursor gone? There it is. That car is just going back out in the hands of Alex Lynn, in fact. The second place car is in the hands of Brendan Hartley, which means a Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010. And that's the number 8, not in Hyperpole. Nick Snailson, Ferrari AF Corse, on the number 15, Ferrari 499B in third. 0.0069. Then another half a tenth further back, Porsche Penske Motorsport, Nick Tandy in the number 4 car. That was the 75 car last year, if it makes sense. That was the extra car, if you will, or the US car. Then the second of the Toyota Gazoo Racing cars, Jose Maria Lopez filling in for Mike Conway. It's the number 7 car in fifth. 311 Whalen Cadillac. Felipe Drunovic in that car. Then it's Mathieu Vaxivière for Alpine in 7th. Ferrari F Corsa number 51, Antonio Giovinazzi in the 499P. Scott Dixon is the answer if you're asking who the Cadillac Racing driver is in the number 3 car. And that car is in 9th position. And Matteo Cairoli in the Ireland Lynx Lamborghini SC63 number 19 in 10th position. I don't think we've heard from Christopher Meese so far this weekend, or this week, should I say. We'll give it a go with Nick. We have got a bit of interference on Nick's mic from somebody who is not supposed to be on our channel, but we'll give it a go and see if we can make it work. Nick.
Chris, first of all, the 44 cars currently in the garage. Any problem?
I don't know. I just arrived. I was in our driver's room. Looks like Ben mentioned some small vibrations, so we just came in probably for a security check. Everything seems alright, so it's going out again.
So Ben's brought that 44 Proton competition forward. Now, the thing I found really amazing is this is your first Le Mans, isn't it?
Yeah, 35 years of age, and I'm a rookie here, so no, it's pretty cool to be here with Ford. Obviously, it's a new project with the Mustang. Yeah, I'm just happy and glad that they've chosen me to join Car 44 for this race.
I mean, how old is it at 35? You have to go to Paris, do your sim work, you have to do the extra laps on Sunday. Was it a lot of extra pressure, or did you find it all quite easy this qualifying?
Well, I mean, the track looks easy, but it's not 100% easy. I mean, obviously you have the long straights. Probably it's more mentally exhausting than physically, but still, like the Porsche corners and the brake zones, super important here, more important than anywhere else. So by now we have done enough laps, but still you're learning every lap you do, and it's a cool experience.
You've obviously been in GT3 machinery for a number of years with other manufacturers. How's this front engine Ford compared to them?
Well, it was a bit different when I drove it the first time, but now since I've done all the long races in IMSA and obviously in GT World Challenge in Europe, I got to know this car better and better, and I feel like now I'm finally able to extract 100% out of the car. It's cool, it's different, it's fun. I wish you could feel the vibrations we feel in the car. Well, you only hear the noise, but I can tell you it's vibrating the same amount like you hear the car from outside.
The team had a number of erratas, sort of amendments, allowable amendments within the rules prior to this race. Can you feel the difference they've made, or are they just for like reliability?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the car was always reliable. We didn't have any technical issues in Daytona or Sebring. It was always like some body work. Obviously, the rear decklet was the most obvious, which threw you off. But obviously in testing you never side draft, so the problem, what caused the problem was side drafting, but in what development test or in whatever test you normally go side drafting, right? So we figured that out quite early, had to wait for permission from the FIA to change the part. Now it's changed and it shouldn't be an issue anymore.
Enjoy your first Le Mans.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
First Le Mans. A couple of people asked me about radios. They've been on sale from Tuesday at the circuit, at the ACO sales points at Panorama at the north entrance, at Grandstand 12, at the Annex entrance, the South Tunnel, the Paddock Village, Dunlop Bridge east entrance. Tonight and from 10 in the morning till 2100 today. Tomorrow from 10 in the morning to 7 o'clock. Saturday 8 till 2200 and 8 till 1500 on Sunday at all of those locations. You can get some Radio Le Mans radios, the over-the-ear type. They work very well indeed.
I have to say I went out yesterday evening, John, as you know, to actually watch some cars, and there were radios being sold they were just in the way somehow. You know, you had to kind of skirt round them. So if you are in the Environ circuit, can't miss them.
Good. Ollie Jarvis, I think Di said she has down in the pit lane for this CrowdStrike pit report. Is that right?
I did indeed, yes, from the number 22 United Autosports. Ollie, you've just jumped out of the car. You're obviously chatting to the engineers. How's it going for you so far? How would you describe it?
I think overall we look pretty quick. Team have given us a great car, but being quick and feeling good in the car are two different things. And I think today the track's changed hugely. I think everybody's really struggling for grip. It's really difficult to drive out there. The balance changes every corner, and I'm putting it down to the wind at the moment, but a very difficult session. But like I say, the lap times are there, so we're reasonably happy.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that the grip levels have changed. Do you think it's got anything to do with the support races that have been out there this morning?
I don't think so, to be quite honest. Not unless they were driving around dropping oil everywhere. I mean, the grip just isn't there. What you could do yesterday, you just can't do today. It's 2 to 3 seconds slower.
We know you've had a lot of time out there for practice at the moment. There's still an awful long way to go, but how would you describe racing here at Le Mans?
It's incredible. It still gives you goosebumps. I think it's my 13th time here, and I still arrive with a smile on my face. And the track itself, the whole atmosphere, it's just the pinnacle of endurance racing.
Oliver, thanks for chatting to us for the moment. We'll catch up with you over the weekend. Many thanks.
Slow car on track is the Cool Racing 37 LMP2, which currently is sitting in 11th position. This is Malte Jacobsen, who I spoke to earlier on. He's going to be doing the Hyperpole in that car. This is not how they wanted to prepare for that. He's been going very slowly indeed down the third part of the Mulsanne straight. He's got round the Mulsanne corner now in that lovely tree-lined run from Mulsanne down through a couple of right-handed kinks towards Indianapolis, then Ornage. And he has got power-ish. He's got his day notice lights on, but not his headlights. He's got his hazard flashes on though, so that's all good news. Keep an eye on that to get him back. Interesting what Ollie Jarvis was saying there, Paul Truswell, about the track changing, because so many people on Sunday and after Sunday were saying how good the track was. Sunday had as more grip, or as much grip as they'd ever felt it on a test day, and it was the same yesterday.
Yes, and it's something that, again, those with Le Mans experience always tell you in that the track almost lives. It develops and it changes throughout the race. And of course that means that the engineers have got to be on their toes, because which tyres you have on, how long those tyres will last, may well be a decision which you're making by the seat of your pants, rather than by the research and the knowledge of what you've established during these free practice sessions. So that's where having a driver like Oliver Jarvis, who's had so much experience at Le Mans, can help you enormously.
And also, Ollie will say, as the AOTF number 14, purple Spike, the Dragon, just went for a ride on the final part of the Ford chicane, has rejoined. The thing that Ollie will be telling everybody is, look guys, that's as fast as this car's going to go. Because what you don't want to do, and this is very easy, this can happen very easily on a test day or in these practice sessions, you start chasing a time that you did yesterday. And if you don't know that everybody's going 3 seconds slower, if the team's not telling you, or the experienced driver's not telling you, you'll try and find those 2 or 3 seconds or half a second or whatever it is. And at that point, you're pushing yourself farther than there is performance there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And as I say, that's where the experience tells, in order to establish, is it the track, is it the car? Because as you say, you suddenly find yourself on a blind alley. What I found interesting was that Ollie didn't say, maybe he just didn't want to attribute blame, that it was due to the support races, because I have heard other drivers saying that the nature of the support races, the length of particularly the Fun Cup race, and we've got the Lamborghinis out there running on Hankook tyres, and the different tyre brands tend to leave different types of, not the debris, but the ingrained bit that goes onto the racing line. And it will be interesting because the Hyperpole session will follow the Road to Le Mans race.
Yeah.
And again, that will be high downforce cars, in the case of the LMP3 cars that participate in the Road to Le Mans. And again, what teams might find is they get used to the conditions as they are now. Then we have a Road to Le Mans race for nearly an hour. And then you go out for Hyperpole and find the track has changed again.
Yeah.
So, it really is a game of jeopardy in some ways. You've got fewer cars on the circuit for Hyperpole, so hopefully that will take away the problem with traffic. But nevertheless, you still have to have a plan which is going to work in terms of when you go for your time.
Well done to Malte Jakobsen. He's coaxed, cajoled, almost carried the 37 Clausen K Cool Racing car into the pit lane. They'll do a racing pit stop because it's good opportunity to do so.
I wonder if it was just out of fuel and they were testing how much fuel they had. That was one. Let me just have a look at stint lengths before I start speculating about that.
Well, they are putting fuel in it on the pit lane. There's no tyres being proffered to that Wisdom Audio sponsored machine. And yeah, still fuel going in. And now they change the tyres. Interesting. Maybe one of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters can find that out for us. Don't forget, hashtag RLM_24H. If you have just arrived, let us know where you first heard us coming down the A13. And check out the Instagram, Radio Show Ltd. Radio Show Ltd. Instagram being filled up nicely with some videos and various other bits and pieces of media. Paul Marquardt and Joe Bleasdale working very, very hard on that this year to give you, who perhaps can't make it here, a little more of the atmosphere of Le Mans 2024. Or, if you are here, just to let you see some of the things that go on behind the scenes.
There was an outlap from Matheson, so Malte Jakobsen. So he did a single lap, but bringing the car back in after that single lap. And as you said, John, as you described, it looked like what they call a hot pit stop when they came in for Ritomo Miata to get into the car.
It's got Nick Damon in the pits.
It's cooled down rapidly, this pit stop. They've taken off the rear deck, they've taken off the engine cover. Though interesting, what they're actually now adjusting is an element in the back in the suspension. I think it's actually part of the anti-roll bar they're actually adjusting. So it's almost like that was going to be a stop that may have been caused by something else entirely. It's a very strange situation here. We're just going to have a quick word with Malta about what was going on. Just to meander in there very quickly. Just take to his teammate. Malta, what was the situation there? We're positive you may have been a bit short of fuel.
Yeah, we were trying to go out and go up for as long as possible on the tyres, and unfortunately we had the elimination on the left front tyre.
So basically, was that a double sinted set of tyres, or was it even a triple?
Even longer than that. So,
oh, right.
Yeah, we were trying to go quite long, but obviously we had the elimination and the bodywork was already destroyed quite a bit. And therefore we tried to just go back at full course yellow speed to protect the car and not destroy more than necessary.
And that was the front left, you say?
Yes, correct.
Thanks, Malta.
You're welcome.
20 laps in that case, assuming that they hadn't changed the tyres since the beginning of the stint for the cool racing car. But it just goes to show you never know quite what the teams are testing. Just because the car comes into the pits doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be changing tyres. They may well be making a number of pit stops, but leaving the same tyres on the car whilst they perhaps make other changes.
Yep. Giving Malte, who is the most experienced driver at Le Mans in that car, both of his teammates are first timers, giving Malte the opportunity to feel like as the tyres do degrade, you might as well get your money's worth out of these tyres because it's not an infinite resource. So doing something like that and running a tyre all the way to the end of its life gives you good information. Mansai Pure Racing, the number 92 car. This is the car which is white and yellow with the purple door mirrors, ready to go out on its Goodyear Eagle medium compound tyres.
It's the team that currently leads the GT3, LMGT3 category in the World Endurance Championship. So I suppose we do tend to overlook, but does it really matter, World Endurance Championship, with their double points available here at Le Mans for the World Endurance Championship. So it's good reason for teams who are interested in the whole championship to get a good result here. So double points on offer for the 24 hours. Interesting that over the last half hour or so, maybe even 45 minutes, we've not really had any improvements in terms of times at the top. And what we have had is some very significant pit stops, certainly from the hypercar class. As far as the LMP2 class is concerned, we have had some changes around there because Paul Lafargue, not Paul Lafargue, but the number 28 Orica, which is the car that Paul Lafargue drives, Job Van Outert and Rashad de Guerras, the other two drivers of that car, have now moved up to second place in the LMP2 class, but fastest in LMP2 is the other cool racing car, which Matt Bell had that accident with earlier in the session. So interesting that both LMP2 and LMGT3 fastest drivers have both pushed beyond a little bit what the track is capable of giving them. A 337.342 for the Cool Racing Orica number 47. Edex Sports Orica number 28 is second fastest with a 338.005, and then third fastest is the car which won the 24 hours in the LMP2 class last year, the number 34 into Europol competition Orica, currently in the hands of Kuba Schmikowski, and that's done as 3 minutes 38.254. Then it's the number 22 United Autosports Orica of Ollie Jarvis, from whom we heard a few minutes ago. Ollie actually being shown in the car according to my screen at the moment. Whether that's actually still correct, I'm not sure, because he seemed quite happy talking to our pit reporter a moment ago. Anyway, Ollie Jarvis then in the number 22, fourth fastest in P2 with a 338.258. So again, very close indeed in the class, just 0.6 of a second separating first from second, 0.2 of a second separating second from third, and 0.004 of a second back to Oliver Jarvis in fourth place. And in fact, the next car behind him is not very far behind either, because that's just done a 0.052 of a second further behind. So, in fact, LMP2, you can get to see how many cars there are within a second of the P2 class leader. And it's not as many as in the hypercar class, but it's 8 cars that are all within a second of the pole position car, with the number 45 CrowdStrike Racing Orica, Nicky Katzberg, in 8th place only, with a 338.702, but a time, as I say, that's less than a second off pole position. So in terms of these times, it's interesting that what we heard about Ollie Jarvis saying that times slower than they were yesterday, but they're all much of a muchness. They're all very, very close in terms of the times that are being set.
Paul Truswell with me, John Hinoff in the booth. We've just lost at Indianapolis the number 65. Yes, it is the number 65. The yellow. This is the Panix Racing P2 car, yellow-red car with it almost Mark VDS sort of head on the side of that. And
second time that car's been off in this session.
That is the quickest LMP2, with Scott Huffaker at the wheel of that car, the North American driver. Just before I go to Nick Damon for an update on the Inception McLaren, if you weren't with us earlier this week, you missed one of the great endurance stories from this year before we even got the race, and that was Harry Chandler, who works at Bentley, and to recognise and honour the 100th anniversary of Bentley's first participation here at the Le Mans 24 Hours, and also because he and his friends had had some been personally affected by cardiac events in some of their young friends, he decided to ride his bicycle 1,000 kilometres from Bentley to the front gates of the Le Mans 24-hour circuit here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. He very early in this, he sent Eve and I a very professional presentation and asked if we could help out and if we had any suggestions. And it was I was quite emotional when he turned up on Wednesday, and we got him on Midweek Motorsport. He's done a tremendous job, along with his mum and dad and his uncle. They've all pulled together, and the motorsport community has as well, including quite a lot of you, our listeners on the collective, who've thrown in their 10s and 20s and 30s and 50 euros and pounds and dollars and whatever. And I did say we weren't going to finish just because he'd got to the line. He's over 50% of his target now, which is to provide free cardiac screening for young people for 2 days. That's around about £6,500 per day. And we're more than halfway there. But I did say we would keep going all the way through. And I said if anybody corporately who was listening would like to put some money in, I'd give them a name check. And fair play to Gibson Technology, who have just made a donation to Harry of a couple of £100, 250 quid actually. So Gibson Tech, the guys from Derbyshire, thank you very much indeed for pushing that total up. We'll be keeping an eye on that Just Giving page. If you want to know more details about it, use the search engine Just Giving, and if you look either for Harry Chandler or the Tour du Mont, then you will find out all the details. It's basically all for cardiac screening in the young too. Incredibly, we have 12 people a month are dying from cardiac disease that has not been found in them. No previous symptoms in young people under 25. Sometimes it happens when they're playing sports, sometimes just when they're out walking the dog or doing nothing at all. It's an incredible statistic, and one that can be helped by screening, and that's what Harry's trying to do. Cardiac research in the young. Harry Chandler, Tour du Mont, look it up, and thanks to Gibson Tech for all of their donation. I promised you Nick Damon. Let's give you Nick Damon down with Inception. I'm going to send Joe Bradley to the number 6 Porsche in a moment as well, because somebody's going on there. Nick, what can you tell us about the Fred Scharndorf car that ground to a halt when it came out of Mulsanne corner?
Well, it was quite. First of all, it was being walked back into the pits completely differently from the United Autosports McLaren, which was under a sheet and all damage. There's no visible damage on this car. As they came down, it's walked down by the engine. It's walked down by the mechanics, and there's a marshal or a pit lane marshal with a big yellow flag. He's almost like the red flag you used to have to walk behind the car in the 1890s. So basically, he's waving this flag at the same time as the DKR engineering car, which is next door, wants to come in. And there's a standoff between the 33 DKR engineering car and the marshal with the yellow flag, because he didn't know what they were doing. But eventually, after about 10 seconds of staring at each other, they decided that perhaps the DKR car was allowed to go into his pit stop. That was okay. Anyway, then he came Inception, and they lifted the boot, probably hoping to find a wire out of place, or perhaps a fuse had blown. Unfortunately, they found a huge amount of gearbox oil. So that's not good news. So it looks like they've got the best gearbox, the worst gearbox failure. It's not the control room to be reset or a couple of bits of electricity. Unfortunately, it's big mechanical oily bits.
I'm with Colin Brown from the CrowdStrike Racing up the other end of the pit lane from Nick. Colin, we tried to get a chat with you yesterday. It didn't quite work out, so I appreciate you waiting. But good to see you. How are you, first of all?
Yeah, doing great. Happy to be here, having a good time, and looking forward to getting going on Saturday.
How satisfied are you with how things are going for yourself and the team so far?
Yeah, I think it's gone good. I mean, it's been a bit of a circumstance that, we didn't get really a chance to try to make it into the Hyperpole. Just never got a clear lap. But, we have a fast car. I did a good lap in the first practice that I think was going to be P2, but we got it dinged for track limits. So, it's so tight, it's on the edge. But,
we
know we have a fast car. We've got a well-prepped car. Nikki and GK have been doing a great job, and kind of a shame we didn't make the Hyperpole, but that's just the lottery of the traffic and the outlaps and trying to put it together. It's it's tough. It's tough to get it all put together and nail that lap for sure.
How challenging is it to drive this circuit?
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is my second year in a row here now in the P2 car, so a bit easier, I would say, than last year, but still. It's Le Mans, it's tough, it's ever-changing, everything's a little different always. The wind direction has such a big influence on the balance, but, it's all those things just come with experience, and you try to filter through it and make good sense of it so we can improve the balance of the car in the practice, and hopefully it's dialed in for Saturday.
Have you had any issues with the tyres at all? A number of teams have said they're sort of losing grip quite a lot.
Yeah, we've been trying to do what we can to take care of them. I think, the Algarve Pro guys are focused on that. I think we're more focused on that than we are getting the peak out of them in qualifying trim. So hopefully that pays off in the race, but we'll see.
All right. Thanks, Colin.
Thank you.
we'll have Nick Damon with an update from down in the pit lane and our CrowdStrike pit report in just a few moments' time. Naveen Rao just been off the track in the restored to life Cool Racing number 47, which toured in with that tyre issue. A very long run on the tyre. The work at Hertz Team Jota continues on that pristine, what looks to be a brand new chassis, which they're having to dress and build from scratch. They will have done this already when they got their cars from Porsche. Indeed, the first one that they got, they had to do this in the 2 weeks before they raced it at Spa last year. So they know how to do this, but it's still a very, very involved process. All right, more updates from the circuit. Half an hour to go. Let's take an hourly update.
Hourly updates, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100.
A quick hello to Blur Fiends, who's in his lunch hour in the Porsche workshop, working on the usual lovely array of very shiny Porsches. This is free practice 3. We'll have full coverage of Hyperpole tonight. Let's take United Autosports first of all. 2 cars that are leading classes have had incidents out on the circuit. United Autosports Jim Cottingham reversed the car into the barriers at Tertre Rouge, but the 59 car still scored as the best of the GT3s, ahead of Iron Lynx in second place and GR Racing Ricardo Pera in third position. 59, 60 and 86 from the 777 Erwin Bastard driven D-Station racing car, just going back out the track now. Then the 77 of Ryan Hardwick, Proton Competition Mustang, and the 55 in sixth position of Vista AF Corsa, Simon Mann. In LMP2, it's the Panis Racing Scott Huffaker, number 65. That car off the track and into the wall quite hard at Indianapolis, did right front damage to that car. I'm not sure that car's coming back actually in this session. Cool Racing, Naveen Rao in second place. Naveen behind the wheel now with Malte Jakobsen, who qualifies that car in the Hyperpole. So 47 in second place by, where are we? 31.4 against, I can't read that time screen. I'm going to have to do that on the other one. It's 0.6 of a second on there. And in third, it's another Pro-Am category car, the AO by TF Sport. Louis Delatraz in the car at the moment, although the car's in the pit, should I say. That's the number 14 machine. That's Spike, the Purple Dragon. EDEX Sports 28 is in fourth. The fifth place car is the 34 Inter Europol competition yellow and green car. United Autosports number 22, Bijou Garg in sixth position. And at the top of the shop in hypercar, it's Cadillac. Alex Lynn and the Cadillac V Series no, it's not actually. It's Lawrence Vanto who is ahead of Alex Palau in second place. So Porsche Penske Motorsport back to the top, ahead of Alex Palau in second place for Cadillac Racing, now the number 2. Felipe Drugovich in the pits for Whelen Cadillac Racing in third position. That's how it stands with 25 minutes and 20 seconds to go here on Radio Le Mans from Le Mans in 2024.
Hourly updates brought to you by Hertz, getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
So slow zone that Rio Hirakawa is in at the moment in the number 8 Toyota. Number 8 is the better of the two-place Toyotas in fourth. Its teammate is in seventh position, Kamui Kobayashi behind the wheel of that car. They're going to start slightly further down than they wanted to because their qualifying is done and dusted. What are you watching, Paul? Who's doing the long runs? Who's getting the data in? And who's getting ready for Hyperpole this evening?
A bit of both, really. We're getting to that point where, as you say, with half an hour to go, the focus is beginning to change for some of the teams, those lucky ones who are through into the Hyperpole. why do I say lucky? Well, I think it was prompted by the comments from Toyota, who described the qualifying session yesterday, which enabled them to either get into or not get into Hyperpole. Toyota described it as a lottery with the traffic. And I have to say that I feel a little bit of sympathy for them, because it was a bit of a lottery trying to get into getting a clear lap. And of course, for the umpteenth time, we then had a red flag bringing the session to a close. Remember, on the test day on Sunday, we had a red flag bringing the session to a close, just as Johnny and I were getting all excited about it being a grandstand finish. And then the qualifying session yesterday was similarly afflicted with that. But no, we have had some decent long stints. We've had some 12 lappers. 13 laps were completed earlier on, right at the beginning of the session, by Mick Schumacher at the wheel of the number 36 Alpine. Certainly looking specifically at the hypercars, 13 laps is about what I would expect them to be doing. Multiply 13 by 3.5, if you can't do it in your head, I did it earlier on, comes out to 46 minutes. So we're going to be looking, and I'm hoping that our pit reporters are taking close note, every 46 minutes or thereabouts, we're going to have one of the hypercars coming in. Bear in mind there's 23 of them.
That's not that far different from, it's probably a couple of laps, isn't it, different from the LMP2 cars. And what about the GT3s then?
Well, the sums go like this. So an LMP2 car is going to be averaging 3 minutes 40 seconds per lap and doing 11 laps per stint, and that works out the stint length of 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Now, particularly bear in mind the first stint is going to be shorter because of the need to cover a lap into the a lap behind the pace car, and also any fuel that they may use warming the cars up, and that shouldn't be ignored.
Yeah, good point.
He says from experience of having to have responsibility for putting fuel into cars in other series. It does
bitter experience, Paul.
No, just a little bit of a close run thing. Anyway, so we'll be expecting the P2s to come in after about 40 minutes, and the LMGT3s, now this is where I'm having to speculate a little bit because I'm not quite sure if they'll be managing 10 or 11 laps, but their lap time's considerably slower than the P2s.
4 minutes.
They're going to be around 4 minutes, and so you can probably do that one in your head. 40 minutes if it's a 10 lap stint, or 44 minutes if it's an 11 lap stint for the LMGT3s. So P2s will be coming in first, the LMGT3s will be hot on their heels, and then we'll get the hypercars in. But it does mean, just think about this for a minute, 62 cars are going to be in the pits within 15 minutes of the end of the first hour.
The CrowdStrike pit lane report, I'm with Klaus Bachler, who's watching on as one of his teammates takes the 92 for a pit stop. This car's been coming in and out a lot. You've been doing a lot of short runs in and out. What's the plan you're going through?
Yeah, at the moment we are preparing for Hyperpole, which is later in this evening. Now we were a bit unlucky with the slow zone, so we could not do our full program, but in the end it's only free practice, and as I say, we try everything to put the car later tonight on pole position. Hopefully it works. It's not the most important, but in the end it would be a dream, to start here this amazing race from pole position, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Do you think getting pole is more important to the drivers than it is to the team?
In the end, we also fight for a championship. The pole positioner is also extra point for the championship. And I think, honestly, as a driver, it's a dream, but also I think for every team, they like it. It's for sure a risk also, because you go maximum to the limit. A small mistake can end up everything. But that's how it is in racing, and it's such a cool place here, so we try it.
First year we've seen GT3s in the big race. Do you think they work well around this circuit?
Yeah, definitely. It's 9 different manufacturers, 23 cars in the class, so it's really cool also for us drivers, because it's high competition with a lot of different manufacturers. Everything is working well. The cars are proven, so we had already 3 races this season. I think it will be really good for the future also.
Great stuff. Thanks, Klaus.
Thank you.
Nick Damon in the pit lane for us. Couple of tweets coming in using the hashtag RLM_24H. A right turn lover said, who is the young headsetted person in the RLM_24H booth?
That'll be me.
That's right, and me. It is actually, come on in, this is Joe Blaisdell. Say hello.
Hello.
Yeah, you see, you weren't expecting that. You're just sitting in.
Oh, do you have the mic up?
Yeah, I've got the mic up. You are talking to the world. Joe, what have you been doing this week with Bob, first of all?
Well, we came a week today, actually. Arrived at the Le Mans circuit. We've been helping set up the studio, making sure that the antenna's up so all you lovely people can hear the commentators loud and clear, and the pit lane reporters, and yeah, moving on and helping out the social media now.
That is the second part of your job. So you for a couple of years have held out. Actually, 3 years now, isn't it?
Fourth year.
Fourth year. Wow.
Minus the COVID.
Yeah. Oh, yes, of course. One before COVID as well. Yeah, good point. So now you transition onto another set, because everybody does more than one job here at Radio Le Mans. And you've been working with Paul Marquardt on the Insta and the X accounts.
That's it. Yeah. So getting out and about at the circuit, seeing what's happening. We had a trip up to the fan village today, saw some interesting circus acts, if anyone spotted that on Twitter. And yeah, just gearing up towards the race. And the Instagram, if you want to follow it, is Radio Show Limited. And on Twitter, or X, whatever you want to call it, RLM_24H. We'd love to get your comments and any discussion and predictions that you have for the race.
That's Radio Show Ltd on Instagram, and either at Radio Le Mans or at RSL_studio. But use that hashtag RLM_24H. Now, this is a big year, because you're not the only Blaisdell here. Because your younger brother is having his first experience of this.
He is. My dad's brought him over for his first taste of Le Mans, so they've actually just arrived. They sent me a picture, camped up, and yeah, I think they're really, really excited and looking forward to get stuck in.
So Ben's your younger brother.
He's 20 years old, yeah.
Yeah.
20 years young.
And why has he not been here before? Because your family is mad on motor racing.
I think my dad just likes his own space when he comes to this event, and now he's of age, he can come and enjoy it in the same way that my dad's set to enjoy it, I think.
And Fran is the father. Hello to Sharon as well, who will be at home. Joe, thanks very much for all your hard work. He's going to stay in the studio for a little bit longer as well. Spirit and Wood, Alistair says, do all the LMPs have to have LEDs lit up next to the number on the side? Only the ones that are first, second and third. Are those the number panel?
I'm not quite sure what's meant by LEDs.
No, they haven't got them. That's ELMS and
no, they do have the red lights on the side.
Do they?
Yeah, one, 2 or 3 lights.
Yeah.
Which I was able to use last night when I was out watching the cars go past, and very useful it proved too. So the one with they're all colour coded: red for the Hypercar, blue for the LMP2s, and orange for the LMGT3s. 1 red light means cars in first place, 2 means it's in second, and 3 means it's in third. What you don't know is who's in fourth down to 19th, but it's a step in the right direction. And so yesterday during the qualifying session it was working quite well. They're not mandatory,
they're not?
but they're just there to help. What is mandatory is the number panel on the side that has to be illuminated at night.
I saw a couple of people have been told about that yesterday. Inside the last 15 minutes now, Nick Damon has this crowd strike report with a man who was drafted in at the last moment. Nick.
Yeah, we got a super sub. Bring my super sub out. It's Jack Horton. Jack, how pleased are you to be here, and how surprised are you to be here?
Really pleased to be here. This is awesome. It's something I've always wanted to do, and then obviously to get the late call, a bit of a surprise, but yeah, I mean, absolutely delighted to be here. Really enjoying it.
So you hop out the Vassar Sullivan car and you go into the Acodis car. Are they very the same, or is there a difference between the two versions of the Lexus?
I mean, the pretty similar. Obviously, there's some differences on the aero, just regulations, but for the most part, pretty similar. And obviously, different tyre, Goodyear instead of Michelin, which I'm used to. But yeah, just some differences in setup and stuff. But pretty. I say, like, I know the car very well, so it feels like home still.
But a very different team and a very different atmosphere. The IMSA atmosphere and this Le Mans atmosphere is very different. Different the way the pits are, different the paddock is. I mean, obviously you're a European racer, you're used to it, but obviously after the time you spent, does it feel odd?
Yeah, no, I'm very obviously based mainly in the US, so this is a little bit new to me. Sure.
So, how do you feel basically the team's doing pace-wise? Do you think the Lexus is on the pace with the other cars?
I think we're in the mix. Yeah, I don't think we're the fastest, but we're up front and winning around it. So super excited to go racing, and the team's made me feel super welcome, and hopefully I can help a little bit with some experience from the US.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because you've got to get involved in all the kind of Volderol tomorrow. I mean, it's a weird day, is it, tomorrow, where you've got so many things to do, but none of them involve driving the car.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit like the Saturday at the Indy 500. So we've obviously got the parade and everything, but no driving. So tomorrow will be a day of relaxing, and obviously I came in last minute from the US, so I'll use that time to rest up a bit, enjoy the parade, soak it all in, and then go racing Saturday.
Great stuff. Good luck, Jack.
Thank you.
Jack Hawksworth, absolute superstar. We love talking to him in the States. Again, apologies for somebody stamping all over our frequency there. Paul Truswell.
Just to mention, there's been 2 faster times since the hourly update 15 minutes ago. The first being for the number 6. We now got a Porsche at the top of the times, Lawrence Vantor.
Yeah, I did mention that, yep.
You did, okay, at 3:27. And Kamui Kobayashi has kept the car on the road this time, and his second
Didn't mention that one.
Are you right?
So I've got the Porsche. He went to the top ahead of the Cadillac, and now Camui's just dropped in the middle of the two of them.
3:27.8. So that's broken down. Oh no, he's still got 12. No, it's less than that now. We've only got 4 cars now within a second of one another at the top of the list with those 2 quicker times. But the other point that I was going to make about them, can't remember now, it's gone from my mind.
3:30s.
Yes, we're dropping beneath the 3-minute 30s, and we're going to have another full course yellow before the end of this session, which is going to spoil a lot of people's hopes of going quicker at the end of this session.
And that is for debris just before the first chicane, I think. Here is the full course yellow.
And that's the first full course yellow we've had in this session. In fact, I'm trying to think now whether we had any in either of the other free practice sessions. We haven't had a full course yellow, no.
We had a test of a full course yellow
on test
day when they ran the timing in the first part of the day as race timing as well, and they didn't test safety cars at that point as well, which is why they ran the timing as if it was a race, so that the safety car drivers got the right people.
I know what I was going to say. It was Sperethorpe B-Joy Garg, who's was kept back from the United Autosports team for quite a long time. This is the number 22 United Autosports LMP2 car. B-Joy Garg having his debut at Le Mans, but he was kept back until the end of this session. But I suspect, due to the over-enthusiasm of his co-drivers, who went over track limits, his first straying over the track limits ended in a penalty, because it's the car that gets penalised for track limits, not the driver. So poor old B-Joy is suffering the indiscretions of his co-drivers.
2-1. Full course yellow removed.
I just wanted to get to the end of that because we could. Timed that rather nicely, I thought. Under 10 minutes to go now for this third and penultimate free practice session. We still have to set the first 4 rows of each of the 3 classes, and we'll do that tonight in Hyperpole.
And that's going to be dramatic in an extreme, because hopefully, I mean, I'm looking forward to it, hopefully the issue of traffic won't be a problem because there's only going to be 24 cars out, 8 from each of the categories. They've got 2 sets of tyres to use in a half-hour session. So I think we can fairly confidently expect everybody to split that into part 1, part 2.
And they are 2 extra sets of tyres.
Yes.
They do not come out of their race allowance, and you can choose whatever versions of whichever tyres are available to your class.
Exactly. And whilst on the subject of tyres, somebody asked yesterday, what's the situation with warm-up? You can use any tyres you like for warm-up. The 14 sets that you're allowed for the race are purely for the race. So the warm-up, you can take out anything you want. There's no
so again, that's not coming out of your...
That's not coming out of any other allocation.
Right. Okay.
Although purely for cost purposes, there probably will be tyres that were used in Hyperpole or earlier in one of the free practice sessions, just because you won't really necessarily want to bolt a new set of tyres on to do a 15-minute warm-up session.
No. It's really just to make sure that the car fires up and is fine, because it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon before, or actually a little bit earlier than that, but let's say 3:30 in the afternoon before it's going to turn a wheel again. And that means it would have been standing for some of these teams for pretty much 24 hours. And race cars don't like standing around. There's quite an involved procedure in starting a race car up. It's not something that you can, it's not like just popping out to your car and blipping it and hitting the start button as you tend to do nowadays. The fluids, even on the GT cars, the LMGT3 cars, have to be warmed up beforehand. Audi it was, I'm fairly certain. And, back in the day, used to have a special pump, a bit like a bypass machine, where you used to have engine oil and coolant, I'm going to say water, it wasn't, that was pumped around through 2 connections on the side of the cars on the old open-top Audi R8s. And that was part of the warm-up, was that the fluids weren't really ever freezing cold. They were pumped in on, like I say, on this bypass machine to bring the engine up the temperature before they sealed it off, checked all the levels, and then the car went racing. That fantastic old V8 engine. Exactly the same external dimensions as an Audi 4.2 V8 of the same era. And there were plans afoot to turn some rapid times on the Nürburgring Nordschleife with Audi street cars, road cars, that had that engine transplanted into it. And I remember talking to Ulrich Beretsky about that when I was at the old Audi Sport headquarters, which were attached to the factory. And I said to him, oh yeah, that'd be no good though. Because, you know, it's a race engine, you'd have to whip it out every 2,000 or 3,000 kilometres. And he went, oh no, I can't remember which one it was, but I think we've got engine 404, which is on to 18,000 racing kilometres. We've not even had the heads off it yet. And I'm like, what? And Brad Kettler, who still is the man to talk about, one of the men to talk about when it comes to Audi R8 prototypes. He knows pretty much all of those engines intimately, having worked on most of them. Absolutely confirmed that. Amazing things they were. Brilliantly engineered.
Sebastian Bourdais putting in another quick lap for Cadillac. Got Cadillac's third, fourth and fifth now.
Throttle while braking.
Oh, that was interesting. So no overlapping of the throttle while braking is what they've just asked for Seb, even though he's doing a quick lap.
That's what they tell you when you go karting.
Yeah.
No, I was talking to someone over breakfast about the Cadillac threat. I think a lot of people came into this year's race saying that Cadillac weren't really going to be a feature, but they were.
Really?
I think a lot of people were overlooking them. I mean, they did have the fourth place earlier this year taken away from them for a technical infringement, which we are told had no actual impact on the performance of the car. But they are looking quite strong, aren't they, there, with 3rd, 4th and 5th places. And Ferrari's powered are very dry indeed out there. Oh, talking of dry, I've had a message from our old friend Nick Holland, who suggests there's a bit of moisture in the air.
Yeah.
Through one and then lock the rears and away into 2. Still just a bit of an inconsistent balance, but the Porsche car was on the last lap.
So that was Charlie Eastwood with his distinctive Northern Irish accent, which is interesting because that car is showing in the pits. It's just clicked over to show it as on its outlet, that car being the number 81 TF Sport. We're going to keep an eye on the times in the last few minutes, as Bourdais did put a faster time in, 3:28.3. Keeps him in 5th position. Full course yellow procedures being broken by the Porsche number 6 and the McLaren number 59, and that will be the end of the session for those two cars. Full 5 minutes stop and go penalty. Diana Binks can update us from the pit lane with this CrowdStrike report.
I can indeed. I've just had a chat with the 51 Ferrari AF Corsa team. The car is in the garage. They're frantically working on the connector and sensor issue, which they're trying to resolve. They were hoping to get back out for a couple of laps, but I don't think they're going to make it. I think they're going to run out of time. So, all hands at the deck here for the 51.
Thank you, Diana. Very noisy pit lane as ever here into the last couple of minutes. James Cottingham car was in the wall. Well, I don't know how long that goes back to, in fairness, but,
but we haven't had a full course yellow, as we said.
Before that.
We hadn't had a full course yellow before Cottingham went off, so I think there might be something strange about that message, but might have been a different car that was just wrongly entered.
Bit of Ferrari radio going on in the background in the number 51 car. That's the Alessandro Paguidi, among others, car that is in the pit lane at the moment. The 50 car just goes across the line for Antonio Fuoco and starting a quick lap. He's got a clear track ahead of him through the Dunlop chicane. Really clobbered the apex curb on the right hander there under the Dunlop bridge. Now diving down. If he was a motorcycle, he would have peeled off to the right, but he's not, so he's continued down through the S's. The car ahead of him is the number 95, and one of the GT3 cars. He'll hope to hit him on the Mulsanne straight somewhere where he can get easily through. And the 51 car is being rolled out of the pit lane, onto the pit lane, I should say. And there's a set of medium tyres from Michelin going on that car. And let's go back to Diana, and the problem was?
They had a problem with the sensor wiring.
Oh.
We just had to have that translated. Sorry, just getting out of the way of the car there. But they have made it out, which they're happy to do. I wasn't sure when I chatted to you just a few minutes ago, but they've worked really hard to get that back out.
Di, can you? I know it's difficult, but can you see if that was the FIA WEC sensor wiring that was the recorder loom, as it's sometimes called, or whether it was some of their own sensor wiring? And we have had issues with things like the torque sensors before, cost Toyota a win at Portimao a couple of seasons ago. So, right, interesting that. So, sensor wiring on the 51 Ferrari. Meantime, how's the 50 machine getting on its lap? Antonio Fuoco, not bad in the first sector. He's yet to catch the GT United Autosports Marino Sato, number 95. Checking flag is out, so it will be this lap alone for the 51. They will not get a flyer, but I suspect this is as much just about seeing if they've got the car back together again. BMW number 15, which was quickest in fact yesterday. Dries Van Tor now in behind his brother Lawrence Vantor, who's taken the checkered flag in the number 6. They're not on the same part of the circuit. So Dries Vantor is the last person across the line who didn't get the checkered flag. The first person to see it was the number 11, Isotta Fraschini, Antonio Serravalle. Here's Dries then on a flyer, trying to get his eye in for Hyperpole later on, through the first chicane and down the middle part of the Mulsanne straight. He's had to go past a Cadillac there, the number 2 car of Alex Palou, who's I think is on a slowdown lap at the moment. Ahead of him, he has the number 91 Porsche in the hands of Yasser Shaheen as he goes towards the second chicane and negotiates that now. Also ahead of him is the 27, which is the Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Checkered flag out, remember.
New top screen.
And Ferrari goes to the top. That lap from Antonio Fuoco that we saw, we talked about him starting, has set a new benchmark for this session of 3:27.2. And what's Dries Vantor's times looking like? He's on a personal best at the moment. He's 0.0149 away from Fuoco's time, and at the moment he's 0.167 up. So this is potentially a fastest lap. Goes past Yasser Shaheen on the run down to Mulsanne corner, the tight right-hander. And heading into Mulsanne now and goes through it. Now, where's he disappeared to? No, he's well beyond that. My apologies. He's going through Indianapolis and Arnage, so he's on the run back now towards Porsche curves. A much more difficult run than it looks. Slightly curving to the left, and there's the camber on the road, and you've got to get your turn into that insanely fast left-hander at Porsche curves, done absolutely rightly. And traffic ahead, but not much, as he's coming through now through the Porsche curves. Dries Vantor with an opportunity here to go back to the top for the second session in succession, as we are waiting to see the car coming from our left. He comes across the line. I can hear the car, I can't see the car. It's coming through behind me. Let's wait for the time. 3:27.4 is what he's got. He's 0.167 up on that in the 2 splits. I'm waiting for Vantor to come across the line. It should be about now. And he's pitted. He pitted. He didn't finish the lap. Well, interesting. Very interesting, Paul. He was up in that first 2 sectors.
Well, we saw Sebastian Buemi do that, didn't we? And to be fair, the same situation had occurred for Alessandro Pierguidi as well in the Ferrari, didn't he? Because he only came out for an out lap and then faced the checkered flag. So it's almost as if they don't want to show us a full lap. But of course the telemetry will be good enough, the GPS systems are good enough, so that the teams themselves will know what they're capable of. But in absolute terms, for the first time this weekend, the times are not surprisingly quick. They're actually slower than they went in the qualifying session yesterday. We heard from Oliver Jarvis, who said that the track was generally slower yesterday, but it does mean that Hyperpole, whatever setup you're going to put on that car, could well not actually be as quick as qualifying was yesterday. And of course the implication of that is the grid positions will be set purely on the Hyperpole times. You can't go back to your qualifying time and say that was a quicker lap, can I use that please? No, Hyperpole is the only session which will count. And in terms of the usage of the tyres, you've probably got 2 or 3 laps if you're really on it, and then you'll be into the pits, another set of tyres, try and do it again. So it really is going to be a fascinating session later on this evening.
I know we can't extrapolate perfectly from what we're seeing here, because everybody's playing a little bit of a game of cat and mouse. Well, I think this is boiling up really, really nicely, Paul.
It has been, well, really, since the test day.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
You know, it's...
Let's just have a listen to people, Tarani. Go ahead, people. Oh, no. Slightly different helmet colour for Pete Ward. He's got satin on the helmet, which is really good. It's been boiling up quite nicely since the test here, Paul. Hang on a second. We have got a slow-moving P2, which is the 183. I think the AF Corsa, Nico Varone. I think he's run that out of fuel. The black car with the tricolour on the front of that. So that car's going to take a wee while. Coming up next, by the way, we've got the build-up to the first of 2 Road to Le Mans races on the full circuit. Before that, Peter Mackay will be looking at endurance, teamwork and speed, the cornerstone of our CrowdStrike IMSA Awards, the 3 cornerstones. Can you have 3 cornerstones? Of the Endurance, Teamwork and Speed Award from IMSA. Looking back into the history of Le Mans and picking out some endurance, some teamwork and some speed that has caught his eye in the last century. Bubbling up nicely since the test, Paul, you said, yes?
Yes, and I'm still none the wiser. People keep on asking me who's going to win.
But isn't that great?
It is, absolutely. I just feel that with 3 free practice sessions under my belt, plus 1 qualifying session, I should know a little bit more than I did when I got here. And I don't feel that I do. I'm disappointed in myself. I'm letting myself down here.
You're letting yourself down, you're letting the listeners down, Paul.
I know. Because it's so hard to call.
That's why we love live sport, Paul.
There's so many things that jeopardise it still. This idea of the power gain on the balance of performance. We don't really know how that's going to affect performance amongst the cars. The way the pit stops are going to pan out, how's that going to head them up? The busyness, not the business, but the busyness of the pit lane. It's going to be so easy in that first pit stop to lose 5 seconds just manoeuvring your car out of the way of somebody else.
And there was, and they have been looking at unsafe releases in the pit lane as well, which we've not really had to think about here at Le Mans down through the years. I remember one of the MGs getting clobbered and damaging the floor. But I mean, where am I going back there? 2006, 2007?
And the responsibility there is very clearly, and the race organisers have said this, very clearly in the hands of the car controller, the lollipop man, who has the responsibility to lift the lollipop and let the car go out. So
Jules just said to me that was 2001 when that incident happened in the pit lane. It was like yesterday.
At least it was this century.
Yeah, just.
But so there's so many things, is what I'm saying. And as I say, the Hyperpole itself will be another throw of the dice, but that won't give us very many further clues into what's going to happen in the race.
No, it's going to be enthralling, though. We'll have that live for you. For probity's sake, it's Cadillac number 2, for Toyota Gazoo Racing number 8. No, it's not. Wrong screen. It's Ferrari number 50 from Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6 Porsche. Then the 15 BMW from Cadillac from Toyota. Top 5 different manufacturers separated by half a second. In LMP2, Panis Racing, the 65 from Cool Racing, the 47 from AO by TF, the 14. And they are again separated by mere tenths of a second. And in GT3, United Autosports from Iron Lynx, from GR Racing, 59, 60 and 86. Hyperpole to come, but not before you've heard Peter Mackay with some tales of CrowdStrike endurance, teamwork and speed. And then Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer will have the Road to Le Mans Race 1. Keep it locked in to 91.2 FM.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
The weather
On Radio Le Mans, brought to you by VP Fuels.
Well, it's going to be a little bit warmer last night than it was yesterday evening, with a low of only 14 degrees. That's quite a bit warmer than it was last night when it dropped down to 7. Still a chance of some showers this evening as we look forward to Friday. It's looking at 20 degrees with a shower early on. Saturday, a brief shower or two at 19. An AM shower overcast with rain through the rest of the day on Sunday with a top temperature of 20 and 21 on Monday for the drive home. That's your weather on 91.2 FM.
Whatever the weather, you can depend on VP Fuels and Lubricants.
The CrowdStrike Racing Endurance, Teamwork and Speed Award is a data-driven examination of the performance of each team within the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. CrowdStrike pass us the data, and at RSL and IMSA Radio, we pick one of the teams that have hit the best scores via the algorithm. There's no similar data for Le Mans 24-hour races of the past, but we did ask Peter McKay to look back into the history of the world's greatest motor race and find some examples of endurance, teamwork and speed.
When you sit down to watch a Formula One Grand Prix on a Sunday afternoon, the focus is usually on the individual driver. Max Verstappen, Carlos Sainz, Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton. But behind them sits an enormous team that are so important to their success or failure. But when it comes to the end of the day, the focus is usually on that one driver. Endurance racing and the Le Mans 24 Hours is not like that at all. For a start, each car is shared by not one, not two, but three drivers who all have to play their part. And the sheer number of pit stops required over a 24-hour race really opens up a massive extra element of teamwork. And without that teamwork, well, you really are nowhere at the Le Mans 24 Hours. And works teams from Porsche, Ferrari, Corvette, Aston Martin over the years have been lauded for their incredible teamwork, both in the pits, on the strategy pit wall, and indeed in the car. But I have a story here where teamwork took a slightly different view and a slightly different path, which ultimately led to success at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It's a team which no longer exists and had a relatively short life in sports car racing. It's a team called Team Essex. Who were Team Essex? Well, back in the mid to late 2000s, Team Essex were a very successful touring car team, mainly in their native Denmark. It was the brainchild and passion project, really, of a real estate developer called Peter Halvorsen. And with all these domestic touring car titles behind them, Peter Halvorsen wanted to take Team Essex to the next level. And he took a big step. He went to Porsche and he purchased their then brand new Porsche RS Spyder in its first year of competition in the Le Mans Series and at the Le Mans 24 Hours. It had been very successful in America, but yet to conquer Europe. And he was one of three lucky teams that managed to get their hands on one of these cars. And a big announcement was made in December 2007 that Team Essex were going to take on the Le Mans Series in 2008 and the 24 Hours of Le Mans, with drivers like Casper Elgaard and Le Mans winner John Nielsen. Now, this was a huge step for a touring car team to go into prototype sports car racing and try to win the LMP2 class, but that's exactly what they did. And they went up against teams like Van Merkstein with drivers like Jos Verstappen, Jeroen Bleekemolen. So it was always going to be a really difficult task for Team Essex. And going into the 2008 season, they did have a little bit of a disadvantage compared to their rivals. Their rivals in the Michelin tyre, which was regarded at the time as being the ultimate tyre to be on that car, they were on a different brand of tyre, which for whatever reason didn't suit the car as well. Yet this little touring car team from Denmark, at just their second attempt, were able to score victory at Monza in the Le Mans Series in their second ever sports car race. This is a team that had never done this type of racing before, and yet they worked so hard through a winter to prepare, to get ready, to know how to do these endurance racing pit stops, driver changes, tyre, fuel, everything. Totally out of their comfort zone, but they really worked at it to really catch up with the much more experienced teams they were racing against. Unfortunately, victory didn't come for Team Essex in 2008. They had to give best to the steamrolling efforts of the Van Merkstein team, who won the 2008 LMP2 class with their version of RS Spider. But towards the end of the season, Team Essex were hoping to come back in 2009 and maybe even further on than that and try to win the championship, try to win the Le Mans 24 Hours. But in September 2008, not just the motor racing world, but the world changed because the financial crisis which gripped the entire globe really had just a shockwave through motorsport and indeed through Team Essex's activities. The Lehman Brothers banking firm had collapsed. The Roskilde Bank in Denmark had also collapsed. And unfortunately, Peter Halvorsen's Team Essex Group, his business outfit, unfortunately hit major financial difficulties. And the first thing in these situations to go is a luxury like motor racing. So all of a sudden, Team Essex, after such a positive season in 2008, the crew, the drivers, everyone was just sitting with their hopes in tatters. The car was parked up, the kit and the all sold off. It looked like it was over for Team Essex after such a promising start. But a revival was on the cards. On a dark winter's night in Denmark, two friends were sitting in a bar having a beer and discussing ideas like we all do. The difference was that this came to fruition. Kasper Elgaard, who had driven for Team Essex for many, many years, was out of a drive. The team was closed up, and that was it. And he sat there with his friend Christian Poulsen, who, by chance, had bought all of the equipment, the building, the trucks, everything from Team Essex. The only thing he hadn't bought was the Porsche RS Spider. That was still retained by Peter Halvorsen of Team Essex. And over a few beers at that particular night, Christian Poulsen and Kasper Elgaard hatched a plan to go back to Le Mans and to win the LMP2 class. But they needed to go to Peter Halvorsen and say, you wouldn't mind if we could borrow the RS Spider? And he says, no, you can't borrow it, but I'm going to get involved. You can use the car, but I'm going to be part of this project. But there was a lot of gaps in the program. That, they needed a crew. They needed to get the crew back together. Luckily, the Team Essex mechanics of old were more than delighted to see the team revived, if it only briefly. They went to Porsche Motorsport. Porsche Motorsport stepped up with support with engineers and one of their factory drivers in Emmanuel Collard, who had won the Sebring 12 Hours overall just a year before. And Michelin came to the party as well to support them with the tyre that would allow them to go on and try and win the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So with this new team together, they had one warm-up race at Spa, which they managed to win in convincing fashion. And then it was the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 2009. And Team Essex, with Christian Poulsen, Kasper Elgaard and Emmanuel Collard, drove a flawless race to win at last in the 24 Hours of Le Mans LMP2 class. If it hadn't been for that tenacity and that combined teamwork of everyone playing their part, from Christian Poulsen bringing his aspect in both behind the wheel and in the behind the scenes part, Kasper Elgaard, he was their superstar driver, he was their leader. Emmanuel Collard coming in and making up a fantastic trio which was hard to beat and inevitably came out on top. This combined teamwork, this combined effort in really difficult financial times to take on a huge event that is the Le Mans 24 Hours in a prototype racing car like the Porsche RS Spider. But that team, with all of them coming together, they got their reward. They won the LMP2 class in 2009. It's one of the Le Mans 24 Hours unknown stories. Sadly, we don't have Team Essex around on the grid anymore, but they remain a part of Le Mans protocol.
For every IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship event, there's a CrowdStrike Racing, Endurance, Teamwork and Speed Award recipient. We look at the numbers and make the announcement on the Midweek Motorsport the Wednesday following each IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship event. CrowdStrike, Endurance, Teamwork, Speed.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
virtually back-to-back. The first of them entirely free in terms of driver choice. The second where the bronze must have done the business. We have two separate grids. This is going to be a 55-minute race or a 13-lap race, whichever we get to first. And not quite across the board, but predominantly the bronze drivers have been selected for the starting segment. They've got to do a minimum of 20 minutes drive time, and that is from the point, if you're on the grid, that is from the point that the red lights are extinguished and the green flag waves, to the point that you enter the pit lane. You can't count the stop as part of your drive time. And then likewise, a new driver takes over and their stint begins coming out of the pits over that line to the checkered track. So it's not actually a pit stop window as such. They've just got to make sure each of the teams that their drivers have been in for a minimum of 20 minutes. Sometimes that's tricky if, when the 20-minute mark is about to be reached, we have a broken car on track or some kind of incident being dealt with. And through the years, this race has certainly been no stranger to that scenario. A very good, almost evening, I could say. It's 23 minutes past 6 o'clock. I'm Johnny Palmer, joined in the Ford Performance studio by Bruce Jones for our typical appearance on a Thursday afternoon/evening. Bruce, I always look forward to this phase of the week.
I do too. It gets the racing going. You know, much as I enjoy watching cars go around tracks, I like to see them racing. So it's going to be very, very busy, as we pointed out. 58 entries, 40 in the top class and 18 in GT3. And the cars don't come out of the pit lane, even though the pit crews are in there. They come onto the track further round and then will proceed to the grid. Joe Bradley just reporting from the pit lane, and a whole host of crew members are still coming on. And actually, let's go down to the CrowdStrike pit lane report with Joe. And what's the feeling like there down in the pit? Suddenly getting busy. So busy that Joe hasn't picked up the signal. Wind is really picking up, looking at the flags over the top of the grandstands. We heard reports about 4 hours ago that it was gusting a little bit, but for the drivers, earlier it was blowing across the track, across the top of the track at the Dunlop curves, corners that catch them out at the best of times in this field. It could be built into the agenda as well for these drivers. You were talking, Johnny, about mainly the bronze drivers starting the sort of AM and the Pro-Am driver lineup, but I just noticed a few names near the front end of the grid where the quicker driver is going. Alexandra Cunho from the third row of the grid is starting the 13M Racing entry, and row behind him, Felipe Fernandez-Laza for Rinaldi Racing. Look for those two really trying to keep their noses clean and advance, pounce at the first moment so they can then hopefully get to the front of the race, have no incidents that would delay their time in the car, and then hand over their car to their teammates in a very strong position. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, Johnny. It's a packed grid, 58 cars coming out to play.
And the other tricky choice at this stage, it's not exactly a long segment wanting to get through that first stint of 20 minutes. And if you are starting with your bronze, probably wanting to get that bronze driver out reasonably early. Although you made the point during our preview show earlier on in the day, that's available on the archive on the Radio Show Limited network. By the way, if you didn't catch that at the time of broadcast, it is ultimately, for the main part, the bronze, the non-pro funding this outing into the Road to Le Mans, the full championship of the Michelin Le Mans Cup. So they don't want to be getting out, without having the opportunity to enjoy at least a couple of racing laps around Circuit de la Sarthe. But this threat of showers is a concern to me. It's just some cloud cover at this time. There are no intermediate tyres. The other interesting thing for me as far as the rules are concerned is that they've stripped away any tyre limitation at all for 2024. So you can just keep chucking tyres at these cars during the free practice session and indeed for qualifying. You've only actually got one opportunity to switch tyres during the race. So you'll start on one set, you'll switch to another set, unless it really does start to absolutely hammer down with rain, and that might force you into a second and non-mandatory pit stop just to make sure that the car can stay on the track.
A very busy pit lane with crews have arrived. They've arrived. They're setting up in case for their, in readiness for their pit stop. There's a pit stop, mandatory pit stop for this race of 55 minutes, where we'll see proper driver swaps and driver changes. And you asked Johnny that, what's the atmosphere like? Well, the atmosphere is one of like. Of course, I'm just midway over the pit wall, and then I've been reminded politely, it's about to start. There's about to be a race that started, so no one's allowed on the pit wall. So I'm going to stand with the crews. But yeah, I mean, this is what we're here for, isn't it? This is what these competitors have been here all week, practicing and qualifying, and now this is what they've been waiting for, that green flag or that green light when they come across the line. And as Bruce said, they don't come into the pit lane. They make their way around from their collecting area, which is just on the outside of the Corvette curve towards the Ford chicane area. It's on driver's right from there. So I think, guys, that it will not be long before we hear the roar of engines.
No, certainly not. They were released onto their rolling lap, their formation lap, a couple of minutes ago. But bear in mind, a quick lap around here is 3 minutes 48 seconds. That's what Adrian Klossmanil managed. So the cars are appearing now out from the assembly area, and with quite a violent appearance as well, popping up over a lip. So the cars porpoising as they deal with the maybe gravel approach road and then onto the racetrack properly. And this is now the start of the formation lap. So a 55-minute race, and there'll be ample time to run through all of the grid in just a tick, together with the starting drivers. But conditions have changed a fair bit. At least it's not actually raining. Track temperatures a decent 24 degrees C, and air temperature not that far behind it. It's currently in the low 20s. But after 2 free practice sessions for these cars, and then a very short, sharp qualifying session, where the priority between each 20-minute session was to probably get your pro driver out if you've chosen to put them out in Q1, and then get that absolutely much needed bronze driver into Q2, and then straight back out again for more qualifying. But we've had various different support categories on the circuit through the course of the day as well. This is an exclusively Michelin rubber championship, as indicated by the title of it, the Michelin Le Mans Cup and the Road to Le Mans. I'm not suggesting that any track sweeping is going to be necessary, but I think just with a little bit of moisture in the air, there are parts of the asphalt just beyond the Dunlop Bridge that look a little bit shiny, and you want to be avoiding those on the opening racing lap, Bruce.
Absolutely so. I mean, this is their chance to get a feel for it. And some of these drivers, this will be their first race on this fabled circuits. They're probably actually, their mind is full of many other things they need to sort of move to the side and focus on the feel through the wheel, the seat of their pants. But just checking the humidity, 39%, so that doesn't suggest rain is imminent, but the flags are really beating above the pit lane, and the clever teams who set out probably half an hour ago with their tyre trolleys from the paddock on the outside of the circuit have certainly brought wet tyres and dry tyres for the change in the middle of the race. But yeah, the skies are really getting quite great, but it's the early evening here. But certainly there's a sort of feel in the air. Let's say an element of jeopardy for all the crews.
The GT3s are now being released, and incidentally the fastest car within GT3 was the number 95 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin, that was qualified by Valentin Haas-Clos, number 95, to start alongside Fran Reda in the Ferrari 296, and Joe was able to catch up with Andrew Gilbert before our preview show, that we were actually able to hear that interview during our build-up that we brought to you earlier on. And if you missed that, as I'll repeat again, it is available in the archive to dive into again if you're wondering to know a little bit more about this championship. Well, I would certainly encourage you to enjoy this race first of all, and then catch up on the season's goings on up until this point, perhaps tomorrow when you have a free moment. Friday traditionally no track action at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, although that was very different last year, and it's different again this year because there is going to be a 4-hour Fun Cup race tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. David Pittard was bumping into John Hindhaugh earlier on in the day to explain that sadly for him that's his only Le Mans experience this year. 34 car, whilst the cars are being released, out-braking itself into the Ford chicane and very nearly clanging into the side of another LMP3. That's the Inter-Europol competition car of Alexander Bukantsov. And I'm noticing that some cars were not able to set quick times. No, it must be the 43 car, in fact, of Tim Kresick. So there are two Inter-Europol competition machines, and Kresick due to start from 56th position after he and 5 other cars were not able to set times during qualifying 1 earlier on today. So let's have a little look at the grid for today's race, the first of 2 this week. And as I said, you had free choice as to who qualified the car, but it has to, and again, free choice actually as to who you starts the car for this particular race. You had one of each at the 87 Cool Racing crew. Adrian Klossmanil selected as the qualifying driver, the 17-year-old, but it'll be James Swetnam to start number 87 from driver's left on that front row, giving you the ideal run into the first meaningful corner of the racetrack, which is that left-hander at the top of the hill. But crucially, being on the left-hand side, you're actually not going to have the apex for the Dunlop curve itself. Alongside is the number 97 car of Adrian Schiller. That was qualified by David Drew, a 3:48.133 compared to the sister car, which did a 1:48.111. So only 22 thousandths of a second between those cars. Even more drama now for Inter-Europol competitions. 34 car, which has minus bodywork, and it appears to have stopped way out in the country. We'll get to the bottom of that in just a tick, but that looks like it's going to be a non-starter for the first race of 2. The 66 Rinaldi Racing car of Daniel Keilwitz, although to start Steve Parrow, 3:48.281, and then the 22 WTM Wochenspiegel Team Monschau by Rinaldi Racing, Torsten Kratz started Duquesne, and that car was qualified by Leo Weiss. 77 Team Tour car comes next to start from 5th position for Auden Gudmundsson as the starting driver. M Racing's Alexandre Cugnot, the first non-bronze in the order, so we'll watch the silver driver fly in the early stages, I am sure. Car number 13 to start from 6th, ahead of the number 20 high-class racing car of Jens Reno Moller, joining Tommy Foster, and Foster put in for qualifying duties, but it is the Dane to start that car. In 8th place, the 71 Rinaldi Racing car, and to start that, Felipe Fernandez Larza, he's gold rated, so he will certainly come through the order from 8th position. 9th spot for Team Virage. Now, was there a touch? No, a wheel has departed the 34 car, it appears, as it started to get up to full speed, and amazingly that wheel, together with suspension still attached, did not escape the boundaries of the racetrack, and it has slammed into the side of the Armco barrier. But now I know for sure that 34 car is going to go no further, because it only has 3 wheels on the wagon. What an amazing and very bizarre moment on this, what should be a formation lap. Giorgio Kolovos in the Team Virage number 8 car to start from 9th place, and in 10th position the number 50 Reiter Engineering car of Horst Felbermeyer, car 50 that he shares with Miklas Born. I'll just go a few more positions into the early teens, because Tony Wells will start the number 7 Nielsen Racing car from 11th place. He shares with Wayne Boyd. 12th place for the ANS Motorsport, Clement Moreno started number 6 Ligier. 13th position, the second of the Team Virage cars for Oscar Bitar, sharing with his Spanish teammate, number 59 crew, Brazilian teammate I should say, in the 59. Then in 14th position, the number 5 RLR M Sport car, and that is Grant Walden, a late addition to Garth Walden, in a late addition to the entry list. 15th place, the 34 Inter-Europol competition car for Alexander Bukantsov, who shares with Rick Cohn.
Who just lost Of course, he's the one
He's
who
not
just
there.
lost that left rear wheel, so he's out of the mix.
Thank you, Bruce. Now, on to the GT3s. We're going to start the race with a slow zone in place from Tertre Rouge, and the reasons for that are rather obvious. Derek de Boer in the number 95 car to start the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin from 35th overall, but crucially from the start from the head of the GT3s, and now hearing that there's going to be an extra formation lap because of what's happened to that number 34 car on the initial formation lap. So they're going to attempt to clear the 34 car to make sure that they can race through towards Tertre Rouge and out the other side. Andrew Gilbert for Kessel Racing due to start the number 74 GT3 Ferrari from that second spot. And then two more 296s for David Fuminelli in his Kessel Racing number 12, and the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari for championship leader Matthew Kurzajewski. Nick Jones in his Porsche for High Class Racing starting 5th. I'm seeing a green flag to say that the track is, though, clear now. So it looks like that slow zone has been lifted, but we are not yet racing, as in you're not permitted to overtake. The safety car is out, although interestingly without the amber lights flashing on the top of it, but it is also in the front of all of the leaders. So there is no overtaking permitted, but the track is green. And normally in the 24-hour race you have 3 different safety cars, but this safety car that is out front of the 2 Cool Racing cars will wait until the end of the lap and the full chicane before it is withdrawn. The rest of the cars all now filtering through and slightly out of position. So that, I think, draws her close to my grid bed, because they're now in rather... No, I'll probably do it from the sheet, actually. Let's just finish off the top 10 places. So Nick Jones, Josep Mayola for Biocas Motorsport, 83 Iron Dames Celia Martin begins the 83 car in 7th place, alongside Gino Generossi for Gioni. Custodio Toledo in the AF Corsa number 88 Ferrari, alongside Ore Fidani in another Kessel Racing Ferrari number 57. The grid bed running out on me because there was so much going on in that. I still can't quite make head and tail of what happened to the 34 car, Bruce, but it's certainly not going to start the race. And in fact, a better person to answer that question is Joe Bradley with his CrowdStrike pit report.
So from what I could see and what the team tell me, that looks like he's had a bit of an off and damaged the left rear corner. And massive bodywork damage. The bodywork was folded back. This is the number 34 into Europol car that we saw pulling off, causing this slow zone and causing the delay for this race to get underway. So bated anticipation here. We have to wait a little bit longer before we go racing. Even though the clock has started, we aren't quite racing yet.
Yeah, there was an inter-Europol competition car that went straight on at the Ford chicane, and I'm still confident that that was Tim Kressick, although it was a right old bumping and boring over the curbs at the Ford chicane, and the little suspension components on these P3s certainly not built to withstand that. So I'm now thinking it seems a bit too coincidental to see what I thought was the 43 car going off, and then the 34 car with that huge, not even suspension failure, but I mean, just torn off the car, it seemed, as Bukantsov applied the throttle out of Tertre Rouge.
Well, you know what? Looking at the 58 car field, 56 cars have come round onto that second formation lap, and it's the 34 and the 43, the 2 inter-Europol cars that have not made it. So problems for both. One thing I was looking for, you mentioned that 5 cars from the LMP3 class did not get to have a qualifying time set. And one of them was Hadrian David's car, and that he was fastest in both the free practice sessions, so he'll be starting from the very back of the grid. But don't forget, with the clock having already started, the chance that the driver who's potentially fastest has to make good and make up places is being reduced with his extra lap, so that's very bad news for him.
Yeah, well, it definitely was the 34 car that goes straight on at the Ford chicane. And then as it starts to pick up the pace coming out of Tertre Rouge, absolutely no warning for Alexander Bukantsov, but it just looks like the rear left corner of the car just launches itself completely. And I thought for a moment the tyre had gone down, but no, the tyre and all the suspension, the hub, everything just torn out of the back of that Ligier. leaving it very second-hand indeed. The inner wheel arch is wrapped around the rear wing of this car, and Bukantsov must be thinking, what on earth happened there? I'm out of the race before it's even started, and pulls off to the side of the Mulsanne straight and is now being recovered. So we're not going to get any extra time added to the race distance because of this. We are effectively now into the race duration of 55 minutes. It's just that the safety car remains on track, so everybody who is still running electing to try and build some tyre temperature into their Michelin tyres by weaving fairly erratically coming out of the second chicane, which carries the banners of chosen tyre manufacturer within this championship. And we'll have to wait till the next time they come across the start and finish line with a hope to tick off our first proper racing lap. This will be carried in the tally of laps completed, but I rather fancy now, we were aiming for 13 laps, but we could already be limited by time.
Yeah, 13 laps or 55 minutes and 55, well, we have 50 minutes. 5 minutes have been dispensed with already, and the cars are not yet down at Mulsanne corner on this second formation lap. Still drivers trying to get heat into their racing Michelin rubber, but they would have been on the lookout to see has all that debris been cleared on the exits of Tete Rouge, because when that rear bodywork came off as the wheel and the suspension from the number 34 Ligier went north, south, east and west all in one go, it certainly spread it. But actually, I'm just remarkably relieved that nobody was immediately behind Alexander Bukantsov, because there seemed to be no warning externally, and then suddenly, like an explosion from the wheel arch, and out came wheel and suspension. So looking very good at the moment for 1 and 2 for Cool Racing. Well, of course it is, because they were the first and second cars in qualifying. So it's James Sweetenham who started car number 87, as you pointed out on the grid rundown, but he's got a very handy teammate in young Adrien Clomenil, who's got pole position, 17 years old. That's all. A season in French Formula 4, stepping up this year to P3, laying down his marker. But then he's got so much to learn. This is his first season racing sports cars, but I guess the best place to start from for his car is up the front. And then when he gets the race, will be in some form of organised motion, we hope, by the time it gets the turn for the second drivers to come through.
I thought you were going to say organised chaos there,
I was, but
which inadvertently can be the Road to Le Mans strapline sometimes, not all the time, but we are drawn to these races because you see stuff that you never quite witnessed before. In fact, I've just messaged Earl Alexander, who looks after the press relations with Inter Europole competition, saying that's quite possibly the most bizarre formation lap I've ever seen, and he's replied saying it's suboptimal considering that both of their cars in this race are out of it seems, even before we got started. But they'll fight another day, no doubt about it, namely Saturday morning in this particular championship. But we're not going to see any more from Tim Kresick, sadly, and his teammate, likewise the Danish driver Grauland. So they continue on into Porsche curves, past the massive campsites and fan zones. Great view of Porsche curves, and if you're listening to us on 91.2 FM, apologies for the slight delay to racing proceedings here, but they are now starting to bunch up into a 2x2 formation, and we're set to go racing for the first time this year in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, with the qualifying done and dusted, all decided. And now it will be a fight from that front row between the two Cool Racing pilots. Neither of them, though, James Sweetenham nor Adrian Schiller, were plugged in for qualifying duties earlier on. Past the gravel track that saw Kamui Kobayashi stop qualifying last night in the 24-hour session. And of course, subsequently, the Toyota number 7 car was turfed out of the Hyperpole runners later on this evening. The Porsche lead car, the leading car, will dart to the right-hand side. It'll probably do most of the Ford chicane before that, though, and then dogleg at the last possible moment to allow a clear line of sight to the Dunlop curve for James Sweetenham in pole position. On the right, as I look at them, driver's left is the pole position car, and alongside Adrian Schiller. They need to be careful not to get tangled up amongst one another, because Torsten Kratz is right there ready to pounce from the 4th placed car on the grid, and also the Yeah, the Duquesne of Kratz. Steve Parrow's not that far away either. He's in third for Rinaldi Racing. So we've had to do an extra formation lap. They're still under starters' orders, and now finally the confirmation that we are into racing conditions, and it almost reached 5 abreast from one side of the track to the other, but it is a good getaway from at least one of the 2 Cool Racing cars. Torsten Kratz trying to be as late as on the brakes as possible to nab second position, but he can't do it on that side of the track, and so many of them run out of road space and in the end do the shortcut at the Dunlop chicane. But it has been a good getaway for James Swetnam, I reckon, with the headlights ablaze. They've all got their headlights on, in fact, because it's 6:45 in the evening. Rest of the GT3 pack working their way over the top of the brow underneath the Dunlop Bridge, with David Fuminelli, perhaps no surprise, working his way to the front in the number 12 Kessel Ferrari.
Yeah, really enjoyed that start. The first 20 cars got through the Dunlop chicane at the top of the hill without any problem. Then, of course, you get a bit of concertinaing, and that was just effectively across the nose of front-running GT3 cars. Started as 2 separate packs, plus, of course, we had the cars that didn't qualify in P3 starting at the very back of the field. More of that later, because we've got a real push at the moment. Torsten Kratz has put his nose in front. Doesn't matter, he's 53 years old. Oh, but he's outbraked himself into the first chicane. Can he collect it? Cool Racing still in the mix, but we're getting a bit of a sort out. That was a hero moment, but just about a zero. But luckily, Torsten Kratz held on.
One of something like 34 Ligiers in this race just did the shortcut at the first chicane. Orton Gudmundsson, how good was he on the brakes into that first right, left, right element? Now up to third position, the Icelandic driver. James Swetnam must be wondering what on earth has happened, because he was leading a couple of seconds ago and he's now back into fourth. And it is absolutely level pegging between Alexander Cugnot and Felipe Fernandez-Larza. That's the 71 car slotting through, which is the Fernandez-Larza car, getting the better of Cugnot on the brakes into the second chicane.
Yeah, most of the drivers who start this race are the bronze class drivers, but the likes of Felipe Fernandez-Larza, so many years with Rinaldi Racing, has really taken to P3 cars. I expect him to make progress. He has. So he started in 8th, and he's definitely working his way one by one. He's just side by side in the battle for 4th place. Oh, and just backs out of it as they arrive at Mulsanne corner. So discretion the better part of valour there, but he knows he's got the speed, just doesn't want to take too much of a risk.
Yellow's being shown at the second chicane in the wake of this leading battle, and in fact there's going to be a slow zone behind, because the 50 car is now stranded in the gravel, which is an LMP3 car, and that is in the Felbermeyer colours. It's the Reiter Engineering offering for Horst Felbermeyer himself. Let's hope that that car can rejoin, and at least Nicholas Bourne can do some of his stint. Remember, it's a 20-minute minimum drive time for everybody, regardless of grading. Fuminelli still slicing his way through the order, and in fact some of the LMP3 cars he's making short work of as well. In the number 12 Kessel Racing GT3 leader, Matthew Kerzhashevsky, he's bronze, but he's trying to go with Fuminelli in the early stages, leaving Custodio Toledo behind him in the second of the AF Corsa Ferraris.
You know, whatever's happening in this race, and actually we've certainly got Torsten Kratz starting to stretch his legs and pull away at the front of the field for WTM by Rinaldi. But the fact is we had 56 cars starting. It's just a phenomenal. You get a long shot looking up towards the exit of the second chicane, and the cars just keep coming into shot. But it is starting to space out more than I expected at the start of this race. Maybe they're a little bit chastened by having to do that extra formation lap, but Torsten Kratz absolutely flying away. And as you pointed out, in the top class it's Ligier, but in this case it's Duquesne, one of the sextet of Duquesnes that's leading the way, and by 2.2 seconds already. That's been a really good opening lap so far.
Felipe Fernandez-Larza thought on more than one occasion about an outbraking manoeuvre on Adrian Schiller into the Ford chicane. He's going to get a better run coming out of that sequence of 4 corners though, and the drag race is at the moment going the way of the German. Schiller though will certainly fight his corner. Oh, but he's going to allow Fernandez-Larza through. You've got to pick your battles at times, and Schiller will recognise that that's a gold-rated driver, and the 71 will be taken over later in the race by their bronze for 20 minutes. So Schiller doesn't need to force the issue too much there and lose time early in this second lap. Meanwhile, Gudmundsson versus Cugnot about to latch its way onto the back of this third place car of Schiller. So third, fourth, fifth all together as they head for Tete Rouge.
Yeah, then a little bit of gaps. Then Tony Wells, who's won this race before, champion 3 years ago, is just in behind. But these drivers, you just don't want to lose momentum. We've seen a couple of moves, but really the driver who's been cleanest coming up the order is the driver who's just moved up ahead of Adrian Schiller to take second place, Felipe Fernandez-Laza. It's red, it's blue, it's white, and it's quick, and he's driving it beautifully. That is number 71 from Rinaldi Racing. So it's the top Ligier.
Cunha now on the inside, trying to pick off two cars at once, and I think he's almost done it, as long as he can get it stopped into the first chicane, and does so. So jumps ahead of number 97, Adrian Schiller, and that will see Cunha up to third place. But we're going to go safety car now. I rather suggested this during our Road to Le Mans preview, that these races might get the odd phase of safety car. Know all about the flags at Marshall Post 16, which is in the vicinity of the second chicane on the Mulsanne, but there's also problems early in the lap at Marshall Post 3, which is the Dunlop chicane, and there are yellows later on as well on the exit of Porsche Curves. One of the DKR engineering cars has rotated, in fact, at the Dunlop chicane, so that'll be the reason why the yellows were held there for a time. And car number 3 is Ji Jinche, the Chinese driver, another one of the Duquesnes, 6 of them in the order. So Torsten Kratz built himself a lead of a couple of seconds. That will evaporate because this is not a full course yellow. This is a safety car which will bunch up all the gaps, Bruce.
Yeah, Horst Felbermayer's car being winched away. I just thought at this point I'd point out who was leading the GT3 class. Up in 26th position overall. You picked out a really good start from David Fumanelli for Kessel Racing. His Ferrari leading that class. 3 positions further back is American, really promising young racer Matt Jajewski in his AF Corsa Ferrari. And a third Ferrari is third in GT3. That's Custodio Toledo, another American Ferrari driver, going very well indeed. He was really starting to pick up the pace. The driver I need to look for is the driver of car number 85, because he was one of the 5 P3 cars that was starting right at the back of the field. Hadrian Davidi, been fastest in both of the practice sessions, and I expect him to be way up the order. I'm just trying to find where. You have to do a lot of scrolling when you've got 56 cars starting a race.
Adrian David, I make it 22nd position for the Arrace GP car. Now, the problem is they didn't set any qualifying times. So if you don't set a time in qualifying, you have to start at the back. And it is the very back in this type of racing. And it also, it's mandated in the rules that you have to start with your quickest driver. And as you've said, David has topped sessions already this week. So he's quicker than Fabien Michal. So the downside is they have to burn their pro time early on and then put the bronze in later. So that's by no means the ideal way of doing it, as you can tell with so many bronze starting this race.
Well, one of the cars being winched away was car number 42. It's a stellar entry of Senan Fielding. He shares that with Sylvain Gentoli. And that was another car coming from the very, very rear of the pack and starting again like the other 4 cars that didn't get a time for P3. Starting behind the GT3 cars, beached in the gravel, winched away. But for a lot of the drivers who started, this is just so frustrating. They came here to race, not to run in a pack behind a safety car. But this does happen. And again, some person's slip could be someone else's accident in so many ways. You could have a car suddenly moving across your path in avoidance of someone else. Could well be what happened to young British racer Senan Fielding, but his race for today. But thank goodness they've got another on Saturday. Over for now, but not for good.
When the safety car procedure is initiated and the car is deployed onto the racetrack, that rather deletes any previous messages regarding slow zones. So we had a message to prepare for slow zone at zone 9. That's the last zone on the track, but that's now been cancelled because the whole of the circuit is tempered by the safety car. Doesn't mean that the incident in zone 9, which is Porsche Curves out, or karting corner if you prefer, clearly something's happened there, which means the car's having to be recovered. And now the cool racing car.
Driver of the number 42 Stella Motorsport. Sedan, we just saw you jump out of the car really quickly, and we were quite baffled by the strategy choices, maybe hoping for the safety car, which unfortunately did end up happening.
Yeah, unfortunately the safety car is us, so we was kind of hoping for one, but we didn't want it to be us. Obviously we had quite a nasty crash last night, and because we didn't take part in qualifying, I have to start both races. And it can be a little bit more challenging in that sense. So the plan was basically go out, make sure everything's feeling okay, get Sylvain on in the car and then push on from there. But I'm not sure what's happened. We'll wait for him to get back and see. But I think he's okay. I've seen him out of the car and walking, which is the main thing. But Le Mans this year is definitely testing us.
Yeah, well, it was a big shunt. Hopefully he is okay. But thankfully, not just one race this weekend. You guys can come back on Saturday. What are you hoping for that week in the next race?
Yeah, no, like I say, last night, basically the teams had to build a brand new car. The car was a complete write-off after a little incident at the first chicane. So they've literally not been back to the hotel since 7 a.m. yesterday. So I think we've just got to get the car back. I know we've got all day tomorrow, but kind of just weigh up, see where we're at and go from there.
All right, we'll see you on Saturday. Best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Steph Wentworth talking to Senan Fielding there, and the touring cool racing car is big news because one of these two started from the front row, and this is the 87 of James Swetnam. So I don't know why this car's going so slowly, but from the leading pack back down to 54th position and in the direction of Joe Bradley, who can provide this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, I'm just going to get some insight from Simon Ladniak. He's in the 62 Breton Racing Leisure. Simon, what complications is this safety car period going to give you with regards to driver time? Is it just a case of 20 minutes and then bring the car in?
To be honest, it's not really a complication for me, because the thing is, most of the teams, and also we are a part of this group, prefer to bronze driver go first. I am a silver driver, and by definition, silver driver is faster simply than bronze driver. So right now, my bronze driver lost some positions. I don't know what happened in start because I didn't see him, to be honest. But right now, if the safety car goes longer, it's better for us because then I have more time in the car and we lose less time simply on the track, so I can gain more positions. So it's good for us.
It is. Makes sense now that you'd explain that. Thank you, Sam.
Thanks very much, Joe, down in the pit lane. The problem for the 87 car that came in, the car that started on pole, it had a left rear puncture. It's now leaking fluid, so I think that slow lap back in for Dave Swetnam perhaps has broken a pipe underneath the car. That is really unfortunate because actually behind the safety car they weren't losing too much ground. They came in from the front end of the pack, but it's not a waterfall, even a cascade, but it's definitely a solid drip coming out of the front of the rear left corner.
I don't remember seeing any contact as such for James, but that did seem to be the result of a glancing blow side to side, perhaps. I'm always intrigued by some of the failures we've had in this race through the course of the years. I know this place is known as a car breaker, a car tester, 80% throttle around a lap of Circuit de la Sarthe, and LMP3s, I mean, they are designed for long distance and hard running throughout 4 and 6 and 12 and sometimes 24-hour races. LMP3s have run before now, of course, at places like Daytona for the Rolex, so they are used to doing the longer distances. Now, we have had 22 minutes of the race so far. Each driver only has to do a minimum of 20 minutes, so that means that we're diving in already to get bronze racers out of their cars and changed over to silvers, golds, no platinums allowed in this championship, remember, but in a moment we'll be thrown straight to Joe to get an update on a flurry of pit stops this early on.
Yeah, but what I just...
Yeah, and as mentioned, Joe, the 87 car, which was one of the front row starters, you assess what you think is the issue. We reckon some sort of liquid pouring out the left-hand bank close to the exhaust of car 87.
Yeah, that looks like coolant, actually, the number 87 in on the pit road now. It's James Swetnam who started the car, I believe. Tell me if I'm right there, Johnny. Right. But yeah, it looks like a coolant issue. Car leaking coolant from the left-hand side. You know what? The bodywork looks absolutely fine, so I'm not sure. No, it doesn't. Have a closer look, Bradley. It's had an impact on the left side, not so much the back, but the left side. That's caused that damage. So yeah, not good for them.
No, because that was a very quick car, particularly when it was in the hands of Adrian Klossmanil. So the pole position, the pole sitting car already out of the race as a mass of pit stops continue on, and we can catch up with Steph Wentworth.
Well, it's going to be an interesting race. The weather forecast is obviously not very good. The teammates lightning fast. The damage to the car looks relatively superficial, so I have no doubt that the team will have it repaired in no time. And yeah, we'll be able to hopefully have another opportunity to show the pace of the car and hopefully have some luck on our side.
Thank you so much.
That was James Swetnam, I think, in the 87 car, and Joe's standing very close to it as well. So the team are lifting the bodywork up just to see precisely what has caused that. Torsten Kratz leads, by the way. He hasn't had an opportunity to pass the pit lane now that we've had 22 minutes done, but we are seeing driver changes, including with Charles-Henri Samani out of his Ferrari.
And who would you hand over to? Well, you get him in as soon as possible. His co-driver is Emmanuel Collard, one of the greatest Le Mans drivers in sheer terms of endurance, 20-plus races in the 24 hours. So get him in as soon as you possibly can. The cars, of course, are still running behind the safety car. So the cars at the back of the GT3 pack were able to get in when the pit lane was open for them, but certainly the front runners could not.
So Kratz leading by, well, I'll give you the gaps, but they're kind of meaningless because we're behind a safety car. 1.3 seconds back to Felipe Fernandez-Laza. Alexandre Cugnot, third for M Racing. Then Adrian Schiller, then the number 97, the sole surviving Cool Racing car. David Fuminelli, though, he had to make short work and quick work of being the starting gold driver, but sadly for them, the safety car, I'm sure, has taken the race away from Kessel Racing, because at some point he'll have to hand over to Frederic Jose, who won't be as quick as people like Valentin Hasclot and Fran Reda and Alessandro Balsan.
Yeah, and he's got Custodio Toledo second in the GT3 class now, and I think Maciejewski would be there or thereabouts, right on his tail. But certainly bear in mind the cars that came in just after the pit lane opened for pit stops, the pit window opened, it was almost an empty pit lane. That we had a couple of the Blackthorn Aston Martins in. Anyone who comes in next time around is going to have a pit lane that's absolutely chock full of cars, because you have potentially about 50 of them coming in at the same time. If you can, delay as long as you can, but then when you're running behind the safety car, what's your lap time around here? Do you have the option? I think basically they're running at over 8 minutes a lap at the moment. That means the pit window will be starting to swing towards closure, so they've all got to come in this time around, by my maths.
It's all about the Ferraris in GT3. First, second and third are in the hands of the prancing horses, and then the first non-Italian car, the Aston Martin Vantage of Derek de Boer, number 95. They'll be getting Derek out reasonably early as well. The reason why Charles-Henri Samani and then everybody behind suddenly dived into the pits and nobody in front of him did was because we run to a 20-minute drive time, and simply as they passed the pit lane entry road, the 20 minutes weren't up. And then Charlie Henry will have got the message to say, yep, we're all fine now that we've got to you approaching pit lane, because the completion of the drive time had been reached as far as he was concerned. But we haven't seen any LMP3 cars come around yet. They're all caught in behind the safety car, and then the question remains, do you dive in or not? I suppose you want to try and get the pit stop done as quickly as possible and then get back into the safety car train before it is withdrawn, Bruce.
Of course, you have to have the guesswork, is when will that safety car withdraw? Constantly looking at the screens to find out if there's any signal as to when that might be coming in. But as the drivers in the front-running GT3 cars are just going up towards Indianapolis corner, still waiting to see if the lights will be... I need another shot of the safety car at the front to see if those lights are flashing. Yes, they are. They weren't at the very start of this of the second formation lap, but now we've got the safety car period. They're doing the job they're supposed to do, alerting the drivers as to when he may pull in. But right now it's still Torsten Kratz ticking away his laps, and in that number 22 Duquesne, he's handing over to Leonard Weiss. They race a lot together, very good, well-balanced pairing. So Leonard Weiss will be going, I know what's going on the front page of the Wochenspiegel next week. That's the family newspaper.
Look out as well when we get going again for Hugo Rosati in the number 31 Euro International Ligier. He's graded as silver. Adrian David wants to make progress but simply can't, so he's got up to 22nd place so far in the RHGP machine. And right behind him, Ricardo Graciafilo in the number 59, sharing with Oscar Bitter in the Team Virage car. They are all starting drivers. Now, of course, that the race leader has got back to the end of the lap, Torsten Kratz is going to bring absolutely everybody in. So the safety car, a lonely job for the safety car driver and assistant as they go across the start-finish line. They'll look in the door mirrors, and there's an empty track behind them.
Suddenly the positioning of, you don't have a pit garage, you have a space on the pit apron, just stand in front of your crews that are standing in front of the WEC pit garage. But if you're the final garage, you've got a bit of an advantage. Should be every single car coming in, so we'll get Joe to read the numbers as they go past his toes. Joe?
Yeah, just everybody's coming in. I think everybody, I'm in, and everyone else is in. It's going to be very, very crowded. We've literally got cars in front of me, so I'm right next to the 22, which came in from the lead, Torsten Kratz, remember, and literally touching the rear diffuser is the number 71, and that has the number 66 touching its diffuser, and then a little bit of a half a car length space. But as the and now the GT field, the GT3 field comes through, and pretty much, I'm not sure, guys, if anyone has stayed out there. You'll be able to tell us otherwise. But again, just to remind everybody, these are mandatory stops, and it will be 2 minutes minimum stop time, and the 22 has just had the board lifted. He'll be waiting to get the nod to get going, and it's Leo Weiss who will take over the 22, and he should be out first because everybody stops for 2 minutes.
Yeah, apart from those that did it the previous lap, of course, Joe, because they were able to sneak in after doing 20 minutes way behind the race leaders on the lead lap. So actually, Manu Collard, who took over the 82 car a lap ago from Charlie Samani, now leads the motor race. From Lorcan Hannafin, he's driving a Ferrari, Collard is, in the GT class. Lorcan Hannafin's got his Aston Martin from Blackthorn in the number 90 car, 90, running second. And David McDonald in the 91 Aston Martin, who took over from Claude Louvet, now running third. So it's a GT3, 1-2-3 overall, Bruce.
Quite extraordinary. What's left on the clock? 24 minutes, so just under half of this race. Importantly for Torsten Kratz's team, he came in from the lead, the WTM by Rinaldi Racing, Duquesne. He didn't have a car sitting immediately in front of his when he made the pit stop. It's now been blasted off in the hands of Leonard Weiss. Everybody else, they had literally a foot between the rear wing of the car in front and the nose of the car behind. Some had to be put on dolly jacks and moved in completely sideways to get out of the working lane. And that is going to be a real encumbrance. But for WTM, it worked very well indeed. However, still cars to catch. But what are they doing? In fact, we've got a P3 car running in fourth place. That's DKR Engineering's Chinese crew, Duquesne. Pengcheng Ye at the wheel of that, and then will come Leonard Weiss et al. But they will all catch up. The safety car is only halfway down the Mulsanne straight at the moment, running at the pace of a snail, or so it seems.
Yeah, so fourth place in GT3 is Frederic Chaussee, taking over the number 12 Ferrari from its starting driver David Fumanelli, who scampered off into the distance, but unfortunately their pre-race strategy has not worked too well at all. It remains to be seen whether the Porsche won't wave by any of these GT3 cars because they are effectively the overall leaders. So the job of the safety car is to pick up the race leader, and that's precisely who is behind this Porsche leading / safety car. A difficulty by the looks of things for the biogas motorsport machine. It looked like it was being lowered down from its internal jacks and then lifted back up again. As Joe mentioned during his CrowdStrike pit report, a minimum pit stop time of 120 seconds or 2 minutes, and that is timed from pit in, the white line at pit in, to pit out, and therefore you have to have worked out how long it takes you to get to your garage once you've got into pit lane, and most crucially how long it takes once the car is lowered back down onto the ground and to the pit lane exit road under the speed limit of 60 kilometres per hour. And you must not then duck underneath the 120 seconds that is the mandatory pit stop time.
Before the crews had even got halfway down the Mulsanne straight, the front runner Leonard Weiss got onto the tail of the 4 cars that had pitted the lap before, which is, as Johnny pointed out, the AF Corsa Ferrari, now in the hands of Emmanuel Collard. What we don't want at the front of this queue is someone inexperienced. Collard has been a pro racing driver for about 30 years now, so he's going to be absolutely fine, but big pressure for young Lorcan Hannafield and David McDonald. I have no doubts they'll do a good job for the Aston Martin advantage, but as they're focusing on Collard when the field gets released, they're just going to have this wall of P3 cars coming through. The best place of those is a car that started way down the order, but Peng Cheng Yi, I think, must have had a problem, pitted the same lap as those other 3 cars from GT3. That's how he's ahead of the effective race leader, Leonard Weiss. But Leonard's got to pick his moment when the cars get released, and it'll be a bit like the rolling start at the start of the race. They go up the slope to the Dunlop chicane.
So, as the weaving continues, and we're warming up towards the end of this lap, we can't get going until this particular safety car lap is completed. They're heading for Mulsanne corner now. We've got a bit of time, therefore, before we get back to racing action. 20 minutes and 30 seconds remain on the clock, and let's get to Joe Bradley, therefore, for a CrowdStrike pit report.
So Gray Newell came in at the number 25. It's the heart of racing, Mercedes. Gray, I just wanted to find out just how chaotic was it out there. It looked madness.
I think that was the most exciting lap and a half of my life. I mean, all things considered, I actually think everybody did a really good job when the front of the field compressed and everybody got mixed together, but everybody, the GT3s and the LMP3s, were just kind of trying to find space, and somehow, I mean, I know some didn't, but the majority of us managed to make it through, so that was really cool. There were several times where I was thinking, oh, I really hope this guy can see me, because there's going to be a huge crash if he doesn't.
It's quite complex, isn't it? Some of the faster GT3s are quicker than the slower prototypes, which must be really, really tricky, because they perform in so many different ways, don't they?
Yeah, it's interesting. It seems like there's a little bit, the prototypes are faster overall, but there's a little bit of give and take here and there, and we had such a long warm-up lap that nobody's tires were really warm. Everybody's kind of trying to guess, feel it out, and the prototypes understandably are a little more nervous than us because they can't just jump right on the brakes. So that made up the most of why everything got so mixed up, I think, is people are just trying to figure it out. But, you know, chaos aside, big props to everybody for making that work, I would say.
This race is renowned for the sort of thing we've just seen there. Was that a part of the team talk before we came into tonight?
Well, it wasn't so much the team talk, but I did go back and watch many starts from before, so I kind of...
Not a good idea, that, mate.
I had an idea, yeah, so it was just about see where I can find the space in the crowd, you know, make my position known and make people know you're there so they're not going to turn into you, yeah, it's just about being careful but assertive.
That's interesting. Careful but assertive. Yeah. I'm going to take that across the weekend. Best of luck, mate.
Thank you.
Hopefully see you at the end.
Okay, hopefully. Thank you.
Gray Newell there.
Gray Newell with Joe as part of the CrowdStrike pit report. Careful but assertive. That's a little bit like Lena Gade's push without risk, I suppose. Slightly more or terminology on a similar vein. The safety car is going to come in on this lap. We've got 3 GT3 leaders as outright leaders, and now if we didn't have as much being thrown at the drivers already as Gray Newell expertly described, we now have a message on the screen to say that this is called a wet track because there is rain falling certain parts of the race circuit, not necessarily all of it, because this Le Mans circuit has such a large footprint. But Manu Collard, who has so many years of Le Mans experience, what did he have, something like 23 entries in a row. He has done his 24th Le Mans now as well, and in the Zebra Ferrari 296 he will lead 2 Blackthorn Aston Martins for Lorcan Hannafin and David McDonald, and Leo Weiss dealing with the DKR engineering car of Peng Cheng Ye. So Leo Weiss moving up to the lead of LMP3 for WTM.
Yeah, and in short order, David Drew will be coming through. He's already gained 1 position before they got into the Dunlop chicane. But, and in fact, side-by-side contact down the Forest curve. So that's David Drew coming through, elbowing his way through. I think it was maybe even a little bit of a touch. Please, guys, stay on the track. But that was an excellent restart from Manu Collard, as you'd expect. In fact, the 2 Aston Martins followed, but they're going to have that whole P3 pack coming on them, maybe by the first chicane, definitely by the second. But luckily for them, effectively about the first 4 cars in LMP3 are together, and then behind them there's a bit of a gap. It may give them some breathing space.
Well, remember, the priority for the GT3s is to win their class. Now the Aston Martin of Lorcan Hannafin having a long look up the inside of Manu Collard. I don't think he's going to let him through, though. He wants to win this GT race. And now it's 3 abreast for, what is that, 3rd or 4th positions in LMP3. Let's hope they all get stopped. Peng Cheng Shea doesn't quite make the first chicane, the right-hand element, but Stefan Aust did in the 71 car. He's battling with David Drew as now Torsten Kratz starts to work his way past the first of the Aston Martins for Blackthorn. These are for positions overall, remember. So Leo Weiss, sorry, not Torsten Kratz, Leo Weiss, who took over from the WTM by Rinaldi Racing teammate. Weiss now up to 3rd overall, still leading LMP3.
Battle for 3rd place in P3, very, very tight. Stefan Aust, every time he looks, seems to be the middle, the meat in the sandwich. He gets into the first chicane, he's the middle of 3. Into the second chicane, he's the middle of 3. He's actually backed out of it. And the first 2 cars in P3 have got well clear, which is Leonard Weiss and David Drew. David so aggressive and successful, making his way up the order through the Dunlop curves and gaining the benefit. They're picking off the second, trying to pick off the second place Aston Martin now, with Lorcan Hannafin doing what he's trying to do, but Hannafin is right on the tail of Manu Collard for the outright lead of the race. He's going to need a bit of peace and quiet to concentrate on that, but he is about to be monstered. The pack is coming, but out of Mulsanne corner it's still Manu Collard. Excellent restart from him. It's still Lorcan Hannafin, but then the best of the rest is Leonard Weiss leading the P3 group, and I'm sure will be through to the front very soon indeed.
Minea Stefan, a champion in the Ligier European Series last year, is also making very quick work. Look out for the yellow and orange car, which is numbered 44 for Romanian driver Stefan. He's already got by Romano Ricci and is pressurising Stefan Aust into a potential mistake. Leo Weiss, he thought about throwing a move up the inside of Manu Collard's Ferrari. There really shouldn't be any competition between an LMP3 and a GT3, but this is testament to Collard's outright speed. He'll now keep the car as straight as possible to allow the LMP3 with way more aerodynamic benefit, and it's a lighter car as well to get through. So we have an overall lead change. Finally, what we would have expected comes to reality, but now we're going to go red flag. Red flag is out, yet confirmation of that on various screens that we have in front of us. It was a double yellow at Marshall Point 23, so that's the run out of Mulsanne down towards Indianapolis, and there's been a huge crash involving certainly one car, the number 9 from Graf Racing, and possibly others as well. And with the clock still actually counting down at this stage, yes it is, 13 minutes and 50 seconds, there's now going to have to be a decision made by the stewards to say that is the end of day for the Road to Le Mans, or are they thinking about a restart? The problem is there's going to have to be so much recovery work here from what is left of the number 9 car, which is minus all of the rear bodywork. There's a lot of damage to the front of that car as well. It's Louis Rossi who was driving that, and thankfully he is out of the car and talking to the marshals. I'm sure they'll get a medical car to him just as soon as we can. But all of the cars now heading into pit road, and celebrations are beginning, Joe Bradley, down in the garages after this red flag in the session. We now get the message, will not resume.
Yeah, the message from the officials is that is the race over, the result going. And you know what? How close were we to having a GT3 car taking an overall win? And Manuel Collard, the Le Mans legend, almost did it. I'm looking at the gap, 2.2 seconds.
I think he has done it, Joe.
Oh, I think he has done it because with the red flag, of course, Johnny.
The overtake was done on the red flag lap.
It was taken on the red flag lap. The results will be from the previous lap.
Exactly.
So incredible. In fact, Pierre Caffer, your old mate, Emmanuel Collard, in a GT3 car, Manuel Collard in a GT3 car, we think has taken this win, Pierre Caffer.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
So Manuel Collard, one of your old...
Yeah, but this was LMP3, no? Was it LMP3 car?
It was a GT3 car in a Ferrari.
Oh, wow.
And he's going to be at the front when the result goes back a lap after the red flag.
Wow, that's amazing, huh? That's really great. It was, it was crazy conditions in this race because I think the pit strategy, who was in the right window, could pit 1 lap earlier. And you're right. Then he should be in front, and he's overall leader. Huh?
Yeah, incredible. I just thought I'd get Pierre Caffer's thoughts on that. Guys,
no, it's great.
The cars have filed through. There's a job as a commentator for him in the pit lane if he gets sick of driving and driver coaching.
Well, frankly, he sounded as confused as we are.
he absolutely did, didn't he? Yes, he did.
Well, I tell you what was lovely, Joe, was the face of Francois Perrault, so many years racing with Manu Collard, and of course he's competing in the World Endurance Championship. He's delighted for his long-term colleague. The damage to the barriers after Louis Rossi's accident down between Mulsanne and Indianapolis, it went in on track right and has separated the top and middle layers of the barriers and then been spun around to the other side of the track. Louis Rossi limping away, but he's moving, pretty well. But had we had another race after this, it's going to be a definite delay in terms of getting those barriers fixed, I'm afraid.
Still trying to make head nor tail of what's just happened, but as you say, as the car speared to the left, I mean, there's a gaping hole in the Armco barrier, and marshals and photographers have had to run for cover after that contact was made. I have no idea which other car was involved in that incident, but Louis Rossi, unless there was a breakage, and we've already seen one of those in this race, the greatest possible news is for Rossi to step out, and he's even remembered to clip on his radio cable as well, so he's clearly thinking clearly. However, he'll be taken to the on-site medical centre just to make sure that there are no niggly injuries that can't be spotted straight away. The rear of that Graf car no longer exists, Bruce. I mean, has the engine actually gone with it? I can't see the 5.6 litre Nissan engine still present on that car. Maybe that's what they're looking for in the trees.
Well, it was clearly a massive. In fact, I talked about it's a 3-layer barrier. There's a great gap between barrier 1 and barrier 2, and lower down, as it probably did its first full rotation against the barriers, hole punched between the middle and bottom barriers as well. But the good news is the structure of the number 9 Graf Ligier clearly did exactly what it needed to do, because it protected him in that situation. And Louis Rossi immediately out of the car, as you said, with the presence of mind to do what you have to do when exiting the car under normal circumstances, and those circumstances were far from normal.
Still trying to get confirmation from Al Kamel about the readjusted result, and they will be working out how far back to go. Clearly, you can't read the result at lap 6. Yeah, the completion of lap 6. Well, that might be about right, actually, because they hadn't completed lap 7. And it was on lap 7 that Leo Weiss sliced his way by the 2 Blackthorn Aston Martins, and then eventually Emmanuel Collard in his AF Corsa Ferrari number 82. But no doubt about those associated with 82 at AF Corsa, because Charlie Somali was already starting to jump with joy, knowing not only had they won GT3, most likely had they won GT3, but it looks like it's an outright win, Joe Bradley, in the first Road to Le Mans race.
So I'm not sure what you said there, Johnny, but I have got Torsten Kratz with me. Torsten, we think you guys would be second, but you are leading LMP3. Is that how you read it?
Honestly, I have no idea.
Neither have we.
Because, I mean, we have been leading at the red flag. I don't know how they are counting it now. It's a second last lap, and DKR was in front, but I've heard that they are under investigation because they made something wrong. So I don't know. So maybe we are first or second.
The thing I want to talk to you about, Torsten, was that start. You knew you had to get away from all of that craziness, and you had it all happening behind you.
Yeah, I know that Felipe Laza was also hunting me, and I mean, this was my aim to get to the front quite soon. Honestly, Cool Racing made it me a bit easy because they were a bit struggling in turn 6, and so I used this chance, and then I had clean air and it was running smoothly, and then again red flag. It was a bit frustrating, or safety car first, and then it was a bit frustrating. But okay, this is the race. I'm just happy that this guy, I don't know who, I think Rossi was in this car. I saw that he was going out of this bad crash. Shows how stable these cars are, but this is the first thing I was watching there. That it's a
big hit, wasn't it? Big hit.
Yeah. If you see the Guardian rail. So let's see that he's fine first, and then we look to the result, and maybe we are first, and it's fine. If we are second, I would not understand why, but let's see.
Let's see. But firstly, a great drive at the start, Torsten. You did a great job.
Thank you.
And much better than last season's or last year's race. Can you remember, guys? Torsten Kratz, absolutely horrendous look in both of the races last year.
Yeah, and he wanted, I know, to come back firing on all cylinders to rectify that. He spoke to you during our preview show to these two races, and thank you for your stern efforts with that. We're not far away from, I think, being able to catch up with Charlie Samani to get his reaction.
I would have loved to win in other circumstances, but we take it, and we're happy because it's always a great pleasure to be with Emmanuel Collard, such a legend. 25 participation to Le Mans on the podium with my coach.
And it's quite an amazing circuit to be here. Technically, you know, a home race for you. How nice is it to race in front of your home crowd? And know you're going to do it again on Saturday.
Yes, it's just the first race, so let's see what's the race direction, decide after the cancellation of the qualification session this morning. So today we look at tomorrow. It's going to be different circumstances. I think the weather will be quite tricky and tricky for us. I never driven here under the rain, so I take every session as an experience and to build up my knowledges to one day maybe participate to the 24 hours.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Charles-Henri Samani, Charlie Samani to his friends. Quite cheeky rain potentially on the horizon for this weekend's race Saturday morning, but the 40-year-old, I reckon, is just a few minutes away from being informed that he and co-driver Manu Collard have won a Le Mans Cup race, a Michelin Le Mans Cup race, a Road to Le Mans race outright in GT3, and that should also mean that the two Blackthorn Aston Martins will finish second and third on the overall podium.
Pause for a minute, if you will. Bear in mind, the GT3 runners started, the highest place was 35th. They had 34 P3 cars in front of them. Did they pass all 34? Did they? Heck. But by dint of being, ironically, pretty much towards the tail of the GT3 pack, the pit window opened, they dived in. The 40-plus cars that went past the entrance to the pits before the 20-minute mark was reached in the race, they had to continue for another lap. The field was being led around about 8-minute lap time, so they were going to have to come in the next time around because they wouldn't have enough time to squeak in with a further lap behind the safety car. And then, but it was a brilliant restart with those three GT3 runners and Xi Jinping in front, leading the P3 class, but not really. He was then monstered by everybody else. But, it was the fact that Collard really got it hooked up, took the two Aston Martins with them, and has produced that extraordinary result. But you know what? I've known Manu for a very, very long time. When he was racing in Formula 3, Formula 3000, and he's always been just charming gentleman, and I'm delighted for him. And for Charlie Samani, well, what a great result for him.
Still waiting for the Alcamel screen to correct itself, but the one thing we shouldn't be any doubt about, assuming, well, depending on how far back we go, but Leo Weiss had rejoined, hadn't he, having taken over from Torsten Kratz, and was still the LMP3 leader for the completion of that lap, in behind the safety car, and then it's basically a safety car, end of safety car lap, into completion of lap, and that's where the result will be called, I think, won't it? So we will barely have had any racing at all, apart from that. Well, the first lap of the race was an extra formation lap. We then were racing for a portion of lap 2, but then we had a slow zone, which eventually turned into a safety car. And this is what we mean about this championship kind of being no stranger to the odd incident, the odd stoppage, because I reckon maybe half a racing lap in what should have been a 55-minute race.
And we talked about this before the start of the race, that for the teams who had their bronze driver in first, then saved their hot shot for the second stint, they didn't really get a chance to show their skills. David Drew gained a few places immediately, going well for him, but also Wayne Boyd and Colin Noble, we talked about both of them before. They're drivers who could work their way to the front. Another lap, they'd have been right up there. They moved up effectively to third and fourth places for Nielsen Racing and Team Thor. And so they would have moved on up. But, you know, we didn't get to see their worth.
Can we just give a shout to the track crew that are dealing with that, literally slicing surgeon light through various strands of Armco barrier to replace the various bits that are broken. Now, it looks like Alcomel have reset yet further, and they've gone back now to 5 laps being completed, which is a completely different complexion, and will put the number 12 Kessel Racing Ferrari to the front when that was before Frederic Jose had even taken over, wasn't it? Because it was David Fuminelli's charge from the blocks, and Valentin Hasklow, the 95 Aston Martin, up to second place in GT3. What about the order in LMP3? Leo Weiss, Stefan Aust, David Drew in the 22, the 71 and the 97. I still say that is being worked through. It's definitely a checkered flag and the end of the race, but as for the result that is going to be called, we're still waiting for official confirmation.
I can give you official confirmation on something completely different. The car that started on pole position, the number 87 Cool Racing Ligier, James Sweetenham started it, limped into the pits, and he had side-by-side contact when he was in second place. And so that was why that one went out of the race, but we didn't see it really live because the director was trying to pick out any of the other 56 starters in this race. But unfortunately for him, that's why that limped back to the pits. And the driver who set pole position, Adrian Clomenil, the 17-year-old rising star, did not get a race. But that should be repaired for Saturday. All the cars now have been spun around through 180 degrees in the pit lane, and they're going against the natural flow of things because they're heading back to their paddock. We will not have any restart. There was no doubt we were going to race again later this evening. They'll get their second chance on Saturday morning. So victory officially.
Well, it's still provisional, I would wager.
Okay.
But the provisional result after only 5 laps, now going to the 22. Well, we've already heard from Torsten Kratz, and great work from Joe with that CrowdStrike pit interview to catch up with what at the moment is being called as the race winner, with Leo Weiss ahead of the 71 Rinaldi racing car. 71 is the Ligier for Stefan Aust and Felipe Fernandez-Laza, and the 97 Cool Racing car that started on the front row being called as the third place finisher, David Drew and Adrian Schiller. And then when we look down to the GT3 top 3, 19th overall at the end of lap 5, the number 12 car, which is the Fred Jose and David Fuminelli car. But Jose, by lap 5, hadn't even been put into Kessel Racing car number 12. 95 second, which is the 95 car, is the Racing Spirit of Le Mans, which started from pole position within the category. Valentin Hasklow was the last driver to pilot that. And he shares with Derek DeBoer. Third position, the 88 AF Corsa Ferrari for Custodio Toledo and Riccardo Agostini. But I would stay close to the Alcomel website for the Road to Le Mans, and also the official Michelin Le Mans Cup results page to actually get the full details on this, because I'm sure they're still trying to work out precisely where the checkered flag would have fallen. We were working lap 7. Sometimes the result goes back to the previous lap completed, which would have been lap 6, but it looks like we've gone back a lap and a half to the end of lap 5. And unfortunately, although we really wanted Manu Collard with his 25 Le Mans and Charles-Henri Samani to win, purely because it was a GT3 car leading and winning outright, might be that story does not happen this year at Le Mans. Remember, Hyperpole session due at 8 o'clock. That might now be in the window of some delay, because there's a huge sequence of Armco barrier that is having to be torn out and reconstructed, including the vertical struts in behind, and then the horizontal flats that will need to be sourced and fitted to make sure that Armco barrier is set to take any more punishment that might be heading its way through the course of the next few days. Well, that was an exciting one, wasn't it? And we've got to do it all again on Saturday morning for the second portion of the Road to Le Mans. You can join us for a 10:30 local time start for that, and hopefully the full 55 minutes or 13 laps. My thanks to Steph Wentworth and Joe Bradley, who've been providing the CrowdStrike pit lane reports, to Bruce Jones from me, Johnny Palmer. We'll prepare for Hyperpole in just under 25 minutes' time and be racing again in the Road to Le Mans on Saturday morning here on 91.2 FM.
This programme is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
...2024 sees the first participation in the Le Mans 24 Hours of the Le Mans GT3 category. GT3 has been a global success, and the ACO and the FIA have incorporated it into the FIA World Endurance Championship as well as racing here at Le Mans. But for reasons of numbers mainly, not every manufacturer who builds GT3 cars can compete. Audi and AMG Mercedes are notable exceptions. At the Nürburgring 24 Hours recently, I took the opportunity to sit down with the man at the head of AMG Customer Relations, Stefan Vendel, to ask him about the current state of GT3 and where AMG stand with getting back to World Championship and Le Mans. First of all, asked him about how the business of GT3 racing cars was going.
So we built up a support system for our customers globally, starting with a spare parts service, which is on site for all categories which are starting with AMGs. And we have engineering support on site, taking care that all problems of the teams will be sorted out in short time. And also performance support, trying to make our cars competitive and faster.
Specification formula have a reputation for being very user friendly. How important is that to design that in right from the start?
From our perspective, this is very important, but we're starting with the right base, as also our street cars, our road cars, the scenes inside. So it's in our DNA, our cars having the engine at the front. We are well balanced in terms of weight and modifications to that. And with a good setup, this leads to high drivability, and this is enjoy.
There's a rash of GT3 cars. Some of them using very advanced concepts now. All the cars doing things because they think they have a better solution. So what do you have to do to keep pace with them?
It's first of all an exciting area to see, not only in prototype racing, also in GT racing. You see a bunch of manufacturers coming into this business, and the category gets more and more competitive. And we see interesting developments also. And we are quite happy to be competitive still with our product and our drivers too. But still, there are a few things we would like to improve and we would like to adapt. And this is something which is up to the future when we come with it.
How far can you take the current car? That, I suppose, is the question that everybody wants to do before you've got to look at a major revision or potentially even another car.
Yeah, a new car offers always some advantages, something to develop to, and potentials left. On the other side, we have a lot of experience with our current car from the past years, and this is the advantage we have and we own. Having our drivers consistently in our car, we know our car in and out under all kinds of conditions on this track. And this is the advantage we have to use to get competitive over the distance.
How many GT3s have you got out there in customer hands?
We built and sold more than 280 GT3s.
Heavens above, that is incredible. And still building new chassis for customers if they want them?
Yes, indeed. Actually, we already, because this number of cars we sold exceeded the expectations we had a few years ago, and we're running a very successful project so far. And this leads us to reorder new engines from this current 6.3 liter engine, and also new chassis to make enough spares and also fresh cars available for our customers in the next years.
It's a time of great change and great introspection in the automotive world. We're all being told what we can and can't have. I think that upsets some people and it upsets some manufacturers as well. But from a racing point of view, it limits the opportunities and the choice. At the end of the current car, as a road car, what comes next for Mercedes-AMG, and therefore what would come next as a racing car? Has that been considered? Has that been thought about? Has it been planned for?
Yeah, it is in consideration. As soon as you finish your current car development, you're thinking to the next one, because this is a long-term plan ahead. And I don't want to disappoint you now here that I cannot tell you more than that, but we will come up with some news as soon as we are ready to announce.
If you've sold nearly 300 current cars, it's something that you clearly don't want to abandon, and you want to service your customers as you transferred them from the SLS into the current car. You'll want to get them in the new car. I'm saying that. I don't expect you to comment on that, Stefan. Now, a lot of our listeners are, what's the word I should look for? Confused about why we have GT3, LMGT3 at Le Mans this year and in the WEC, and two major manufacturers who have been very successful in yourselves and Audi Sport Customer Racing are not represented. We must make the point that was not your choice to not be on that list. Is there anything that can be done to change that, to get AMG back to the World Championship, back to the top level?
Yeah, the ACO linked GT manufacturers on their LMH, LMDH programs. So this is a matter of fact. And nevertheless, we stay in contact with the ACO. I've been visiting them in Spa to get an impression of this event, and it was a great event and great to see as also as a motorsport fan. And I saw some friends and ex-customers also. It was nice to visit them, and we will see, and we are ready to jump in ACO championships, doesn't matter WEC or even starting with ELMS. So we are ready to do those necessary adaptations to our homologation of the car and fulfill this process also with customers in the backend. And as we have, for example, a high demand of customers jumping into the Asian Le Mans series, also in the next year, I can tell you up front that it would be really nice if we could enable our car to participate also at Le Mans, even as a guest or in invitation class starter.
Because it didn't happen this year, but the potential is there because you have a lot of customers in the Asian Le Mans Series, another ACO championship. You could have had one of your customers win the championship and then get an invitation to Le Mans and not be able to take their race car and have to go to another manufacturer. Yeah,
this is true, and I understand that the ACO even would not allow to participate one manufacturer just at a single race. This makes also, and I agree, out of BOP perspective, no sense, because not enough data are available in this whole process. So that's why we are waiting for the chance to participate in one of their championships to deliver enough data, and that we can enable our cars for this perspective. Because on one hand, for sure, we fight together with our customers to win the Asian Le Mans too. Same time, it would be a sad story if then they would have to change to another manufacturer to participate in Le Mans.
Let's talk about
where they could start the procedure of doing the pass around.
The lawmakers, in automotive terms, are trying to do their best for the green agenda.
Because what they didn't want to do, as I was saying to Bruce Jones a little while ago, was to release the cars out onto a mixed state track. They wanted to have it uniformly.
Down through the years. GT3 racing is
pretty much as close as you're going to get to the street.
Wet or uniformly dry.
I disagree with that so much.
But I think that was the objective. I hope Johnny's all right. We just had a small incident in the commentary box.
I can't tell you, Paul, how much I disagree with that statement. Though. That's why I threw myself on the floor. I mean, at the end of the day, it's Le Mans, and you should be driving out there in the wet. You should be driving out there in the dry. If you're making the decision, you have to make the decision whether you can drive quickly through the bits that are wet on slicks and get away with it and make up the time. I mean, look at what Tom Christensen did in the Audi years ago. Won Le Mans for them.
You're an
and that is what Le Mans is all about.
Indeed.
For me, personally.
I agree with you. I was extreme.
We are not talking about 2 cars per manufacturer which are running, which are under control, and where you also can count on potential problems which occur with new fuels which come for sure. So means all manufacturers are forced, and they do already, same as us, testing different fuels for IMSA, testing for the SRO, for WEC, for example, and even alternative fuels for the future. And this is a high effort necessary to make all those things happen. And it would be an interest of everybody, as we do it in customer racing, with, depending on the on the manufacturer, in our case, 50 to 100 cars running globally, nearly every weekend. So we need to find reliable options to integrate those alternative fuels without risking the effort spent from our customers. And this is what we do, what we all do, and we are working forward ahead.
One of the great advances in motor racing, and particularly in GT racing down through the years, has been reliability. And we now don't even, to be honest, in the booth, I don't consider reliability an issue anymore, even in a hard 24-hour race. That's an extraordinary feat that you and the other manufacturers have been able to get to. When I first started talking about motor racing, even at the highest level, reliability was always part of the equation, and people would, as we would say in English, nurse the car for maybe 20 hours. It's not like that anymore. And do we get the benefit of that in our street cars?
Yes, for sure. In our case, our learnings are going also in our road department. And I have to say the base of our car is developed on a very high quality level. That's why we are we achieved this amount of reliability in all kinds of 24-hour races in the world. But there's also a very high operation necessary to make this happen every time, not always using new cars. Having an old car, you need to operationally check on your car in detail what kind of mileage, which kind of part is there, and at the right time you need to change it. And this is very important, and then it's all about the preparation. You need high-skilled mechanics who know exactly what to do at each single nut and bolt, and then you can achieve this kind of reliability.
You're a race fan, as well as holding your position at the head of AMG's customer services effectively. When GT3 started and when you got involved, could anybody have foreseen how it's almost taken over endurance race?
No. When the GT3 started, I think it was around 2007-8 around. I participated here as an engineer, for example, at Nürburgring 24-hour race already in those special classes, and then very easily the European Championship became attractive for us, and we went into this. Been the GT2 ACO regulation series and the GT3s, and it was not feasible this moment that there would come all together in one time. But it made totally sense, I have to say, and it's very attractive, especially for the customers, to buy a car which is available everywhere in the world, or is for races, for the biggest GT races in the world. It's a big advantage for those customers and for those motorsport enthusiasts who like to participate in those races once at a time. And for us manufacturers, also very interesting that we can winning Daytona in 1 year, participating at Nürburgring, going to Spa, and potentially next year then in Le Mans. This is very interesting.
It's a good time to be in sports cars. I'm delighted to see that AMG are competing at the very highest levels all the way around the world. Stefan Vendel, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you too.
This programme is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Welcome to 91.2 FM. What an interesting interview there with Stefan Vendel. We'll have that again for you in our play out overnight, and tomorrow it's John Hindhaugh and Johnny Molam with you and the action for this evening. We're going to head straight down to our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters, who for this are Dinah Binks and Nick Damon. Let's see which one. Nick Damon, let's go to you first of all. Good evening. Hello, Nick. Hello, Nick. Can't hear.
Hello,
Nick
John. Can you hear me?
At all there. We'll try and get back to him in a moment. The news that they were going to give you is that Hyperpole has been delayed. We had a big accident in the Road to Le Mans race. They were expecting 55 minutes. They got about 55 yards of racing. And I think it might have been half a lap, Johnny.
Yeah, it was literally half a lap, John. That's the problem with the Michelin Le Mans Cup. It can be a little bit like that, because they know that you haven't got much time. There's a lot of risk taken, obviously, cold tyres, the nature of the track. Sometimes some of the drivers maybe not that experienced, and so traditionally the Michelin Le Mans Cup race does have a lot of slow zones, and getting a one clear lap in is really tricky in a race at the best of times. But when you have a massive accident like happened earlier, where pierced the barrier, and it's going to take a long time, it's definitely, I would, in my opinion, because I say it's going to definitely be a good 20-minute delay at absolute minimum for Hyperpole, because the barriers are really badly damaged and they have to replace a whole section of them.
We'll keep an ear out to our race control channel here. Satoshi Hoshino will be taking the wheel of the Aston Martin, the 777 D-Station racing car, D-Station Racing. It has to be the bronze driver in LMGT3 that goes out there. We have 3 layer metal that needs replacing. They need to get the team in from the Nürburgring who are absolutely banging on this. Although in fairness, they would have done that with cars going past them at 60 kilometres an hour, like 5 feet behind them.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think my 20 minutes delay was kind of ambitious when you...
I love your boyish enthusiasm.
I know, when you're looking down and you're seeing like girder upon girder lying there waiting to be bolted in. I don't know how long it can be, but I think it could be quite delayed, which actually, John, with the weather here, you can feel it coming in. You can almost feel it on your arms with the weather coming, and there's no doubt that the weather is coming. And of course, this might have meant that they would have had maybe the first 5-10 minutes of Hyperpole, or even the first, or even all of Hyperpole would have been dry. And obviously, this is now, the longer the delay goes on, the higher the chance there is of the rain coming in, and that's really going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons when it comes to qualifying.
For those who were asking earlier on, and by the way, the hashtag is RLM_24H. If you want to get in touch with us, don't forget our Instagram as well at Radio Show LTD. These times will set the front 4 rows of each class of the grid. So if they go slower than people who qualified yesterday, doesn't matter. This is a complete reset. It's like going into Q3 of Formula 1. That's the way it is. Nothing that's happened before matters, and from 9th on down, all the times will stand. We'll get to some of the ins and outs of what will happen. There were some issues in the last session, noticeably for a couple of McLarens, and Nick Damon can bring us up to date with what's going on down in the lane with this CrowdStrike pit report.
Well, I was just I walked into the bottom of the lane and I saw both the Toyotas up on high stands and no work going. I thought, oh, it must know there's a really, really long delay. And then I remember they're not in this session. So as you walk up, there's kind of like, there's like a favoured sun and a black sheep. There's one car that's got its lights on, it's on the ground being worked on because that one's qualified, and then there's the other one kind of like being ignored. It's let down the whole family by not making it into the top 8 of its particular class. So it's been going, just looking around about. There's a few people obviously looking to qualify. Looks like Sebastian Bourdais is going to be qualifying the number 3. But yeah, so there's 2 Cadillacs now. But of course, then there's the 311 that's up on the high stands and no one wants to play with him. So yeah, everyone's kind of ready, thinking about an 8 o'clock start, which is not going to happen.
Our other voice in the pit lane for our CrowdStrike pit reports is Diana Binks. Good evening, Diana. How are you?
Good evening. Very well, thank you. Hope you are too. So I'm at the other end of the pit lane here, and it has gone a little bit cooler down in the pit lane as everyone, or the teams that are doing the Hyperpole, get ready. I'm outside the number 37 Cool Racing. Now they're all ready to go. Looking quite relaxed. Their car is looking splendid before it comes out to go out on track. Now, as I make my way up the pit lane, we can see, I think Nick might have mentioned various other teams that are not taking part in this half-hour session when it actually gets underway are just fine-tuning their cars for the weekend and also for later on. There'll be some of them, I guess, may not go out during that final practice, or they'll just be fine-tuning what they're doing. But at the moment, it's all pretty quiet down here in this pit lane until the action gets underway.
We are still going through the formalities from the truncated Road to Le Mans. We've got another race on Saturday for that. Bruce and Johnny Palmer will take you through that. At RSL_studio, but make sure you use the hashtag RLM_248. And again, apologies for the interference on our pit lane mics. Unfortunately, it's somebody actually who's on the frequency who shouldn't be there. So actually, we can't do anything about that until the French Radio Authority track them down. Gareth Howell says it's going to be odd having a hypercar Hyperpole without any Toyota. Not as odd as Toyota think it's going to be for that, JMO.
Oh my God. Talk about a disaster. I mean, that's what it puts pressure on. Now you create this, and obviously it's created for excitement and TV and all the rest of it, but it does put the teams under enormous pressure when you have that little window where you have to go out and get a lap in, because if something goes wrong, and a lot of people got their track limits or had track limits and had their best time taken away. I was chatting to Oliver Jarvis, actually, who just sneaked in, who'd been kind of setting the pace in LMP2 and only just sneaked into Hyperpole because his first lap, which was easily quick enough, was taken away from him on track limits. So it just puts a lot of pressure on, and for Toyota it all went wrong, and unfortunately the accident then also ruined it for Brendan Hartley.
Which happened out there. As usual, Lisa will keep you posted so that everyone can understand and prepare themselves. and on top of that, it seems that the weather may change. So it's spicing up for a good qualifying session, a good Hyperpole.
Eduardo Freitas, his usual laconic self.
It's easy, isn't it, John, for him to say that when he's sat in the dry of race control, but trust me, the drivers will be thinking, we want to get out there.
Well, it's 8 o'clock. We should be getting a green flag. That's not going to happen anytime soon. Let's take the opportunity to look at the weather on 91.2 FM.
The weather.
On Radio Le Mans, brought to you by VP Fuels.
We were expecting an occasional shower, rain and drizzle tonight. Their low is only 13 degrees. It's not very low at all because it's going to be overcast. Expecting rain for the next 60 minutes is what the weather forecast is saying. Tomorrow, Friday, 20 degrees, a bit of afternoon rain. Saturday, 21, and Sunday, 20, but also showers throughout the day forecast on Sunday. That's your weather from the Circuit de la Sarthe.
Whatever the weather, you can depend on VP Fuels and Lubricants.
It's horrible, this, because the poor tyre engineers are going to be all over the place here, JMO. Endurance, teamwork, and speed is a data-driven examination. Well, you get 2 extra sets of tyres for this, which don't come out of your race allocation. Your race allocation actually doesn't start until, guess what, start the race. So you warm up tyres as well.
It's like a little bonus for making Hyperpole, basically.
Yeah, absolutely right. You can choose whatever you want. It might be a rain. There's no intermediates, of course, for any. Oh no, have the LMHs got in us now? No, they don't.
I don't believe so,
no,
John.
There's no cut slicks. Okay, so let's head down to the pit lane and check in with our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters. First of all, let's go to Nick Damon.
A lot of the drivers, and certainly the hypercar drivers, are already sitting in their cockpits. Given the unspecified amount of time, that could end up being quite warm and uncomfortable. But there's kind of a separation. There's a couple of the other drivers are kind of hanging around the back. But yeah, it's all kind of like people have worked themselves. The 8 cars in each group, apart from hypercar, the 7 of course, have worked themselves up into this, and now they're sitting here with this excess energy waiting to go, which is quite interesting. It's a very interesting kind of weird calm over the whole pit lane, with everything waiting for it to explode into life, I think. But it's quite good news for every other team, because they're working flat out on improvements and changes and getting the cars ready for the race, which they'll obviously have that 1 hour practice a bit later in the day just to check it's all right. But most of the other cars, if you haven't qualified, you are working really hard on your race setup right now.
And it's the same up the other end of the pit lane, the heart of racing, same thing. They're just waiting around for the indication that they can get out on track, and the other teams around them, because the GT3 cars are split, up and down the pit lane at the moment, so I can see some of them. But as Nick said there, the other cars that are getting red, that are not going out in these sessions, are just fine-tuning. DKR Engineering, Inception Racing, they also, the number 70, Inception Racing, they're standing around all looking quite relaxed. I can see one of the drivers at the back both chatting. I'm guessing they're going to talk through what strategy they're going to run and how they're going to do it. They're sort of coming out of the garages and just having a little look around and then straight back in to the garage. But it's all pretty quiet and relaxed down here at the moment. I guess everyone's just desperate to get it all underway.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem that they've got, I mean, Nick's saying that he's surprised that they're all in the car and they might be in for a long time, but when it's going on a quick start, especially because the weather could be a little bit dodgy, it's so important. And we have an 8:30 estimated time for Hyperpole starting, but it could go at a short call, as Eduardo de Freitas has said, and you have to be ready to go and put those tyres on and just go, because the difference between spending a minute and a half getting in the car once they go green could be the difference between doing half a lap in the dry or a complete lap in the wet.
Let's pick up on some of the stories then that have affected this week. Nick Damon, first of all, we will only have 7 LMH cars, yes, in their Hyperpole session, because the number 12 Jota car is not going to be taking part. Let's pick up on that story to start with.
Yeah, it was right at the end of night practice yesterday when we switched to one of the cameras which showed the number 12 Jota, piloted at that point by Callum Ilott. It had gone round, I think, at the exit of the Forest Esses just before Tarouge. A lot of front end damage, didn't look too bad, I thought. Had obviously taken a bit of a hit on the front right. Well, it had taken a lot of a hit on the front right, and it had done the tub. So it had pierced the tub. This meant that they would need a new chassis. Now, luckily, because there's so many of these Porsches knocking about, there was a chassis available in the spares truck. I have no idea if it was one, it was a Penske one or just a floater. There's probably a couple, in fairness. But it's interesting. It's an old chassis, not a new chassis. It's a chassis that's been used before.
Is it?
Yeah, because I was talking about the wires. Well, later, I came back about half an hour later and they had a complete new loom in plastic bags. So the wires I was seeing on the floor, the old ones had been taken out.
Ah, right.
So they well, fair enough. You can't. Yeah, the chances that everything's working is virtually zero. So you kind of got to do that.
The other thing, Nick, is maybe that was rigged for IMSA competition, which has
that's a really good point,
different
John.
monitoring loop.
Very, very good point. That's even better than my idea. They didn't trust the current wiring. Just so you know,
it's a guess, mate.
Well, I like it. No, I like it.
What I'd like to find out,
guessing,
and maybe if you find Sam Hicknett or one of the guys down there, Sam, it isn't their spare chassis.
No,
he said it is a spare chassis when I spoke to him at lunchtime. But if we could get a chassis number and a history, that would be really good, because I'd like to know where that's. If it's come out of the pool. It's my understanding that Hertz Team Jota bought their 2 cars and they aren't leased or rented from the factory at all. So we could have an interesting situation if that car goes on and does really well and wins. Then that's an absolute nightmare.
I really, 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 really hope I'm wrong on what I'm about to say, but it was such a shame because that car was looking, I'm not saying it would have been on pole, but it was looking really quick on some of its race runs. Obviously, they had a phenomenal result in Spa, and when you have an incident like that...
That was the Spa winner, of course.
Yeah, absolutely, exactly. When you have an incident like that and you have to do a full rebuild, taking things off tubs, putting them on, no matter how good your team are, it's such a difficult thing to do with this limited time to get the car ready to then go into a 24-hour race. Any tiny weakest link in there that's happened from that accident will get found out in that race.
So they've been given a slot, Nick, for tomorrow after 8 p.m.
At the airfield.
At the airfield to shake it down for no more than half an hour, and it has to take part in warm-up as well. How far through are they?
They've got the pods back on again. They've got a lot of the core wiring in. The dash isn't in yet, and the driver systems aren't in. But they've now got the pods on. They've got the main radiators on. They haven't yet mated up the engine and gearbox, and they haven't obviously put any of the front rear suspension in. But they've given the fact that the majority of the work is actually wiring. When I say wiring, obviously there's both electrical, hydraulic, and everything else going through the tub. That's the major time-consuming work, because we know these teams can put a new corner on a car in 5 minutes, and obviously it'll take a bit longer. So that's. I don't think. I think the fact that there's not an awful lot going on right now kind of indicates to me that they've sent the guys off for some lunch, and that they know they've got enough time to do it. I'm sure they want to get people to have some sleep, and they've probably got a good 12 hours of actual work time even with that. To do it next door on the 38, that's also on the high stands, but I think that's going through the process of being racified. So it's having all the race bits put in it, new brakes, new pads. But I don't know, depends how much you're going to run this evening, I suppose. But actually, it has got brand new discs and pads on. I'm looking at it right now. So where they're going to run those in, or just not run many laps tonight. They are, So it's a very busy Jota pit. They've made quite a bit of progress with the tub. I don't see any reason why they won't be able to do it by 8. But as Johnny says, it's a massive arse to produce a race-winning car when you've got a grand total of 45 minutes to test the thing from scratch.
Yeah, totally agree.
Do you remember, John, the last time that we got dispensation to go up and down the runway?
Yeah.
2001 in the Sallee with the power steering issue. That takes me back. We didn't learn a lot.
That's the joy of Le Mans, of course.
You know you're in trouble when you're running up and down the airfield.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Let's check in with Diana Binks, who's our other voice in the CrowdStrike pit lane team. The two McLarens that had problems, James Cottingham in what was the quickest car in the last session, and also the Inception car. I saw the Inception car was still being worked on. I'm not sure they actually really found out what had gone wrong with that. To be honest, Diana?
I'm not at the Inception car at the moment, but they're all ready to go out, but I will nip in there and find out what's happening. But I'm with DKR Engineering, the number 33 that was in the LMP2 class in P7 for the Hyperpole tonight. Kandi is the team manager. I just wanted to ask you, obviously we've got a delay to the going out on track. How much does that interfere with the strategy plans that you had for your running?
Yeah, so it changed not a lot for the moment. If the condition is still like this, if we can continue our sequence of rain, this will be a little bit the difficulty now. But for the moment, for us, it changed nothing. Just for the driver, it need to be focused on the Hyperpole, but for the team, it will not change a lot.
What tyres are you going to start on?
Well, of slick, of course. So for the moment, so we check the meteor every time. We think that it will stay like this. I hope until 10 o'clock, and then we will see a little bit what's happened.
How satisfied are you and the team at being in the Hyperpole tonight?
Well, for us, it's the first time that we did Le Mans with LMP2, and it's the first time that you are in Hyperpole. So, of course, we are very happy to be there already. So now we will do the Hyperpole, but voilà. We know that we have a race in 2 days, so we will not take all the risk, but we will try to do something good, yes.
Okay, well, go well.
Thank you very much.
As we're all waiting around to wonder what's going on, I'm going to come up to Spike. That's the 14 AO by TF, and the man who's going to try and do Hyperpole whenever it happens. It's Louis Delatraz. I mean, what's the mindset of a driver when you're sitting there waiting to really go, but then you get this kind of sort of unspecified delay?
I mean, it's great. We're in Hyperpole. We're going to get Le Mans for ourselves, no traffic, and 2 sets of new tires. So, I mean, it's a fantastic feeling, which obviously we can, put it on pole, but what matters is Sunday night more for me to win the race. But for sure now, with the weather coming in, apparently some wet rain, and yeah, an important lap up, it's a bit of pressure.
So effectively, everyone is going to go out as soon as the pit lane opens?
For sure. I think everyone will we'll try to beat the rain if it comes. But definitely those clouds look quite aggressive up there.
So is it a 3-lap run on each of the set of tyres, or can you get enough time for 4 laps?
I don't think we have time to do 3 laps. I think we have time to do only 2. So out to push in, out to push in. Maybe not even, depending on red flags and what happens. But yeah, it will be intense.
So how different is the setup to this car for Hyperpole than it will be for the actual race on Saturday morning, afternoon?
Actually, not so much, I think, not on our side. The track is evolving so much. Yesterday we did 33s, this morning we did 36, so there's a lot of unknown. The wind has swapped, so obviously we did some setup adjustment for it, but I don't think the race car will be very different.
Do you run the same downforce level? Because in some ways, running a little bit more downforce in qualifying can be quicker, but you can't run that because in the race you'll be overtaken by 2 people.
I think Le Mans is very specific, and here you cannot have downforce, at least you cannot have drag, so you need to minimize it, so quali or race will be same target.
Great stuff. Louis, best of luck.
Thank you.
Fair points well made, all there by the interviewee. Louis Delatraz down there with Nick Damon. At RLM_studio, use the hashtag RLM_24H. We are at least another 15 minutes away from action. It's still quite warm out there. Officially in the air, it's 20 degrees. Let's hear the Mansai radio, the Pure Racing.
Extra when quali starts and I'm driving, if you have extra updates about weather, be brave on the radio, give me maximum info, okay? Give me more chances to think something.
Okay, that would have been Alex Malikin, talking to the pits. More info is better, I presume, Jimo?
Yeah, I think what he's thinking there is if he's had a run on the say he's had 1 run at it, and he's on his 2nd lap and it's not going to be quicker, and he knows the rain's coming, then obviously he's got to finish that lap off. If it looks like there's no rain coming, then he can pop in, maybe put another set of tyres on and get out there. But I think you heard Louis Delatraz say that they're going to struggle to get both sets of tyres on that they're allowed in this session.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, really, you just go out, do 1, come in, go out, do 1, and then you might get away with it.
Let's go quickly to Diana Binks, who can give us an update in this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yes, I am at the number 37 Cool Racing. I've just grabbed you just for a very quick second here before you get into the car. You're going to be going out. How are you feeling ahead of this?
Yeah, obviously I'm very excited to participate for the first time this year in the Hyperpole here at Le Mans. And obviously now with the weather conditions, it might be raining. It's going to be very exciting, but unfortunately now it's a bit delayed, so it's not the optimal preparation, but I'm ready anyway.
You're obviously just chatting with the team, so just keeping as calm as you like. Obviously not overly happy to be talking to me right at this second, but thank you very much for doing that. How are you going to approach it?
I think it's going to be super important, first of all, to be able to go out and secure, let's say, a safe lap in the bank, as it could start raining in any second. So to be able to have a lap without track limits that counts would be for sure the priority. And then after that, you obviously need to push a bit more and take more risk out there.
Any indication on what the weather's doing?
At the minute, it seems to be dry, but I think at any second it could start dropping. So it's going to be exciting, and I'm looking a lot forward to it.
Thank you. Go well.
Thank you very much.
Diana Binks and Nick Damon there working hard in the pit lane. Radio check at 2020, so in 3 minutes' time from now, and Hyperpole now, they say, will start at 2030. Well, I've got to tell you, JMO, that's a heck of a job that's been done by that clean-up crew.
Yeah, well, I said 20 minutes, didn't I? Like 20 past, and I thought, God, that's super optimistic. But actually, the fact that they've managed to get it down only 10 minutes after that is a testament to how good a job these crews have done.
Up at the Panis racing car, the 65 P2. Matthias Besch, you are the man tasked with putting the car on pole. What is the strategy? What is it? Is it just one push lap? Can you get 2 push laps on both sets of tyres?
Yeah, well, the strategy will try to put a lap in a banker, because it's pretty uncertain at the moment with the weather. So normally we can't push the first lap because the tire's not there. It's too cold. But I think every lap will count. So it's going to be a tricky one for sure. We have to be a bit lucky, but on the other hand, I think every lap needs to be pushed. Even if it's a prep lap, it can be the lap that counts if it's raining in the middle. So in Hyperpole we start with 50 liters, we end up low fuel, so normally you do the fastest lap at the end, but let's see how the track is, if we have some rain or not. Traffic management is pretty tough as well, so yeah, like one of those, but that's Le Mans, and that's the one we're waiting for so long. Obviously I love qualifying, in ELMS, always had a lot of fun doing that exercise, and I'm looking forward to have fun on track now.
Yeah, as you say, it's no refueling. It's only half an hour. Now, you have one advantage. You're right near pit exit. So you've got a very good chance of being in the front of the queue and therefore having because obviously you'll get round the lap. You might be able to have no one to overtake you slower than you.
Well, that's an advantage when the tires were hot because you could do the lap on the first flyer, but it's not anymore because the tires are cold. So actually, it could be a disadvantage because you go out, your first flyer is going to be clear, but the second one you might have GT or you might have LMDH overtaking you. So let's see. I need to get ready now.
Okay, thanks, Matthias. He's got 3 tennis balls. I'm not sure what they're for, but that's
juggling, mate. He's juggling everything.
He's juggling the interview and getting his outfit on. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I was surprised he was talking to you quite so calmly, Nick, because right now, if I was out there, I'd be in the car from about 10 minutes ago getting my head in the game, because they keep on saying about getting a banker and track limits are important, but actually, if ever you need to get out there, and Matteo Besch spoke about tyre warmers, and I know that everyone's been going on and on about this, but it makes such a difference, because in the old days at Le Mans, you could go out, and it was always shocking how much grip there was at the Dunlop chicane straight out with the tyre warmers on. Now, you go through the lap, and even at the end of the first lap, they're not really ready. So to get one, to go out, prepare the tyre, and then push for your first lap, almost impossible. You need those 2 laps to get the optimum out of the tyre.
And here's something else just to throw in. I know that LMP2s aren't running at ELMS spec, so they won't be the quickest cars out there, which they would be if they were running ELMS spec, but they get their tyres up quicker. Well, the third lap will be the primo lap for LMP2, possibly even the second.
Well, I was speaking to a few of the LMP2 drivers, and they were saying that coming out behind a hypercar on cold tyres is an absolute nightmare because they can't get their tyres. So they're in the worst situation. The LMH rather, have the worst of it. LMP2 not bad, and of course GT3 cars, albeit they will have their amateurs on board, they actually will warm their tyres up the best of all the three classes. So yeah, you're right. An LMP2 car behind Matteo might be wanting to get past him, and then there's going to be a right kerfuffle on that first flying lap between the two classes.
The teams are going through their radio checks with race control at the moment. The clear up of that huge incident earlier on that split the arm core apart on the far side of the circuit is nearly finished, but nearly is not done, and so we're in the countdown phase now. The teams have been told to be ready on a short call. That means they have to have the cars warmed up. These aren't cars, Johnny, even the LMGT3 cars. You can't just walk up to these and hit the start button.
No, I mean, in some of them, LMH, you really have to do, plugging in computers and warming stuff up. They'll have warmed them all up. The GT3 cars, it is just a case pretty much of warming them up, but they need a good 5 minutes to get them warm. But they'll have done that anyway.
That's gearbox, running through the gearbox.
Everything. But they'll have done all of that. They'll be ready to go. I think they're aiming to start, rather than a short call, I think they're aiming to start bang on 8:30. There's still quite a lot going on at the area where the Armco was damaged, but I suspect in the next 10 minutes or 9 minutes 20 seconds that we've got, they'll probably get that sorted. So it looks likely that this will go green at 8:30.
What we don't know, and we'll get this information to you as quickly as possible, and Right Turn Lovers asked a very salient question, is what happens to the next free practice session, because there's still drivers in some of the cars that will need to get their night laps done and such like, and there was meant to be a final free practice session for everybody after this session. Now, it's not just about getting this session done. There is an interminable amount of formalities that goes on after this, which is when normally we go and grab something to eat. Thankfully, we've been well fed already this evening, but I can't imagine the ACO shortening up any of those formalities. So instead of getting finished at 11 o'clock tonight, I think we're actually going to end up running 11 till midnight instead of 10 till 11.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there, John. If it's between cutting a practice session or cutting the ceremony, they'll probably cut the practice session. But they have until midnight to run, don't they? And in the good old days, it was 10 till midnight, wasn't it? So
which is what it was last night.
7 till 9 and then 10 till midnight. So I don't think, with Friday being the day off, I don't think that'll be an issue.
What do you what do you think of Hyperpole? Are you a fan of Hyperpole?
I always like it when you have the cars going up against each other in a situation for qualifying. It makes good TV. The spirit of what Le Mans was when you could go out there was all about finding a clear lap, and it made such a difference. Obviously with Hyperpole, the chances are, obviously now with the weather it makes it less likely maybe, but the chances are you were going to get a clear lap. So in terms of the fastest being on pole, yeah, probably I am a fan of it, yeah, definitely. And it's nice to actually have them out there giving it everything in a pressure situation.
I've felt for some people yesterday having just that one qualifying session.
You see, that's
with
where I
62.
disagree.
Yeah.
That's where I disagree. I think they should just take the best time that you've done, like in the good old days,
all the way through the week.
All the way through the week.
I agree.
And then the fastest 8 after that time, then they go into Hyperpole.
And that makes every session count.
And then that makes it so you actually have your fastest guys really going for it. When you put a half an hour out there, that's more of a lottery than Hyperpole.
Yeah, I agree.
By a long way.
The only other thing they could do, MotoGP, every session counts for MotoGP, and I really like that, and that gets people going out all the time. People always go out at Le Mans because you can't get enough track time. I understand that. The only other thing they could do is that hour that we had last night for qualifying, which was pretty entertaining. It could have been 3 20-minute sessions, one for GT3s, one for LMP2s, and one for hypercars, and go from that to this evening. And I don't think that would have been any less entertaining, and there probably would have been less people moaning and whinging about the fact they didn't get a clear lap, because the biggest field would have been 23.
Yeah.
And we've got 24 going out now.
That's one way of looking at it.
Okay, you're good to move to P2. P2, track is 4-5 degrees less, lower.
Good evening in the pit lane again.
The wind has slightly picked up since the last update.
Cars may now be pushed to the working area. Cars may now be pushed to the working area. We estimate we may be able to go green at 8:30. The circuit is doing a great job. It was a massive repair. Let's see, there may be a delay of a few minutes. If that happens, that happens. Nevertheless, we will do our best to be ready to go out once we can.
I love Eduardo Freitas because you never just get, we're going to try and start at 8:30, beep, off. He genuinely wants to tell people what's going on and get people up to speed. So the car's being pushed onto the apron. Let's go back down to Nick Damon first of all and pick up a bit of the atmosphere. We might only be 4 minutes away, Nick.
Yeah, we might. We got our first bit of intrigue as well. To my left, I can see the BMW, the car, the 15 car that set the not pole but fastest time yesterday. That's on the white sidewall soft tyres. To my right, I can see the two Ferraris, and they are on the yellow sidewall medium tyres. So already a divergence by the teams, 3 of the 5 fastest cars, about what tyres to take.
Di?
I'm outside the United Autosport, so the 23 and the 22 are both in the LMP2 session. They've just wheeled the cars out onto the pit lane. They're all ready to go. Drivers in, team looking quietly out the back to watch, but looking further down the pit lane, all the cars are now out on the pit apron and waiting for that call to lift that board so that they can get out there onto the track. But I don't see any last-minute dramas, although on saying that, the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport, the number 6, is on the trolley, and they're just moving it round to the position to get out of the pit lane, so at the angle position, because I think it's it's very close to the number 10.
Well, it sounds as though the fans have heard that things are about to get underway. There's a little burst of applause. 20:35 now, the revised time. Let's go through, because we haven't. Let's go through who is in this session. In Hypercar, the number 2 Cadillac Racing, and now Earl Bamber's name is beside that, and Sebastian Bourdais against the number 3. Bourdais was exceptionally quick in the last session we had earlier on today. The 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport, we'll see none of the drivers that are necessarily next to them on the timing. If you're watching online, that'll be the first driver that's in there. Vector Sport, Hypercar I'm doing on that. Number 12, Hertz Team Jota. Well, that car will not be there because it's in more pieces than a Lego kit at the moment. Here's Manthey Pure Racing, the 92 car.
Lights cost power or not?
No, it does not cost power. It does not cost power. It's for free.
That is a total driver, isn't it?
I love that. In
So
fact, I've been
explain what
quite
he was
impressed with
asking
him
there.
because at the end of the day, that's the amateur driver in the
Yeah.
GT3, and yet, from listening to his radio messages, asking to be informed about weather coming in, keep him informed, and then asking if the lights are actually going to cost him anything. Obviously, running off the alternator, potentially a slight loss in horsepower. You know, in the old days, you can't do it anymore. You used to put tape over all the joins on the car to make it faster in a straight line. You turn your aircon off. You do everything for that one lap. And absolutely, on these straights, you know, even a couple of hundreds down each straight makes a massive difference potentially at the end of the lap.
That was Alex Malikin who was talking to the pits there. That's brilliant stuff. Let's finish off the hypercars. Team WRT, that'll be Dries Van Toor. He has been mighty. He had a fastest time last night, remember, in the qualifying session that seemingly came from nowhere. But if you know Dries, you know that isn't the case. At one stage, we had Dries and Lawrence first and second at one time. Actually, it was Lawrence, then Dries. They are sharing a motorhome here this weekend. Paul Loop shut down in the Alpine Next Endurance number 35. And the 2 Ferrari AF Corsa Works cars, 50 and 51, are in as well. In LMP2, Vector Sport, it's the Ryan Cullen car, the number 10 car. The AO by TF, the dark purple, number 14, PJ Hyatt's name next to that. He doesn't have to qualify that. Here is the 51 Ferrari.
So I would still go to the prep. Anyway, we will stay outside and update you. As the rain is coming from here, we should be the first one to see the drops. I will update you, but at the end of the out lap, if it stays like that, I would go for the prep.
And that was Alexander Pierguidi, I think, in that car. That's his helmet.
Pierguidi is definitely in there. I know Fuoco 100% will be in there. I saw Sebastian Bourdais in the car earlier, so I know he's in. So, and I should assume that Dries Van Tor will be in, given the stellar job that he did yesterday.
Ollie Jarvis's name is against the 22 United Autosport. Ben Keating against the 23. Remember, the pros can qualify the P2 cars. EDEX Sports is the 20.
Sorry to interrupt there, John. I don't think Ben will be qualified.
No, I don't.
No, but Ollie Jarvis is definitely in the 22. I know that.
DKR is the 33 car. That's in. Cool Racing, the 37 is in. Lorenzo Fluxa, I think that was Lorenzo that Di was talking to, and it sounded like he was going to get in. We're about 5 minutes away at the moment. And Panis Racing as well is in there. Now, in GT3, it does have to be the bronze driver in LMGT3. However, Ian James in the 27 Heart of Racing is not your average bronze driver, JP. Extremely experienced driver.
Yeah, a bit of a travesty, that, really.
He's getting on, though, isn't he?
He's still a puppy. He just lets his hair go completely grey to look older and get bronze categorised. No, but he's a fantastic driver. I remember racing against Ian 15, 20 years ago in America. So, and he's kind of like jack of all. He's like player-manager, isn't he, in that team? So, yeah, he's the one that decides who qualifies. So if he is actually qualifying, which he will be, because I think he's the bronze in that car, then he'll be enjoying this and an opportunity to get out there. And there's a real good chance they could put that car, or he could put that car on pole position in GT3.
And Ironlink's the number 60 car, the 66 is GMW. Here's the Inception radio. From the number 70, no, maybe not. Inception should be Brendan Arib in that car, in the number 70. 77 is the Ford Proton competition, still getting used to seeing Ford and Proton together. TF Sport have the 82, that is the Corvette. Mantai, Alexandra Malikin we talked about, and Satoshi Hoshino. Here's Eduardo.
Let's take this opportunity to remind drivers of the need to respect track limits. It is Hyperpole.
Which means they will delete laps as soon as a track limit violation is reported. So we may see a lap pop up and then disappear again immediately. It happened last night, actually, with Dries Van Tor. He went to the top and then dropped back because he'd shortcut the last chicane, which we did actually see.
It's tricky, John, that, because they know they're up against it. They know the rain's coming. They haven't got a chance really to go out and prep the tyre, go and do an out lap, prep the tyre, maybe even do a flying lap, still prepping the tyre, and then do on their sort of second flyer lap a really quick time. They don't have time to do so.
Man, attention. Oh, they've let them move into the fast lane. Nick Damon.
Yeah, they're all coming past with the Ferraris. So first it's the BMW, next it's the Panis Racing car in this queue, which I think could end up being incredibly important. If you try and clear it, just to tell you now, the number 3 Cadillac is on mediums, as is the number 2. So the only soft-tyred hypercar that's gone past my feet so far is the BMW. I'll keep you informed. Most of the GT3s appear to be on mediums. I can't see an indicator on the P2s of the tyre duration. What is softness? That's what I go for.
Compound was the word you were looking for.
One day I'll get the right word. Yeah, so there's a couple more hypercars. I'll tell you what they're on.
Durability.
But
Durability.
That's it. You have a durometer, don't you, to test how soft something is?
Durometer, yeah.
Anyway, so white sidewalls for the BMW, yellow everyone else so far. If that changes, I'll tell you.
And further down the pit lane, Nick, you're absolutely right. Most of the cars have gone up to the pit exit, but as I run down to the car that's not quite left yet, let me just get down here so I can see this. It's the D Station 777 Aston Martin that is still sitting on the pit apron. It has fired up. And they haven't left yet, so I'm not sure if there is a slight there's a problem there, because they've still got the lollipop out, so they're not moving, so they're clearly talking to the driver as all the other cars are at the far end of the pit lane.
So, Johnny, do you take the chance that D Station clearly are doing and let everybody go?
I think, because he would have been at the back of the line anyway, I think he waits 30 seconds, because they can probably prep their tyres, the GT3s, in one lap. They have ABS, they can really lean on the car, and having a little bit of lack of front temperature isn't going to hurt them like it would the other 2 classes. So
4,
I would do that.
3, 2, 1. Hyperpole has started. Hyperpole
Here
has
we go.
Get the buzz?
I am getting a bit of a buzz there.
So, Red River Sport, you're here. You've got your LMGT3 into this. What are you telling? What are you telling your driver right now on the radio as he's pulling out?
Absolutely nothing. I've told him before just to turn his brain off and go and execute everything we practice. If you think in qualifying, you don't do the best job. You just go out and execute. You can't think. You just have to go out and give it one.
So basically, it's muscle memory.
Yeah,
do what
just
you
go
do
out.
what you know you can do.
Just do what you know you can do. Don't overthink it, and just go out and drive. Obviously, work to get the tyres up to temp. You got all the dash telling you everything in these cars. They're so sophisticated. Get your brakes sorted. You saw someone left foot braking, and I think it was the Cadillac leaving the pit lane, just trying to get brake temp and locking the fronts as he did it.
Let's go through the drivers because, Nate, we can tell you we got most of them right. It's Alex Lynn who will qualify the number 2 Cadillac. That's the one with the blue. That's the one with the blue front. The gold fronted car is Sebastian Bourdais. That's the 3. Porsche Penske Motorsport it is. Kevin Estre in the number 6 car. Vector Sport is Patrick Peele. Good choice. Not massively experienced in LMP2, but knows his way around here. We won't see Hertz Team Jota number 12. EO by TF, Louis Delitrage. We knew that actually because Nick talked to him. That's number 14. Dries Van Teur, of course it is, in the 15 car. Ollie Jarvis in the 22 United Autosport LMP2. In the Pro-Am car, Ben Hanley, another driver who knows his way round here in the 23. Ian James in the GT3, number 27, Aston Martin. E-Tech Sport, Job for United. Good choice again. Lawrence Herr for the 33 DKR engineering team. Paul-Loup Chatin for Alpine. That's an interesting choice, but Paul-Loup has come up through all of the ladder system in ACO Racing, and he's on home ground here. Malte Jakobsen for Cool Racing. It had to be Malte. He is the second-year driver with 2 rookies with him this year here. I spoke to him during our lunchtime run around the paddock, and he was absolutely buzzing for this. Really looking forward to it. The 2 Ferraris, 50, it's Fuoco. Antonio Fuoco, Alessandro Guidi in the 51. Iron Links, Claudio Schiavone. Panis Racing, Matthias Besch for the LMP2 Pro-Am number 65. GMW has got Giacomo Petrobelli in that. That's the bronze driver. Inception, Brendan Reeb. That's right, bronze driver. Proton Competition, Ryan Hardwick. He's a good qualifier, is Ryan. Hiroshi Koizumi for TF Sport in the 82 in the Corvette. Mantai has the very cool, calm and extremely experienced sounding Alexandra Malikin in the 92 and Satoshi Hoshino in D Station Racing 777. Those guys picked themselves because of them being the bronze driver. Right, let's see who's pushing.
Going through the Porsche curves, you really have to push because with the downforce, that's where you can really generate tyre temp and get that carcass up to temperature for your quali lap.
And that's Dries Van Teur who is coming. He's weaving left and right as he sets the car up for the Ford, the end of the lap and the Ford chicane. My goodness, that car's running very low. These hypercars, about the only aero adjustment you've got, because you've got 2 holes on the rear wing, whereas a GT3 car would probably have 10 or 11 different changes, is the rate of the car. And the ride height and the rate of these hypercars is absolutely crucial. Van Teur then, Dries Van Teur into the braking area for the Dunlop chicane first time around. So easy to ruin a lap before it even gets started.
Yeah, I mean, watching, it's so difficult through Dunlop because you're turning and braking and you don't have a chance to really get the car straight before you bang into the brake pedal. And riding on board with Dries Van Teur, his left to right hand movements on the steering wheel, it's really tricky. You can see he hasn't quite got front tyre temp there. Tetra Rouge, watch track limits on exit. Doesn't look to me like his tyre temp's there yet.
He had about 2 or 3 goes to get that car turned into Tert Rouge there. It was like a 50p piece rather than a nice smooth entry.
Absolutely, he's not got the front nailed down, but he's given it everything. And coming out of Mulsanne, he'll probably start really feeling that car come alive.
into the braking area for the first chicane. This is right, left, right. He stays away from the curb on entry, little bit of curb on the exit. Everybody's going over the white line before they straighten up and go onto the middle part of the Mulsanne straight. He's not going to get called for that. Temperature on the track is 22 Celsius, 18 in the air. It's still quite humid. This is great for the engines, not so good for the tyres.
Fuoco's actually gone 7/10 quicker on his first sector than Vanthoor has. So the Ferraris really firing their car up, and they're on mediums, I believe, if Nick was to be believed. Was both the Ferraris on mediums?
I think so. Yeah, we'll see them when they come through. That's the mediums are yellow. Mellow yellow is in the middle. White is the white hot. So that's the soft tyres.
So difficult, John. I can't tell you, Le Mans is all about bumpy braking, having that confidence to really nail the brakes going into the corners. And I cannot tell you how hard it is when you're out there in qualifying on a tyre that you know is not quite ready yet. If you just grab a front and lock up, you're going to be in deep trouble. So having the confidence to brake deep, and you're turning in on the brakes as well, you're really leaning on the front. It's a tricky, tricky situation, but the Ferraris seem to be doing it better than everyone else at the moment.
Louis Delatraz is the quickest of the LMP2s in the Pro-Am category. Cool Racing, Malte Jakobsen is quicker than everybody in LMP2. Jakobsen will, the LMP2 is not split for this, although there's Pro-Am and Pro. Basically, it is just the 8 cars. Fuoco really quick into that no-named right-hander before Indianapolis. I think one of the toughest corners on the track, that was.
It is, and you can see Pierre Guidi's catching him. They both almost matched the first sector. Pierre Guidi was actually only about 900 slower than Fuoco in front of him. They're running sort of in tandem, albeit about 10, 12 car lengths apart. But the middle sector, 7/10 quicker, Alessandro Pierre Guidi in the 51 Ferrari. So at the moment, looking at sectors, once everyone's gone past the start-finish line, John, I suspect Ferrari will be first and second.
Now, is this Vanthoor getting the heat in the front tyres of those softs?
Absolutely.
Because he was massively attacking the first part of the Porsche curves.
Absolutely, in the front now, beginning to nail. He has the confidence to move right out into the pit lane to get the best angle into the first part of the final chicane. Set of chicanes, slides the rear through the last corner, actually hits a little bit too hard on the apex curb on the right there, kicked the rear out on the exit. That'll have hurt his traction a little bit, but that lap doesn't matter too much. This is the lap that will count for him, but behind, I think Ferrari are going to go comfortably first and second.
3:26, and there goes Fuoco, and Johnny is absolutely spot on. Pierre Guidi with a 3:26.1. Now, I thought we'd be much quicker than this by the end of the session. If the rain doesn't come, I think we could see a couple of 3 seconds of that.
At least a couple of seconds, because don't forget, their tyres were not up to optimum. The Ferraris just managed to do it better than everyone else. That was all.
As far as the LMP2s are concerned, it's Matthias Besch from Job van Uitert. They are separated by 0.8 of a second, 3:37s. They're not representative times. They'll have another go as they come through. What about GT3? As they come through, we'll see the first of the laps come through. There's Patrick Pilet moving up, and Malte Jakobsen moving up as well. And these LMP2 cars should get it maybe next time around, maybe the third lap. The hypercars are taking a little bit longer. Talking to a lot of the teams who tested at the same time that the hypercars were on track with them at Imola, and they were saying even on a circuit like Imola, it was 5 or 6 laps for the hypercars to start getting their tyres to work. The other thing is, everybody's on full fuel here. You can't fuel in this session, so everybody's on full fuel.
Full? 3/4, half tank?
Well, half an hour is not far away from it.
Yeah, but they're not running all the way through. They're going out 2 laps.
3/4?
I would say, 3/4 to be safe, probably. Yeah. But you're right, John. I'm being pedantic. Near as damn it, they'll be full. So they're probably 10-15 litres off.
So what they want is to get their driver dialed in here as Alexandra Malikin goes to the top.
Well,
that's a great time.
Yeah.
A first flyer of under 4 minutes.
Absolutely.
In a GT3 car. He's setting his stall out.
And I think they can. That's just showing that the GT3s can use that outlap to really get their tyres ready. They may not go that much quicker. I suspect that we're going to see significantly quicker times from the LMH and also LMP2s on their second flying lap.
If you haven't worked out, it's Johnny Morlam, JMO as we call him, sitting next to me. I'm Jay High. No, just hiding. It's John Hindhaugh and Johnny Molam for Hypercar. If we sound like we're ridiculously excited, like kids on Christmas morning, this is my Christmas. Right now, when people say, what is your favourite holiday, Hindhaugh? I say Christmas. They say, oh, you really like Christmas? I say, no, I'm halfway to the next Le Mans. That's all I'm thinking about. And quicker still is Alessandro Pellegrini. Well, what is the TL on the screen? Track limits. Yeah. So track limits for his first sector.
No, his second, on his second lap. So that's it wasn't a particularly quick sector either, but behind, the Cadillacs are now coming into effect.
Yeah.
Alex Lynn, fastest first sector in the number 2 Cadillac.
Here's the radio from Fuoco.
You can close this lap and beat their time. We need better than 26.1.
So that's the sector times that are being... Oh no, that's a 26.1. That's the final time. All right, here comes the number 50 then. The BMW of Dries Van Toor's not improved.
I think Fuoco's just going to get to pole position here. Pierguidi's lap won't count because of track limits, but I think Fuoco's just going to go top.
And does so with a 25.5. Dries Van Toor came into the pits. Let's go down to our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters. So Van Toor in the pits, presumably for a new set of tyres.
Yeah, he's coming down to obviously the far end. Also, I can see Alessandro Pierguidi's coming in too. Van Toor hits his marks, and they go to work. Tyres only, just wait to see what colour they are, and they're mediums. So he's changed from the soft to the mediums, and Pierguidi's put a second set of mediums on.
And in that moment, Sebastian Bourdais, Seabass, who by his own admission struggled just a little bit to get his head round these LMDH cars.
Phenomenal final sector from Bourdais. Alex Lynn lost a little bit in the final, but he still went third.
25.294 is now the time.
Track limits for Alex Lynn in the final sector. He'd gone to third. He's dropped right back down again to 10th now.
So interesting that we had Van Toor on soft to start with. He's gone for a set of mediums now. Is that an adjustment based on what he found in that first run?
I think sometimes you want the softest compound, obviously, because it gives you the most grip most quickly, but sometimes the balance of the car cannot be quite so good on a softer compound, and actually a balance on mediums allows you to extract a better lap time, even though theoretically you have slightly less mechanical grip, and I suspect that's what's happened, and that's why probably Ferrari plumped for mediums from the start.
And possibly more consistent throughout the whole lap on a real push lap?
Probably if you're going for 2, slightly less drop-offs, it gives you a few more laps to have a go at it rather than just that one fly. Because let's not forget, John, this is such a long lap. The tyres will start going away towards the end of the lap, even on one flyer.
You do get a bit of cool down on the straights, though, don't you?
Depends what cambers and toes and everything else you're running, but you don't really feel that, I'll be honest.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
In terms of the classes, the P2's led by the Pro-Am, but of course that's Louis Delatraz, more than an Am, of course. He's the Pro in that class. So the 14 AO by TF, Spike, the Dragon, leads that one in GT3. Inception, and Brendan Areve just goes to the top in the McLaren number 70, the car that's been had the invitation from IMSA. It's JMW Motorsport. Giacomo Petrobelli was quickest, ahead of Alexandra Malikin for Manthey. So that is the 3 different cars: McLaren, Ferrari, Porsche, Ford Mustang, with Ryan Hardwick for Proton and Ian James for Aston Martin in 5th. 5 manufacturers in the top 5. Seabass is not finished.
Absolutely, you saw his eyes flicking down. I can tell you what he's looking at. He's looking at his predicted lap time there, seeing how much he's up. At the moment, he's 3/10 up on his best time, which was a 25.294. Could this be enough? He was mighty through the Porsche curves last time. Could this be enough to get into the 3-minute 24 lap?
That entrance to the Porsche curves where you would go straight on down the old White House. Let's have a listen.
We have no telemetry. If you're up on the Delta, keep going.
Oh, wow. So they can't help him.
He's going to take it, I reckon. He knows he's up. He was looking and looking and looking. He knows he's up, and he's taking it. He's not come in the pits. If he can nail this, I reckon this is a 24. Beautiful through the last chicane. This is going to be a 3:24, I reckon.
Crosses the line, and it's a 24.8.
Beautiful.
That's nice.
Very,
is there
very
much more
nice.
out there? Jimmo?
I think there is, because if he can do a 24.8, give them another set of tyres. If it doesn't rain, he knows now where he can push it, where he can find time. There's another 3, 4, 5 tenths. It's a long lap. You don't have to find much time to gain 5, 6 tenths.
Exactly halfway through this session, and provisionally on pole position for the 2024 Le Mans 24 Hours is Cadillac and the number 3 car with the gold front end. Fuoco in the pits for Ferrari in second in the 50. The 51 in third is Alessandro Pagini. Then it's Paul-Loup Chatham for Alpine. Alpine in fourth position. Kevin Estre in fifth for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Getting so excited, I'm giving myself hiccups. Dries Vanthoor, who was first out of the box and who was first out on his second run on the mediums. The BMW only in fourth place. It's not been a good run for Alex Lynn in the number 2, the blue-fronted car. That's a new chassis.
Well, he was
brand new chassis.
He was third, actually, John, but he had track limits, so his time was disallowed. So
Yeah.
he could be somebody that could push for pole on his second run on the tyre. He was looking really quick up until that track limits.
So halfway through here, Brendan Aree is up again in the red Inception number 70. Didn't quite get to the apex of Arnage, and he's probably dropped the time that he
Such an
made
important
up.
corner to not lose momentum. It's a weird one. If you miss the apex, as long as you keep the mid-corner momentum up, it's not the end of the world. But Arnage is so tight that if you miss the apex, the chances are you can't get on the throttle early enough to get a really good run down towards Indianapolis.
Beautiful looking car, that dark red and black McLaren. And has he lifted up? It's so hard to tell because we've seen the hypercars being so committed through there, and the GTs, even the low-slung McLaren, it's not going to be the same. Aree working really hard behind the wheel, the tech entrepreneur, as he comes through now to the Corvette curve and lines the car up for the run to the line. Is he diving into the pits? No, he's not, but he's taking a little bit of the yellow and blue. This is a nice run. Here he comes to take the flag, or at least to take the... Oh, he's lost it. He spun it around over the too much curve.
Too much apex curve.
Oh, that was going to be a hot lap. That was going to be a 58. That was going to be huge.
That was actually going to be potentially a 57, John.
Oh.
I mean, he was about 7 tenths up on his best, which was a 58.5. Such a shame. Just too much curb, and didn't get the opposite lock on quickly enough, and just lost the rear. Just bounced him around.
Oh,
literally within sight of the finish line.
He was so close to saving that, but he's locked it all up, and the Goodyears will be flat spotted before now. I think I might just potter across and cut straight into the pit lane there and argue about that later.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That might lose you your lap times, and let's face it, he's still on pole at the moment.
But
in
true
class.
enough. It's Inception McLaren from Manthey Pure Racing Porsche, 70 from 92. Giacomo Petrobelli in the BMW Ferrari in third position ahead of Proton's Ford Mustang. And then the Aston Martin Vantage of Ian James. We're starting our second run.
Was on lap 2 or lap 3. Best lap is 24.8 at the minute, 24.8.
And that is Dries Vanthoor's engineer at WRT BMW.
So much for us saying it's going to chuck it down with rain, eh, John? We were wrong.
No, and I'm happy because...
No, it makes it much more exciting. Much more exciting. Otherwise, it would have been a Ferrari front row.
Yeah. Yeah, good point. Yeah, absolutely.
If it was just about one lap.
Into the pits for the number 3 of Sebastian Bourdais. He's going for another set of Michelin mediums with the yellow markings on the side. Lovely line from the number 33 LMP2 car. It's DKR and Lawrence Hurt.
There's no better feeling, John, than when you come in, you're on pole reasonably comfortably by nearly 8 tenths, and they go, here you go, here's another set of tyres, have another shot at it, and you're feeling on top of the world already.
And what's more, you don't have to save those tyres.
No.
They're not going into your race allocation.
No.
It doesn't matter at all.
Absolutely. It's just a great feeling. You just go out there, and that's probably the highlight of racing, when you go out feeling like that, on top of the world.
Where's the best place around this track to get it right? You want to get it all right, but when you really nail which corner,
I would say the entry to Porsche curves, because
that's
if you
a tough corner. That
it is a tough corner.
The camber changes
so
massively.
Fast, and it's bumpy at the apex. And if you can get that just right, not turn in too early, so you can place the car really nicely for the left. And then in the prototype cars, I should imagine they must be flat through both of the lefts there, but probably not easy flat. And then that also places you for the entry to the long right, so you kind of go in, go out, come back in again, and that whole thing just feeds into itself. So if you get it right at the being, the whole thing just feels right.
And
like
if you get it wrong,
and if you get it wrong and you're a little bit too far over to the left, then it just exacerbates itself like a geometric progression. It just starts going completely wrong.
The rest of the lap, you're untouchable. You're doing a great job the rest of the lap. Arnage, brake earlier, better exit. Final chicane, use more of the apex curve.
More of the apex curve. So did they think that was Brendan Arieb's team management there, engineer? So more of the exit curve.
Well, they can't be talking about the red bollard. They must be talking about the one before it, just after the pit entry.
Well, you've either got to nail that.
Well, if he goes over it any more than that, even if he doesn't spin, he'll rip his splitter off. So that can't be right. But interesting that he's basically carrying too much speed into Arnage, which is why we saw him missing the apex, which is compromising how early he can get back on the throttle. Sometimes being brave and carrying too much speed in actually costs you time, even though you're trying to gain time by being last of the late breakers. And Arnage is one of those corners.
And that's a long run from Arnage, which actually starts to climb as well, just before that turn in.
Yeah, and it's a long way from Arnage to the Porsche curves as well. It's a long way. It may not be straight, but you're flat out.
So, Martin Jacobson on another quick one. We've got the Pure Racing Porsche in the pit lane. Looking at the split times, Tonio Fuoco was quicker. That was his quickest first split. Let's have a look. What is Dries van Ter doing? That was his quickest first split as well. And he's quickest in the second for him, not quickest overall in this session. The top 6 separated by nearly 2 seconds in Hypercar, and I have to say I didn't expect to see that big a gap, but let's see how the second was.
Like that at the end, John. I really don't.
I don't. Cadillac Racing and Sebastian Bourdais holding sway at the moment in P2. It's another US IMSA team, AO by TF, and the Spike Dragon number 14 and Inception Racing. So this is all IMSA at the top of the timing at the moment. And Van Ter's gone off. Oh, no. Van Ter's gone off. This is going to be yellow flag, so you can't improve in that sector. And Van Ter's gone off at Indianapolis, easy to do. And he slaps his hands to his helmet. He's got reverse, but he's dug in. And with 7 minutes to go, we've got a red flag.
Oh, that
red flag, and it stops the clock. Stops the clock.
Fuoco was .189
on a flyer.
0.189 up on pole. And it's a red flag.
And he'd got his tyre warm up perfectly. Now, Sebastian Bourdais had only just got out the pits, so he hasn't taken that much out of his new tyres. If he pootles round really slowly, Jay Moore, he's still going to have effectively a new set of Michelins to go again.
Absolutely. But he would have had to go quicker because Fuoco was on an absolute flyer.
Just nipped up the...
It's just going through.
And he's hit it harder than I thought.
Front grip that through there. If you miss the compression on the apex going into the right at Indianapolis, and it's such a tricky point to brake. And you know when you haven't quite got the fronts up to temperature, you know the minute you get on the brake, you can sense you can't go any harder. Otherwise, you're going to lock up, and I think that's what happened. He just didn't go on honey hard on the brakes, turned a little bit late for the left, and it just pushed him wide. And once you're off there, the wall comes up quick. You think you've got a lot of runoff until you actually go off.
Well, it's perfect timing for us to take a breath. I think I need a chamomile tea or something at the moment to calm us down. Everybody will come back in the pit lane. Let's take a look at the weather here on 91.2 FM.
The weather.
On Radio Le Mans, brought to you by VP Fuels.
Well, the rain that we have been expecting, to paraphrase the movie Le Mans, has not yet arrived. 18 Celsius outside at the moment, 18.8 actually, and 21.3 on the track. Tonight it'll be dropping down to a fairly pleasant 13 degrees with a bit of rain and drizzle overnight.
Oh, good.
And tomorrow, mainly cloudy with breezy, a little afternoon rain, a high of 20. Saturday, for the start of the race, a brief shower or two, 90% chance of shower. Sunday, showers in the morning and then more showers in the afternoon, but it will be 20 degrees. And on the travel home on Monday, 21 degrees with areas of low clouds, an AM shower or two. That's how it looks for the weekend weather here at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
Whatever the weather, you can depend on VP Fuels and Lubricants.
You can see what he's trying to do there, John, just carrying, because into
This is
Indianapolis,
Dries Vanthoor, yeah.
Dries Vanthoor, sorry, in the BMW there, because you can gain a ton of speed by going in super quick, so long as you can get it stopped for the left-hander, then there's not much coming out of the left before you get into Arnage, so you can actually compromise a little bit that left, because you don't have to get amazing exit out of it. But just reading on the screens that car 15, Vanthoor, we were just talking about, under investigation for causing a red flag in Hyperpole, which I assume will mean that potentially get all his lap times deleted. He's currently was lying 6th in overall and in Hypercar. I guess that means he'll start at worst 8th.
Yeah, it happened yesterday to the number 7 Toyota for the same thing, and he can't go back any further than 8th position because he was already qualified in that. As I said, this is a completely separate session. What I want to know is if he restarts, can he go again? Is it all of his times up until now, or all of his time into the session?
Look at the splitter on the left there. Is he going to have to come in the pits? If they go green again, he could get out and maybe get around to do one lap, but I doubt it. It's going to take them 2 or 3 minutes to fix that.
Race control on the chats to the teams. They use Discord, and hello to our Discord group for sports cars. Always entertaining, sometimes feisty, but that's all right.
I bet Fuoco's livid.
Oh, he must be.
I would be so livid at that point. You're up on a lap, 2/3 of the lap done, and there's a red flag.
Car 15, which is the BMW of Dries Vanthoor, will not be allowed to rejoin the session. So there's the answer to that. Hello, as I said, to the guys on and girls on Discord.
So again, it's going to be easier for you to push on the first flying lap and only flying lap. Tires are going to be much hotter. Everything is going to be good to go. You got this.
That to me, that's where race engineers become psychologists, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, at this level now, you don't tell someone, even the amateurs, they're such a high level, you don't tell them necessarily. You can give them little pointers, maybe they're losing a bit of time here to change their technique, brake a bit earlier, whatever, but most of it is just getting them into the right mindset, because that's so important for the guys that aren't professionals to go out there and they're feeling the same pressure, the same way. Just because they're amateurs and they're potentially bringing budget to be there doesn't make any difference to the pressure they're feeling.
Congratulations. It was a pleasure to drive this car, and we get it. We still did the job, so now we can focus on going racing. Thanks very much.
Well, that sounds to me as though...
Yeah, I think you said that it's a fantastic lap. We'll see if it sticks. Whatever the case, we're in it for the show.
They're not going out again. Cadillac not going out again. That's what I get from that? Do you get that?
Yeah,
But he hadn't. I mean, he wasn't even in the second sector.
Why not go out? What have you got to lose? Other than, I guess, they don't want to crash the car potentially. But I mean, it's Sebastian Bourdais. You know, at the end of the day, he's hugely experienced.
He's got 3/4 of a second
on top of the world. I know, but Fuoco's quicker.
Yeah.
Fuoco has it in him to go quicker. It's now whether the tyres were used.
Well, I was going to say, has he taken too much?
But he's only on his first lap, so I would say, and they're on mediums, I would say, John, and they're lighter fuel load now. Yeah. So I don't know. You just don't know. Yeah, but it could be tight, and maybe hindsight's a beautiful thing, and he'll still end up on pole. But imagine if he gets pit by a 10th, because I think Bourdais can go quicker.
If there's a quick out lap here, if you're a decent outlap,
Yeah, he's out of the
that'll
car.
bring you down to 4. You've got 2 laps, actually.
Yeah.
You've got 2 flyers if you want them. And Bourdais, the man from Le Mans, is out. He's out of the car.
And don't forget, their tyres will be hot.
Yes.
They'll be cooling down a little bit here,
Extraordinary.
but they'll be able to go out and bring them up to temperature easily on the outlap to nail one last flying lap.
I wonder if they haven't got enough fuel.
No, but he would have been able to. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, he would have tootled back. But
yeah.
have they not got enough fuel?
I don't know. That's a good point, actually, John. But I mean, you don't use much if you really. I mean, you saw Brendan Uribe really tootling around, so
Yeah.
they know they're tight on fuel.
You're not allowed to put any fuel in this session, even.
I
with the-
reckon you can go out, go around, reasonably warm up, do one flight, and then really tootle back into the pits. I think you'd make it.
So, Hyperpole lap times deleted for Dries Venter in the 15 BMW for causing a red flag. In the Cadillac garage, Laura Wantrup-Klauser, who is the head of GM Endurance Racing, has already congratulated her driver. So basically, they've done the. If this was blackjack, they've stuck on 16, basically, and they've decided to stand right there. And everyone else has got to flip another code.
Now open. Pit exit is now open. Session has been resumed.
And the clock starts from 7:41, and it's the GT cars that have got to the front, but the hypercars will want to get through. Where are the Ferraris? Where are the Ferraris? They're going to hang back. They're going to hang back just a little bit, are they? No, Fuoco's gone out, waiting for Perguidi to go out. The Cadillac will not go out. Let's see who else does. Everyone else has gone out. Waiting for a couple of the GTs. Claudio Schiavone's not gone out yet. And Satoshi Hashini is about to go out. Claudio's now left the pit lane. Inception, Brendan Reid. He's yet to go out. But they waited a little bit at the first drop of the flag.
So 51 will push a lot the outlap. Try to do 2 push.
Interesting there, John, that they were telling Fuoco that Pierguidi's going to push a lot on his outlap. He's about 10, 15 car lengths behind Fuoco, again, the 50 and the 51. And they said to Fuoco, 2 push laps.
Yeah.
So clearly not concerned about fuel at this point.
No, indeed not. So Cadillac Racing have laid down their bet, if you will. The wager is on the table, and it is a 324.816. 324.816. And now it's time to see who's got the performance left in the tyres.
Fuoco's going to have to, just heading down to the second Moulchan chicane. He's got a lot of cars in front of him, LMP2s in particular, who are not slow. He's going to have to clear quite a lot of traffic by the time he gets out of the Porsche curves in order to make sure that his first flying lap is clear.
So all the world's press at the moment.
51 will go by. They will push hard to do 2 push laps. We do 1 out push box.
Right.
Out push box for the 50 of Tonio Fuoco.
And 2 push laps for Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51. So he's going to let him through towards the end of this lap.
Johnny Morlam and John Hindhaugh in the Ford Performance Broadcast Centre. If you're just joining us, this is pure drama, the way only Le Mans can deliver. Before they go on to their first lap, let's head down to Diana Binks, who's down at Cadillac. Di?
I'm inside the garage, so I'm hoping that you can still hear me.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, it's absolutely packed in here, as you can imagine. The cameras, photographers, teams. I can see Dario Franchitti, Scott Dixon watching. But Sebastian's at the back, so he's not coming through at the moment. But I'm here, primed, placed, position, waiting to see what I can get when I get it. As soon as I can, I'll come straight back to you.
Our CrowdStrike pit reporting team at the moment, AO by TF.
I wonder where
provisional pole for LMP2.
You can let 51 go, they will do 2 push.
That's about the third time he's been told that. And
I was just
Fuoco's
about
not
to
happy.
say, John, I was
He's not-
watching
he's not
and I was
going to.
thinking, where's he going to let him go? He's not going to let him go.
He's not going to let him go.
He's not going to let him go. So Pierguidi's going to have to drop back because he's not going to let him go because it's reaching the end of the lap now and he doesn't want to go any slower because he's got his tyres up to temperature.
Yeah.
So Pierguidi's going to have to drop back.
Ahead of the number 50 is the blue-fronted Cadillac of Alex Lynn, who needs to get a wiggle on here.
Pierguidi just dropped back about 5-6 car lengths there in that final chicane and then went for it.
So this one and one more. So is this a prep lap? Is it a push lap? He's catching Alex Lim.
Yeah, they're both pushing.
It's getting dark as well. Temperature in on the track.
This is happy hour, John. This is happy hour.
It's the air temperature has dropped a little bit. The track temperature by maybe 1 degree, but that's all. This is really lovely. What can they do here?
Oh, the 50's pulled over. 50's pulled over on that lap and let the 51 through, so clearly didn't feel that he'd nailed the first 2 or 3 corners. If he's got the fuel to go again...
Well, he's going to have to hustle round.
Pierguidi's already 3/10 down on the pole. He's done his best first sector, but he's 3/10 down on Bourdais through that same, so he's going to have to really go some to beat the pole time.
But what he might do is get onto the front row. He needs half a second to get on the front row. He needs 1.3 seconds to go to pole. That sounds like a lot, but remember, we didn't get the second runs properly. Out of the first chicane then, Alessandro Pierguidi with traffic ahead of him. And just looking down the road to see who is there. There's a Porsche Penske Motorsport car. Is there? No, it's still the number 2 of Cadillac, which is Alex Lynn, which will be the next car into the second chicane under braking. Let's see what the time is. The next split is just before you turn into the Mulsanne corner.
Now we see why Fuoco let Pierguidi through.
Tokyo Drift through the Dunlop chicane.
Lost a ton of time through the Dunlop chicane. Yeah, it did look really good, but probably lost 8/10 just in that one corner alone. That's why he let him through. Whether he goes again or not. Interesting how apex curve Pierguidi took going down into Mulsanne. I've never seen that before, ever. That's really interesting.
Alex Lynn needing to find a time, and he's not actually put his best times in. So this is a prep lap for Alex Lynn. There's 90 seconds or thereabouts to go. So it will be one and done for all of these drivers.
Pierguidi's 0.381 off pole at the moment.
So he has found some time. He's found about half a second. Pierguidi, no, a little bit more than that, actually.
Yeah, he's just going to have to nail that final sector, Pierguidi, in order to make this work. It'd be interesting to see whether Fuoco, because he messed up that lap, has the fuel to go again if he does a slow lap now, John, or whether he's done. He's going to have to buck his ideas up if he's going to reach the line before we actually get the checkered flag
He
out.
can't slow down that much, so he's going to have to go and go hard. Alessandro Pierguidi with 57 seconds to get the line. Now, he will do that as he's coming through the Porsche curves now. That car looks very, very settled on the bumps. It's just a little bit of a wiggle as he went over the bridge. Pierguidi then onto the yellow and blue curves at Corvette corner.
I think this is going to put him on the front row, but I don't think it's good enough to take pole, John. I really don't.
If he's got the tyres, he can go one more time.
He can, but I think the tyre will be done.
They were well through their second run. It's very neat and tidy through the Ford chicane, and the short run to the line for Pierguidi puts him on the front row, and he's half a second away. He's found 8/10, but he's got to find another 5 on this one. He's surely got to go again here, as in P2, AO still holds it with Louis Delatraz in the 14, the Spike car. It's still in 7th with Brendan Areve. Brendan Areve's putting a fabulous lap together. There's the checkered flag. Anybody who goes across the line now is done. And Fuoco pitted.
Yeah,
There's nothing more from him.
I think that he had that one lap and he messed it up. So I think a great lap from Louis Delatraz there to put it on a 3-minute 33.217 to put it on LMP2 pole.
Louis Delatraz takes pole for Spike, AO by TF, the 14 car ahead of the EDEX Sport of Job van Uitert, and Matthias Besch for Panis Racing. That's your top 3 with United Autosport and Ben Hanley squaring off the first 2 rows.
Ollie Jarvis at the moment only 6th, but he's still on a lap and he's done his best first sector, so see if he can go up from 6th in the LMP2 class.
Doesn't have to find that much. Ollie Jarvis, if he finds a couple of tenths, he'll go up a couple of rows. If he finds half a second, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility. He could be on the front row. Let's see what he can do. Alex Lynn still on a lap as well. And Alex has put in the first fastest sector of anybody.
He also did the fastest middle sector of final sector of anyone at the end of that lap. And I said that this is the other Cadillac. It's got it in there. He lost a lap from track limits. If he can nail this lap, this could still be a pole position lap. He's got the speed, Alex.
The bass rumble of the biggest capacity engine in the Hypercar grid, now running down towards the crucial last sector. Sebastian Bourdais with his dad in the pit lane, watches his teammate, and is he dragging a car along with him? I can't see who's behind that at the moment. Estra is not going to improve enough. Still waiting to see Ollie Jarvis come through as well, and Ollie Jarvis has put the fastest LMP2 middle sector in of anybody. And Inception Racing will hold on to the GT3 pole position from Manthey. Here comes Alex Lynn, and he's still pushing on. This is going to be tight. It's going to be a Cadillac front row. Which way around it's going to be.
It is. I think Alex might, if he does a final sector like he did on the previous lap, he's pole position. He's on pole.
Is it 3 from 2? Is it 2 from 3? He's Kevin Estra on the radio. Just breathing.
Pushing. We'll finish this lap.
Well, they think they can improve. Alex Lynn is in the final chicane now. Nice. Just a little bit too much curb there. Now into the final part.
That was lovely through the last sector.
Recovered well.
Smooth. Beautiful.
Really recovered well. Through the line. Now and goes to pole position. Alex Lynn takes it by 0.034 of a second. And Lynn has done it. My goodness. Under the chin or what? That was impressive. He was on a good lap when the red flags came out. Here's Estra coming to the line for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Goes to first position. Porsche have nicked it. Where did that come from? And he's taken a 10th and a half. Cadillac's hearts are broken, and Porsche Penske Motorsport have stolen it, have absolutely stolen it at the very last. Incredible from Kevin Estra. He was asking if he should have bought, and his engineer says keep going. He was going to bail. He was going to bail. And the number 6, the Salzburg coloured car, Kevin Estra, absolute brilliant sectors. He's brought that home. Porsche.
Look how slow he's going to not run out of fuel coming into the pits. I did not even see that.
No.
I did not even see that because he didn't do a best sector of anybody.
None of the sectors.
He just did his own best sectors, but he did not purple anything.
That's P1. That's P1.
Kevin Estra so happy he's distorting on the radio.
Look at that. It's such a great feeling, John. If you could bottle that, you'd sell it. It's better than any feeling in the world.
So we stay on full course yellow, third gear, save maximum of fuel, and we are going to finish this lap on e-drive.
Yeah, on e-drive. I bet they are.
I bet they are.
Listen how hard Kevin Estra was breathing there.
This feels good. Amazing.
That is incredible. Sebastian Bourdais finishes under 2 tenths away, but that was his gamble. He didn't go out again. Johnny Morlam and I
didn't see that because he didn't purple anything, and we weren't really looking. And the very end.
So we stay on the full course yellow, third gear, save maximum of fuel, and we are going to finish this lap on e-drive.
This feels good. Amazing.
It's worth hearing that again. Kevin Estra, you absolute beauty.
And
Louis Delatraz and
Brendan Iribe.
Yeah. Louis Delatraz nicking, or at least holding on to the pole in LMP2. He'll be joined on the front row of LMP2 by Edek Sport, who were the best LMP2 car Cup United. Thomas Lautenbach, head of Porsche Motorsport, is absolutely made up. Lawrence Vantel down there as well. And Brendan Arieb ahead of Manthey. Inception McLaren ahead of Manthey. How good is that?
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Here, of all places.
Absolutely
yes,
brilliant.
because the traffic was not on our side with the red flag, with the interruption.
Well, Brendan,
and we didn't really have the real pace, but at the end, he pulled it out the bag. The car was on the last drop, so he's trying to bring it back now. So, yeah, we squeezed it all out.
Oh, amazing car. Amazing car. Thank you. That's number 6, huh? That's number 6.
It is, baby. It is.
I know how he got.
It's a great car, but it's a great driver too. Great drive.
I don't think you can do that final section of chicanes any better than that, because he literally danced it from curb to curb, but didn't ever have to correct.
Yeah.
So he was absolutely straight lining them, hitting the curbs, but hitting the curbs with the car straight. So it was bouncing the car sideways, but he didn't have to put any opposite lock in, apart from the final curb out onto the straight, which you cannot touch, obviously. That was absolutely beautiful, how he floated speed through that last section. I'd love to see his data just to see how much quicker he was, even to himself, through that last series of chicanes. But I still think Sébastien Bourdais should have gone again. And the fact that Alex Lynn went quicker than him, to me, says that Sébastien Bourdais could have gone quicker than that. And at the moment, he's only missed out on pole by 0.182, John. 0.182. Second lap on the tyre. If you couldn't find 2/10 around Le Mans on your second run on a new set of tyres, I'd be surprised.
Let's go down to Nick. Let's go to Di and Nick in pit lane. Di.
Sébastien Bourdais, obviously we just caught you. That was a heart-stopping moment there, but you gave it your all, but you didn't go out for the last session. Why not?
Yeah, we were going to be really limit on since we did 3 laps. We had fuel to do 2 and 2, and then 3 and 2 was going to be really, really close. So the guys just didn't really want to cause the red flag because you run out of gas in the in-lap. So yeah, we didn't go for it. To be honest with you, it was a pretty solid first lap as well, first run. So you always know that the track is probably going to get better, and a second go at it is always a little bit easier to know exactly where you need to go and what you want to do. But we're in a good spot, and that's all that matters. So, you know, I think it would have been really cool to put that Cadillac on pole. But last time I was on pole here was in 2010, and I didn't even make it in the car. So, you know, it's not really a factor for a 24-hour race. So hopefully we have a flawless event, and we can bring a very strong result to Cadillac once again.
Okay, thank you, Sébastien.
Thank you.
Up in the AO pit, they obviously picked up the pole in P2. Gunnar Jeanette and Alex Quinn. Great driving from your super Swissman.
Yeah, he's incredible. He's done a great job, and I think the gap says it all to the others. He's put it all together when it mattered, and he's incredible.
Another great result for Spike and the project, Gunnar.
Yeah, I think we just came up with a new nickname for Louis, and that's Dragonheart. Dragonheart and the Dragon. No, Louis, so happy to be working with him here. All of the combined forces of AO and TF, and we're looking forward to a great race.
Thanks, Gunnar. Cheers, guys. Congratulations.
We'll grab Brendan Arieb or someone from Inception in a moment. Remember, that car was dead stick in the last session with Fred Schandorf. Had to come back on a flatbed to get it back. So that's a bit of a rags to riches story. At the top then, it's Penske Porsche number 6 from Cadillac Racing number 2. That's how they'll start on Saturday afternoon at 4 o'clock Central European Summertime. On the row 2 will be the number 3 Cadillac from the number 51 Ferrari. On row 3, 50 Ferrari, 35 Alpine. I still think that's a great run by Alpine. I really do. Then it will be, that is the top 6. Now, here's a good question. That means I think that the number 12 Jota will be in 7th place and the BMW will be in 8th place, but it doesn't matter, they're on that row of the grid. In LMP2, EO by TF, the number 14 car on pole with EDEX Sport and Chop van Uitnoot's time, put them on the outside of the front row. Then it's Panish Racing, Matthias Besch getting 3rd in the 65, ahead of United Autosports, the number 23, that's the USA, the wins car. Then United Autosports 22 from 37 on the 3rd row, the cool racing car. DKR 33 from, where's the other LMP2 car? Where's the 8th place? Oh, Vector Sport, excuse me, yeah, on the outside of row 3. And in GT3, Inception McLaren from Mansai Porsche, 92, 70 from 92. On row 2, 66 GMW Ferrari.
Shout out to them. We haven't even talked about them. But
well, Giacomo Petrabelli is a tall bloke, but he can pedal.
Yeah, he's been around a long time. He's a good driver. That's really good effort from the 66
was that on the last lap?
Team.
Yes, it was. That was on his last lap.
They'll be pleased with that.
Yeah.
And how many Le Mans is this for them?
It's great to have them back with the number 66.
Absolutely.
As well. Then it's Ryan Hardwick, and then it's Ian James. So 5 different manufacturers in the top 5. The Aston Martin in 6th is the first repeat manufacturer. Then it's TF Sport with their Corvette in 7th. Iron Lights in 8th with the Lamborghini. And that is how their front rows will start. It goes up.
1 second. That's incredible.
On 8.5 miles. Now, Kevin, make yourself a cup of tea, boil yourself an egg.
How many times did they tell him he was coming back on e-drive?
Yeah, all of them. All of the times. Just incredible lap.
I heard Sebastian Bourdais saying, yeah, especially the end of it, the chicane, which we spoke about, how he floated through it. But Sebastian Bourdais, when he was speaking to Diane in the pits, was just saying how they didn't have, the opportunity. I tell you what, that was loose as well. Didn't have the opportunity, but surely they could have come back on e-drive as well, couldn't they?
All right, I would have thought so. So coming down, they don't. Do they have the same amount of power? I don't think they do. So down through the Forest S's, the Porsche looks a bit nervous, looks less planted than the Ferraris did. Turk Rouge, he's still struggling, but by the end of the lap, that car was mint.
No, but even by the end of the lap, the way he floated it through, he had a very pointy car, which is a great car in qualifying. Whether that'll translate for the race, although we have seen them do some really good race runs, but to hang on to that for a couple of hours is going to be tough. But that car is really pointy. You don't have to turn it in much to get the nose to go in, and you could see that in the chicanes. He was going in. That allows you, when it's pointy like that, it allows you to straighten the steering wheel at the apex, whereas if you get a bit of understeer, you're kind of running that understeer and it just scrubs a bit of speed. It feels safer, but it isn't as quick. And Kevin Estre, who, let's face it, in GT's GTE proved that he's one of the best in the world, and now he's in a Hyperpole and he's still proving he's one of the best.
Nick Damon down in the pit lane has the CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Just going to have a quick word with the two team members from the 6. It's Andre Lotter and Lawrence Van Toor. Where did that come? We were watching the times and suddenly you're on pole. Where'd that come from?
From Kevin. From Kevin. I mean, definitely we worked well to set up the car and everything, but we would have had it because other teams look a bit stronger, but to be honest, it's Kevin pulled that one off, we have to say. And also that extra lap push was good, so he was sitting on the last stroke. A few less kilos helped a bit, but I think it means a lot to him. He's very happy now.
So Lawrence, you're watching him do it.
Nah, Kevin did it. He gets all the merit. I know it was a long time. When we watch his onboards, we're always scared because he only has one non in that car. We're watching it now, and I mean, I respect him that he's the best at taking 100% risk and staying alive. That's what he did, and.
On a personal note, it's a lot easier to go back to the motorhome now your brother's not on pole.
Well, yeah, I did a funny reel a couple days ago. It backfired yesterday, so happy things get restored now a little bit.
Congratulations, Dave.
Thank you.
Sean, many congratulations. Was that
sure. I mean,
sorry, Di, we can't hear you with all of the interference down there, I'm afraid. But that's a shame. If we can maybe get Sean out. Let's try that again, Di. I can hear you much better now.
Can you hear me now? There's a lot going on in the garage here, so we're just trying to get out in front, so just bear with me while I drag Sean out. Yes, he's come with me. Great stuff. Sean Goff, team owner, Inception Racing, a great performance by the team.
Yeah, we're hats off to Brendan. You know, he's put a lot of hard work into to get where we are today, and you know, credit to McLaren and the team. They've really pulled together and got on top of the you know, the wet BOP, and yeah, Brendan, you know, had his hearts racing at times there. Track limits on his first flying lap, and a spin on his next one. So you know, Brendan doesn't do anything by halves, and you know, but true to his word, he was having fun out there, and he said he was coming back with nothing else but the pole position. So can't be more pleased for him and the team, and they've done a fantastic job.
You need that, don't you? That drives confidence. It needs to keep building.
Sure. I mean, you know, Brett doesn't spend much time out of the car nowadays. He's quite a professional AM driver now, and third time here at Le Mans, he certainly knows the track now, and it's clear to see that's a huge benefit for any drivers, having real circuit knowledge around here. And you know, the McLaren's working really well, and yeah, you know, the hard work starts tomorrow, getting the car ready for the 24-hour race, and yeah, looking forward to going up against the WEC regulars, and yeah, I think we're ready for the challenge.
John, thank you so much.
Thank you. All the best.
Again, apologies. An awful lot of RF down in the pit lane down there. Well, amazing stuff. And we've just been able to see the onboard in the studio. We can't see none of the broadcasters get to see the outside world here. So thanks to Bob, to Joe and Joe for building us our little studio. Quite comfy here this year. You're liking this?
Tell you what, having been fortunate enough to sit and watch the onboard from that Kevin Estre lap, and then watching the Cadillacs, I know which car I'd rather drive for the 24 hours, and it's not the Porsche.
Yeah.
The Cadillacs definitely look slightly more comfortable to drive than that Porsche. That's absolutely on a knife edge, and what a lap from Kevin Estre. I can't overemphasize how he took speed through those last couple of chicanes. It was quite incredible, John.
Are we not entertained?
We are entertained.
Doesn't mean anything for the race, mind you.
No, Mason. No.
But do you know what?
I mean,
that was great.
Was it in the Peugeot that Sebastian Bourdais was on pole? It would have been the Peugeot 2010. That would have been the Peugeot.
Yeah.
Trusters will let me know if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was the Peugeot. And he said he didn't even get in the car, having put it on pole in 2010. So,
yeah.
So I'm getting a thumbs up from down.
Yeah, that? Yeah.
Cool. I'm actually, maybe I know a little bit more than I thought I did. I surprised myself there. But so it just shows you, but it does give you, as a manufacturer, it's real bragging rights, and it is important. Pole position is important, and when you're on the driver's parade and the pole position drivers and the pole position car go up over and stop on the platform, and they give them their pole position award, and now they obviously do all this ceremony up here on the grid, which goes on for about 35 hours. You know, then it is important. It's really important at Le Mans, and to say you had pole at Le Mans is quite cool.
We still have one free practice session. We've heard that will now start at local time 22:30, which is just on an hour away. We will be back for that. So Johnny and I are going to go for a lie down in a darkened room, I think, and a massage. God, yeah, that was great. I actually, well, you'd have seen if you were watching on Studiovision, I actually leapt up.
I know, but that was a shock. None of it. We all missed it. We're here watching the timing screens, and I missed it.
But the thing was,
I thought Alex Lynn was on pole.
He did. Well, Alex Lynn, by the way, has got a 5-place grid penalty because of an infringement from earlier on. So he almost did the absolute best thing in getting pole and then getting the 5-place grid drop. That's only applied after the end of Hyperpole. So he'll actually start in 7th. So it'll be Kevin Estre from Sebastian Bourdais. Then the Ferraris will be on row 2. And Kevin Estre, and Alex Lynn will drop back down to 7th position. Everybody else will move up. But you made the point that Lynn did that without doing a fastest lap. Excuse me, that Estra did that without doing a fastest lap sector.
No, I mean the purple first sector, which is, as everyone knows, fastest first sector, Alex Lynn. Purple middle sector,
which is basically the Mulsanne straight.
Which is Antonio Fuoco, and then Alex Lynn again, purple sector 3. So actually, in their best sector, Alex Lynn should be on pole. But Kevin Estra just did personal bests all the way through, but still put on pole by 0.148.
Took half a second out of Lynn in the middle sector, so that portion was trimmed out. That's where the time was. That's incredible. Lost 2/10 in the final sector, lost 2/10 in the first sector, but gained half a second pretty much in that middle sector. The cars now coming up to the 3 pole sitters coming up to the Hyperpole presentation. And this is nice. I do like this as a bit of ceremony. I really do.
I mean, I was being facetious earlier, but I agree with you, John. I think it's brilliant. They never used to do this before, and I think it's great that they make a spectacle. They created Hyperpole for what it is, try and create a spectacle for the fans, and I think they've succeeded. And don't forget, you've got 50, 60,000 people in the grandstands opposite here, being able to really see the cars relatively close, see the drivers get out, wave to the fans. It really is fan engagement. So yeah, it's to be applauded.
Listen to the crowds, they are loving this.
Good old Bruno.
The voice you can probably hear in the background is the voice of PA here at Le Mans. You know, Van der Stick, he's been here just as long as I have. And it's a part of what goes on. 93. Beat them, as do you. 89 for me. 88 for you, Paul. Working 88 as a fan before that.
I was only born in 88.
There was just a moment. There was just a moment. I thought you had me there for a moment. Well, that's brilliant stuff, Kevin Estra. I am delighted for Kevin. Such a versatile driver. We think about him in GTs, of course.
One of the best.
One of the absolute best.
Probably their strongest GT factory Porsche driver, I would say, arguably, and now delivering in LMH.
And I love the way that Porsche have brought the GT drivers into the prototype ranks. They did it with the 992.
Well, I think now, John, with the LMH being what it is, from my understanding from speaking to people like James Collado, is that they're very, very similar to GTE cars, just with a little bit more downforce. So I think there's not the old LMP1 to GTE closer.
Johnny Moore was alongside me. CrowdStrike pit lane reporters were Di Lukes and Nick Damon. Don't go too far away. We've got plenty of features to come, including the background on the BMW Art Car, where AMG are going and whether they're coming back to this race or the ELMS, and much, much more. All comes up next here on 91.2 FM and RS1.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com. On Radio Le Mans, brought to you by VP Fuels.
Well, no rain to spoil our fun in Hyperpole, and the temperature holding up very nicely. Still 18 degrees here at the bottom of the Bugatti circuit at the moment. Overnight, a very pleasant 13 Celsius overnight, with rain and drizzle around about midnight now, we're being told. Tomorrow, Friday, a bit of afternoon rain and a night shower in the early part of the evening. A brief shower or two on Saturday with a top temperature of 19. And overnight, 14 Saturday to Sunday, 20 on Sunday, a morning shower and then showers through the afternoon. That's your weather for the 24 Hours of Le Mans weekend.
Whatever the weather, you can depend on VP Fuels and Lubricants.
everybody, this is John Hindhaugh reporting. It's 47 years ago. The facility is about to be closed for a major 5-year refit, but tonight it will be the venue for the unveiling of the BMW Art Car, the 20th art car from the German manufacturer, and the wraps are about to come off. It's an explosion of colour that's been laid onto the bodywork of the BMW prototype that will be racing at Le Mans in 2024. It's had a good reception from those here. I can see it. There's an angled mirror above the car, about 20 metres away at the back of the crowd. Frank Van Meel is the CEO of BMW M. These projects don't come together overnight, Frank. So tell us, how did this happen?
Well, that sounds really like an easy question, but actually the answer might take quite long. We already started as BMW the discussions with Julie Mireto, because she was appointed as the one making a new art car. At that time, actually, it was a different car. It was 2018, 2019 still. But then the pandemic came, so actually nothing more or less happened. And over time, when I came into office, I said, well, actually, why don't we use a race car? Because for me, art cars actually are race cars. I know that there are also other cars. There have been other cars, 635 CSIs, 525i's. There have been other cars. But actually, for me, art cars always were the race cars. So I did a pitch and said, why not talk to Julie and give her a proposal or ask the question if she would like to do another car, because the original one already was getting older because of the pandemic. We couldn't do anything, and you say, okay, I don't want to do an art car with a car that has been launched 2 years ago. So you needed a new idea anyway, and I said, well, let me pitch one. Let's do a race car. Actually, the first M hybrid race car we ever did, which is also something really special. And let's talk to her, and she was on fire from the first discussion we had.
What we need to explain is you have to pick a car, but you have to pick an artist as well. And that's a process that I would suspect most people don't really understand what's going on behind the scenes.
Well, there is a committee actually that picks the person that is going to be responsible for the art car. And in that commission there are a lot of famous art people, of course. Also Hervé Poulain is in that commission. Actually, he's the one that started the whole idea. So he keeps on the tradition and passes it on still. And but also the other artists in that really well-known commission, they picked Julie to do an art car, and I think she was as surprised as could be, because she didn't even know her name was on the list. And I was, of course, also I learned to know her because she was then appointed, and I tried to get her excited about the race car, which actually was quite easy because she likes racing and she likes race cars. So she was exactly the right person as well, not only as an artist, but also as a person with her feelings, her passion about racing. And that's something you need if you're going to make an art car out of a race car, because it's not just painting things on a race car. It has to transport the passion of racing.
There's a tradition now, of course, of BMW art cars. But aside from that, why are BMW still involved in the arts? Because that's what we're talking about. Look around us right now and look at the audience that you've had here this evening. This is not your normal motor racing audience. Why are the arts important to BMW?
Because it brings together different people, different ideas, and it also brings creativity to the whole team, actually. Even the drivers are inspired by this. I heard Sheldon say, oh, I'm so inspired by this car. And actually, I've never heard a driver say something like that about a car, because they're used to getting their tools and then they race.
They just want speed.
They want speed. They get a car with a livery. They don't care what kind of livery is on the car. Mostly, they just get into the car and they're fast. But in this case, actually, this feeling is transported. That it's more than just a car in this case. It's something really special, and that you bring together different people, different worlds, different ideas, and maybe from that also something new starts.
And is it meant to challenge us as well, particularly those of us in motorsport who perhaps think in fairly straight lines, because motorsport is pretty much a 1 or a 0. You win or you don't win. We've got very different shades of all kinds of emotions going on here with this livery.
Yes, because the 1 or 0 question is only at the end of the race, but to get there, actually, that is where all the passion, all the efforts are, where the teams work, where the drivers work, where sponsors help, where it's such a big family working on that project, of course, with the goal to win. And you're not happy when you lose, of course you're not happy, but that's just the end of the story. And I think more important is 99% of the time before that story. And if you don't get this crown of winning, actually that is the icing on the cake, but actually you need to have a cake first. And I think that is what's really important.
BMW have provided the canvas for creativity for all the previous 19. Where were the challenges here for BMW, as well indeed for Julie the artist?
Where the challenges?
In terms of turning this car into an art car.
Well, I think it is already an art car. If you look at it, I think it's already. She says it's not done yet, because she says this was the first passing through a portal, because her two-dimensional painting is now on that car in a very specific way. But actually for her, she says, the art is not finished yet. It is finished after the 24-hour race, because then you have all the debris, the flies, whatever on the car, and then it has again a different character. And we also, as BMW Motorsports, we then will try to conserve the car as it is.
Yes.
To tell the whole story and to get the whole passion, and that's also what Julie says. It's not finished yet.
I think that single statement from Julie, I think that will make people sit up and take notice. People who perhaps are standing at the first corner at Le Mans or at Dunlop or at Tertre Rouge, I think that will make them sit up and take notice, because she clearly understands that motorsport is a journey, and this piece of art is going on that journey.
It is, and actually if you stand in that first turn, actually you see a lot of race cars, and a lot of them are familiar because you already know them. Some are blue, some are red and white, some are whatever. And then there's this car, and it is obviously so different from all the other ones, including our own. So it's really something special, and I think you cannot not notice this car when it goes on track.
Surely. Are you pleased with how it's turned out?
Oh yes, I am. I must say I'm not a guy that's easy, also not on art. So I had high expectations, because for me art should also express the passion, the speed, because we're talking about passion and speed in racing. And you never know what comes out, because the artist can do whatever he or she wants.
Totally free reign.
And when I saw the first images of that car, I was really happy, because what she did is she brings life, real life, but also passion and speed. It's difficult to explain. I'm not an artist, but I can only say how it works on me. It works really like a piece of art that is fast and has a lot of personality and emotion.
So what will happen to the car after its race? It's a brand new chassis being built up for Le Mans, and then presumably what? You just take the bodywork off and the chassis continues to race in the WEC?
Well, actually we don't, because our philosophy is we are going to keep the car as it is in total. So this car will race the race, then we'll take it to our museum as it is and put it in the museum. The original chassis, everything on it, nothing removed, not just the body, everything. And then it's in the museum. It's a fully fledged car that could run again, but we'll never do it again.
And it's at that point that Julie's piece of art is finished.
Then it's finished, actually, but then you also know it is the real piece of art. It's not just the cover or the body, it is the whole thing.
Frank, thank you very much for allowing us to be part of this. Good luck as we head to the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Please, and keep your fingers crossed. We want this car really to get up very high up the ladder.
Right, let's have a quick word with two of the three drivers who will be driving this extraordinary machine. René Rast first here, Sheldon van der Linde. Well, now I've seen it, well, you've seen it before. Come on, what was your first thought when you saw this car? Normally drivers, you're sitting inside, you can't see the outside, but you've got to say something about this.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's fantastic. It's so different to anything else I've seen on a racetrack. You know, to bring this kind of art to life, a graffiti style, which I really like personally, is something very special. To be part of the three drivers on the Le Mans car for my first ever Le Mans.
You'll not forget this one, will you? And you need the model. You need the model.
Exactly. And I mean, I've got the best driver lineup. The car's improving every single race, so I think we have a really, really good chance to do something good. Imola was a highlight for us with the P6, and Le Mans come at the right time for us, I think.
René, the competition this year in the WEC, and now in Le Mans with extra cars as well, of course. Well, I've not seen anything like it in my first Le Mans was 1989. I've not seen anything like this. It's extraordinary.
It's unbelievable. It's a pinnacle of sports car racing. We heard that so many times from older people who said we are in Le Mans for 20, 30 years. We have never seen so many competitive cars being in Le Mans. And it's going to be a hell of a challenge to fight out there. We saw already last year, the first couple of hours were crazy, like a sprint race. And we expect similar scenarios this year, we're not worse.
And, you know, you can be in the points one week, but with 19 cars, you could be 15th or 16th the next race.
Definitely. I think we even have more cars in Le Mans, like more over 20, 21, 22 cars. So, as Sheldon said, Imola was our high. We don't know how Le Mans will fit our car, but obviously we hope that we will be competitive. So let's see. We're aiming for a points finish, so this means top 10 hopefully. But yeah, let's see.
Tell me about your thoughts about this incredible livery.
For me, it's the best car of the 20 years of the art car. We have all the 20 art cars here, or the 19, and I went through all of them, and I think this is the most beautiful one. So I'm very honored and very happy to be racing on that car.
And we've taken a further step, because it's not just the car. You guys came out in a very fetching set of racing overalls, which Julie's designed as well. Now, first of all, they have to be comfortable, but we're going to see you. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, definitely. I just sat on the car in my overall, and you could barely see me because I looked like a
camouflage.
A camouflage, exactly. So I think they will still fine-tune the overall a little bit, but I think it looks amazing.
Sheldon, quick final thought from you as we're heading towards Le Mans. Your first. How are you feeling right now? Is it getting real yet?
No, not yet. Honestly, I think it's going to take a while to get used to the track. Although it doesn't look on paper like one of the most difficult tracks in the world, with two.
Yeah, you don't race on paper, Sheldon. Now, come on.
Yeah, but with two very long straights, what could go wrong, right? So, if you have a fast car in the straight line, it should work.
I'm going to come and find you at Le Mans and remind you said that, and he is as well, no doubt. Gentlemen, good luck, race well.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, mate.
Well, here is the artist, I could say that, Julie Moretto. Thank you very much for having us here to see this piece of art. We're talking motorsport.
Which is a race car.
Yes.
Which is fundamentally a race car.
Now that, you see, when you said that, I think a lot of people who will listen to this will have very different views from art than the majority of the audience here. But first and foremost, you've said this is a race car.
This is a race car. It is a race car that's had an experience through a painting. And that experience through a painting has shifted the car and has shifted the painting onto the car. But fundamentally, this is a race car about to embark on an enormous mission to win Le Mans.
This is an extraordinary process that you and this piece of art have been through. Generally speaking, I've looked at your work. Where do you find your where do you find your experiences coming into your own art?
Well, I think like the entire world and what is going on informs me, and how I'm trying to paint is a negotiation with this world, right? But in this case, this was an exemplary moment of being able to invent and create in this kind of imaginatory playground of fantasy and play and speed and mobility and kind of design of it's a flying rocket on the ground, so it's a very different thing.
It is indeed exactly a flying rocket on the ground. The wings keep it down, don't take it off. You're a car person though, aren't you?
Yeah.
I know you're a car person from what you've said about the journey that this car is going on, and this is what we're seeing now is only a part of it.
Yes, it's just the beginning. It's been through the journey of a painting, and now, and a portal of a painting, and it's totally shifted that painting and itself, as I said. But it will then go through this journey of Le Mans, and we'll see what happens. I hope it finishes. I hope it survives, and not only that, I hope it wins, and I hope it will be a very different painting by that point. It will be a very different car.
How did you judge and choose the imagery that was going to go on the car?
Well, I had a little model of the car in the studio, and I kept moving around the paintings, and I really didn't know what would happen. And it was in front of this painting that I had just finished titled Everyone. And when I saw that in front of it, I just thought, I wish that painting could just morph somehow and into the car and on an atom level, atomic level, and just change it. And then that's where the portal idea came from, and yeah, so we played with that from the beginning.
I like what you said. You said the car's inhaled the painting.
Yeah,
we're in that. So are you going to come to Le Mans?
Yes, I am, with my entire family.
Good.
Parents. 3 generations of us will be there.
When you said that it's not finished yet, and this will strike a chord as well, I want you to say again for our audience, please, why it's not finished and what will add to the finished article by the time we get to 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoon at Le Mans.
Well, we'll have the marks of the driver's feet. We'll have all the marks from the entire pit stops. We'll have the changing tires, the debris on the road, all the detritus that'll fly up against the car, other swipes with other cars, and of course the insects. I don't know what we'll do about the insects, but we'll have those. Maybe we'll clean some. I'm not an insect fan.
No. It's a record. It's a record.
I agree. I'm just playing. I agree.
Thank you very much indeed. You've done the car proud, and you've done yourself proud, and I hope that the car repays you with a good result at Le Mans in June. Jenny, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
So now you know a little bit more about what has gone into producing the BMW Art Car for 2024. And I've got to say, I've been taken aback by the enthusiasm, not only from Julie, the artist, but from the artistic community who are here at the Pompidou Centre for this car. A race car, as you heard Julie say, first and foremost, a car that is going on a journey to become the piece of art, the finished work, and then to be exhibited. It's a very interesting concept, and maybe the most arty of all the BMW art cars because of that. It's been a fabulous evening so far, and it's not over yet. The formality's still going on behind me, as you can hear, and I'm sure there'll be an after party somewhere as well. ...2024 sees the first participation in the Le Mans 24 Hours of the Le Mans GT3 category. GT3 has been a global success, and the SAO and the FIA have incorporated it into the FIA World Endurance Championship, as well as racing here at Le Mans. But for reasons of numbers, mainly, not every manufacturer who builds GT3 cars can compete. Audi and AMG Mercedes are notable exceptions. At the Nürburgring 24 Hours recently, I took the opportunity to sit down with the man at the head of AMG Customer Racing, Stefan Vendel, to ask him about the current state of GT3 and where AMG stand with getting back to World Championship and Le Mans. But first of all, asked him about how the business of GT3 racing cars was going.
So we built up a support system for our customers globally, starting with the spare parts service, which is on site for all categories which are starting with AMGs. And we have engineering support on site, taking care that all problems of the teams will be sorted out in short time, and also performance support, trying to make our cars competitive and faster.
Your cars, both in the GT4 and the GT3 specification formula, have a reputation for being very user friendly. How important is that to design that in right from the start?
From our perspective, this is very important. But we're starting with the right base, as also our street cars, our road cars, getting this genes inside. So it's in our DNA of our cars, having the engine at the front, mid-engine concept, and the gearbox in the rear. We have a really well-balanced car in terms of weight, and we adapted our aerodynamic specifications to that. And together with a good suspension setup, this leads to high drivability, and this is what our drivers enjoy.
There's a rash of new GT3 cars that you've got to compete against. Some of them using very advanced concepts now. Almost, I look at some of the cars and think that's almost prototype technology that I'm looking at there. What have you got to do to keep competitive? I know it's a BOP formula, and yet clearly your competitors are doing things because they think they have a better solution. So what do you have to do to keep pace with that?
It's, first of all, an exciting area to see, not only in prototype racing, also in GT racing. You see a bunch of manufacturers coming into this business, and the category gets more and more competitive. And we see interesting developments also. And we are quite happy to be competitive still with our product and our drivers too. But still, there are a few things we would like to improve and we would like to adapt. And this is something which is up to the future when we come with it.
How far can you take the current car? That, I suppose, is the question that everybody wants to do before you've got to look at a major revision or potentially even another car.
If a new car offers always some advantages, something to develop to, and potentials left. On the other side, we have a lot of experience with our current car from the past years, and this is the advantage we have and we own. Having our drivers consistently in our car, we know our car in and out under all kind of conditions on this track, and this is the advantage we have to use to get competitive over the distance.
How many GT3s have you got out there in customer hands at the moment?
We built and sold more than 280 GT3s.
Heavens above, that is incredible. And still building new chassis for customers if they want them?
Yes, indeed. Actually, we already, because this number of cars we sold exceeded the expectations we had a few years ago. And we're running a very successful project so far. And this leads us to reorder new engines from this current 6.3 liter engine, and also new chassis to make enough spares and also fresh cars available for our customers in the next years.
It's a time of great change and great introspection in the automotive world. We're all being told what we can and can't have. I think that upsets some people and it upsets some manufacturers as well. But from a racing point of view, it limits the opportunities and the choice. At the end of the current car as a road car, what comes next for Mercedes AMG, and therefore what would come next as a racing car? Has that been considered? Has that been thought about? Has it been planned for?
Yeah, it is in consideration. As soon as you finish your current car development, you're thinking to the next one, because this is a long-term plan ahead. And I don't want to disappoint you now here that I cannot tell you more than that, but we will come up with some news as soon as we are ready to announce.
if you've sold nearly 300 current cars, it's something that you clearly don't want to abandon, and you want to service your customers as you transferred them from the SLS into the current car. You'll want to get them in the new car. I'm saying that. I don't expect you to comment on that, Stefan. Now, a lot of our listeners are, what's the word I should look for? Confused about why we have GT3, LMGT3 at Le Mans this year and in the WEC, and two major manufacturers who have been very successful in yourselves and Audi Sport Customer Racing are not represented. We must make the point that was not your choice to not be on that list. Is there anything that can be done to change that, to get AMG back to the World Championship, back to the top level?
Yeah, the ACO linked GT manufacturers on their LMH, LMDH programs. So this is a matter of fact. And nevertheless, we stay in contact with the ACO. I've been visiting them in Spa to get an impression of this event, and it was a great event and great to see as also as a motorsport fan. And I saw some friends and ex-customers also. It was nice to visit them, and we will see. And we are ready to jump in ACO championships, doesn't matter WEC or even starting with ELMS. So we are ready to do those necessary adaptations to our homologation of the car and fulfill this process also with customers in the backend. And as we have, for example, a high demand of customers jumping into the Asian Le Mans series also in the next year, I can tell you up front that it would be really nice if we could enable our car to participate also at Le Mans, even as a guest or in invitation class starter.
Because it didn't happen this year, but the potential is there because you have a lot of customers in the Asian Le Mans Series, another ACO championship. You could have had one of your customers win the championship and then get an invitation to Le Mans and not be able to take their race car and have to go to another manufacturer. Yeah,
this is true, and I understand that the ACO even would not allow to participate one manufacturer just at a single race. This makes also, and I agree, out of BOP perspective, no sense, because not enough data are available in this whole process. So that's why we are waiting for the chance to participate in one of their championships to deliver enough data and that we can enable our cars for this perspective. Because on one hand, for sure, we fight together with our customers to win the Asian Le Mans too. Same time, it would be a sad story if then they would have to change to another manufacturer to participate in Le Mans.
Let's talk about more generally the future. I said before, the lawmakers in automotive terms are trying to do their best for the green agenda, and we understand that. As motorsport enthusiasts, we understand that. And we understand that motorsport has been a great testing ground, proving ground for technology down through the years. GT3 racing is pretty much as close as you're going to get to a street car, albeit a very sophisticated street car. Where do you think the regulations for GT3 might go? Where do you think they should go? Or have we got it about right now looking at alternative fuels for the internal combustion engines that we've got?
It's a very complex topic where all manufacturers are involved and discussing with local bodies, ruling bodies, and also with the FIA in different technical working groups and all race series. The general target is to use more and more alternative fuel. And this is something which is also not so easy to adapt in the circle of customer racing, because we are not talking about two cars per manufacturer which are under control, and where you also can count on potential problems which occur with new fuels which come for sure. So means all manufacturers are forced, and they do already, same as us, testing different fuels for IMSA, testing for the SRO, for WEC, for example, and even alternative fuels for the future. And this is a high effort necessary to make all those things happen. And it would be an interest of everybody, as we do it in customer racing, with, depending on the on the manufacturer, in our case, 50 to 100 cars running globally. nearly every weekend. So we need to find reliable options to integrate those alternative fuels without risking the effort spent from our customers. And this is what we do, what we all do, and we are working forward ahead.
One of the great advances in motor racing, and particularly in GT racing down through the years, has been reliability. Yeah. And we now don't even, to be honest, in the booth, I don't consider reliability an issue anymore, even in a hard 24-hour race. That's an extraordinary feat that you and the other manufacturers have been able to get to. When I first started talking about motor racing, even at the highest level, reliability was always part of the equation, and people would, as we would say in English, nurse the car for maybe 20 hours. It's not like that anymore. And do we get the benefit of that in our street cars?
Yes, for sure. In our case, our learnings are going also in our road department. And I have to say the base of our car is developed on a very high quality level. That's why we are we achieved this amount of reliability in all kinds of 24-hour races in the world. But there's also a very high operational effort necessary to make this happen every time, not always using new cars. Having an old car, you need to operationally check on your car in detail what kind of mileage, which kind of part is there, and at the right time you need to change it. This is very important, and then it's all about the preparation. You need high-skilled mechanics who know exactly what to do at each single nut and bolt, and then you can achieve this kind of reliability.
You're a race fan, as well as holding your position at the head of AMG's customer services effectively. When GT3 started and when you got involved, could anybody have foreseen how it's almost taken over endurance race?
No. When the GT3 started, I think it was around 2007-8 around. I participated here as an engineer, for example, at Nürburgring 24-hour race already in special classes, and then very easily the European Championship became attractive for us, and we went into this. But still, there have been the GT2, Le Mans ACO regulation series, and the GT3s, and it was not feasible this moment that there would come all together in one time. But it made totally sense, I have to say, and it's very attractive, especially for the customers, to buy a car which is available everywhere in the world, or is for race series, for the biggest GT races in the world. It's a big advantage for those customers and for those motorsport enthusiasts who like to participate in those races once at a time. And for us manufacturers, also very interesting that we can winning Daytona in 1 year, participating at Nürburgring, going to Spa, and potentially next year then in Le Mans too. This is very interesting.
It's a good time to be in sports car racing. I'm delighted to see that AMG are competing at the very highest levels all the way around the world. Stefan Vendel, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you too.
This programme is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Car that we've visited a few times down through the years. Time to get ourselves reacquainted with the 2024 Mazda MX-5 2-litre.
Real World Road Tests on radiolemans.com.
Well, you know what? I haven't had a huge amount of time in this Mazda MX-5, but on a spring day with the temperatures in the mid-teens Celsius in the UK, the roof down, and until recently both the side windows down as well, it's taken me no time at all to reacquaint myself and re-familiarise myself with one of the great, all-time great driving experiences. You almost wear an MX-5 rather than drive it. These Recaro seats on the Hamura model are absolutely outstanding, and linked to the other tweaks and changes, some of them purely cosmetic, New diff feels pretty good though, and particularly when you're putting the 184 horsepower down onto the road, as we are now. I can only imagine what it's going to be like on damp roads. The country roads around the back of Bicester Heritage are absolutely perfect to give the new suspension a bit of a workout as well. There's something pure and very satisfying about an MX-5. The 6-speed manual gearbox is a delight to go through, to the point where almost you want to use it more. You don't really need to, because the torque of the 2-litre engine is perfectly matched to a car of this size and weight. And cruising along down these by no means smooth country roads, by the way, is actually a joy. And there's something just right, isn't there, about a pared down open top sports car. Let's get down to 30 miles an hour here for the limit in the village. There is just something entirely right about a pared down sports car like this, where you absolutely know where you are with it. Instinctively you can feel in some ways that the car has kind of got you back. It's giving you a huge amount of feedback so that you can enjoy it without getting into too much trouble. And even if you do, well, it's there to help you out. There's a new traction control system on this car as well, which in the models I've driven in the past, it's either been on or off. There is, if you will, a track day session or a track session now that would let you explore the outer edges of the car's undoubted performance potential while still keeping a modicum of electronic aids in the car. It's not too intrusive, but in honesty, spend a half a day or a day with a Mazda MX-5 and you'll either just leave it on or turn it all off, depending on how hard you want to push and whether you're on a public road or doing a track day. And that's the joy of this car. A really sensible sized luggage compartment that could easily take, well, not just a weekend's worth of luggage if you were going away, although I suspect many people use these cars as a weekend car. It's not inconceivable that you could have this as your daily driver. And then you want to do a track day? I'm not sure you could get a full set of track day wheels and tyres in the boot of this car, but you could certainly take this car out and turn off all of the electronics and go and enjoy yourself, and probably embarrass far more expensive cars with just the raw performance and the pure driving experience that you still get from a Mazda MX-5. You know, one thing I like about the MX-5 down through the years is that, and this is the fourth version, maybe call it 4.5 version of this car, that the whole ethos and the original concept of this car
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis,
Speculation and debate.
special guests, and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
on RS1.
With me in the Ford Performance Studios. Have you calmed down yet, Jamal?
Yes.
That was. Before we get started, that was just extraordinary.
That was
wasn't it?
probably the. And we were talking about Hyperpole, if it works. I mean, that absolute example of making it work. That was beautiful. You would never get that kind of excitement in the old system. So that was fantastic. But the fact that Kevin Estre just snuck in under the radar there and took us all by surprise made it even more exciting.
I realise if I say he had his Klingon cloaking device, someone will tweet in and say, yes, but you know it was Romulan technology. It doesn't matter. He was invisible on that lap because he wasn't clicking the fastest sector times.
I should have seen it because he was doing his best sectors, but he didn't go purple at any point, so it didn't catch my eye because it was happening whilst Alex was finishing his lap, and Alex was purpling a couple of times, so we missed it, or I missed it.
7-7, no. Do you know what, though? I think it was better because it took us by surprise.
I know.
I
Everyone was jumping up in the background for Alex getting pole, and then 30 seconds later, Kevin did it.
The cheers from the green room behind us as well. It's back to business now, Paul Trustwell, for everybody else.
By the way, it's just started raining. I just went out.
Yeah, I just saw that as
very
well.
Very light, very, very light. Nothing that will affect you, but
only in some parts of the circuit as well, of course. Back to business, Paul, for the other teams in the 62, teams and drivers in the 62, and there is business to do here.
There is, yeah. We've got a handful of drivers who haven't yet completed their night laps. Just to say, we're starting at 10:30 because of the delays earlier on caused during the Road to Le Mans race, and we are still going to run it as a full 1 hour session. So although we're starting late, instead of going through till 11 o'clock, we're going through till 11:30, glass half full, glass half empty. Some people are expecting it to go through till midnight, so 11:30 is not too bad. But yeah, we've got 8 drivers. 8 drivers who've still to complete night laps. One of which is actually Dries Van Tour. So they have to get the car fixed and back out again, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem for them. Except that the BMW, as we would expect, having had the caused the red flag, has had all its lap times disallowed from the qualifying session.
I'll come back. I want to come back to that in a moment.
Later.
We saw 8 drivers.
8 drivers.
Do you want to rattle through them?
Yeah, number 54, Davide Rigon. 95, Hitoshi Hamaguchi. 15, Dries Van Toor. 86, none of their drivers have done their night laps yet. That's the GR Racing
They've had
car,
little time on track because of the electrical problems, if you weren't with us earlier.
They didn't have any laps last night, so all 3 of their drivers, Daniel Serra, Mike Wainwright and Ricardo Perra, still have to do their laps. The number 9, Bent Viscal car, that still has to do its laps in the LMP2 class. And number 95, I mentioned Hiroshi Yamaguchi, Marino Sato, the other Japanese driver of the 95 car, also still has to do his night laps. Different number. For example, Davide Rigon only has to do 1 night lap, but people like Mike Wainwright, he has to do 5 night laps.
Is that what it is, Trusses?
5 night laps, one of which must be across the start-finish line.
So 3 timed?
Not necessarily 3 timed laps, because only one of them has to be across the start-finish line. So you could actually not do any timed laps.
But what I mean is, if you went out and did them in one go, it would be 3 timed laps.
Then it would be 3 timed laps, yes.
Yeah. Right, that's that part of the business. There are some cars that won't come out straight away.
Quite a few.
Shall we get the bingo card ready? Here we go.
Quite. And it depends what offence you're defending. So for track limits, and these were offences committed in free practice 3, so before the Hyperpole session. For track limits, we have car number 20, the Art BMW car, will be spending 5 minutes in the pits. 92, the Manthey Pure Racing Porsche. Track limits, number 11 is the Isotta Franceschini, and number 95 is the United Autosports McLaren that already mentioned of Hamaguchi, Nicolas Pino and Marino Sato. They all have penalties for track limits. The number 6 pole-sitting Porsche has to do a 5-minute stop and hold for an offence during full course yellow. And then we've got 4 cars which made slow zone infringements, and they are number 66, the BMW Motorsport Ferrari, number 95 again, so United Autosports. So
that's 10 minutes then.
It's got 10 minutes, it's only 60 minutes in the session. He'll be sitting in the pits. 777 is the D Station Racing Aston Martin. And finally, the number 3, the other Cadillac, the black car, the yellow car, the number 3 car of Sebastian Bourdais. They committed a slow zone offence in the free practice session from earlier on.
Do any of those... Sorry to interrupt, Trusses. Carry on.
Just they'll spend 5 minutes.
Do any of those cars that you mentioned have more than one driver that hasn't done their laps yet? Because obviously, you think 5 laps, that's 20 minutes each. If none of them had done them, then it's an hour session. If you've got to wait 20 minutes,
95 McLaren.
So they're going to be struggling to get their guys through night laps. In fact, how can they physically do that? If
well, they don't have to do all 5 tonight because they did some last night.
Right.
So
okay.
I need to count exactly how many they need to do.
But it's still up against it if there's red flags.
And it's wet. And
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They definitely can't afford to break down. Put it that way.
No, and keep it on the black stuff. Yes, and with potentially 62 cars out, a lot of the cars, in fact, the majority of cars, weren't participating, of course, in the Hyperpole session, and so will have been spending the last 5 hours since the free practice session. They'll have been spending that time working on race setup, making sure the cars put together properly.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So that's that bit of parish notices, if you will. Now let's go back to the front of the grid in Hyperpole, because we were talking about the cars at the times as they were being set to us, as the rain is just starting to fall in the pit lane. Let's do this. There was a couple of penalties. Dries Van Toor lost all his time because he caused a red flag, and Earl Bamber had a penalty that was going to be applied to the number 2 car, which was 5-grid penalty from the incident at Spa that caused the red flag there. Which one takes precedence? Therefore, how are they going to line up? It doesn't affect who's on pole position because Kevin Estre was ahead of all that nonsense.
Exactly.
What happens after that?
So the number 2 car has a 5-place grid penalty, so
Right.
he automatically drops to 7th.
Right.
Regardless.
Right.
8th is the Hertz Jota car, number 12.
And they stay there. They didn't do any of it.
They didn't do any laps in the Hyperpole, but they stay 12th. They stay 8th. Which is not as bad as the Toyota number 7, which lost all its times from the qualifying session. They'll be starting 23rd.
Yeah.
Put that to one side. So the Dries Van Tour car will be 6th on the grid.
Right.
So third row.
Right, so even though Dries didn't set a time, he's still ahead of the car that was second because that got a 5. So when all was said and done, we waited until everything was sorted, and then when all was said and done, the second car drops down to 7th.
Exactly.
Right, okay. That actually makes perfect sense to me, which is pretty surprising when it comes to motor racing stuff. Right,
Please let us know if it makes sense to everybody else.
Yes, on Instagram at Radio Show LTD, of course RSL_studio, and at Radio Le Mans for hashtag RLM_24H. Let's check in with our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters who are braving a bit of rain. We'll start with Diana Binks.
Yes, the rain has just started ever so slightly as we arrived into the pit lane this evening for this session, and everyone, I said probably about 2/3 of the pit lane were already on the pit apron ready to go. Well, the night is obviously closing in, so it's a fantastic view down here in the pit lane because all the lights are on as the cars were queuing up to leave to go out onto the circuit. All you could see was the flashing red lights. They were waiting with anticipation to get out there on the track. I'm at the pit out area, and Nick Damon is down in pit in.
Thanks, Di. Yeah, it's as you say, it's kind of thinking about raining. It's not really raining. There'll be no chance they take the players off at a cricket match at this point whatsoever. There's no consideration of that. If you were driving, you might have a bit of a psychological rain on your helmet or the windscreen, but everything's fine at the moment. And looking at the sky, I'm going to say, famous last words, the man who can't always get anything right. I don't think it's going to rain. Not in the pit lane. I don't think we're not going to get real rain. Just some lightness, but nothing real.
Thank you to Nick and Di. Go on, you were going to say something else.
Yeah, well, I haven't bought my coats either, so I have to hope that.
Toss it down then. If you haven't brought your coat, if you'd put your coat on, it would not have rained.
Also, it could be raining in pit lane and not raining at Indy, or vice versa, Indianapolis. So yeah, it's at the moment it'll make the curbs a little bit greasy when you've got cold tyres. It's the slow corners, John, like Arnage, Dunlop chicane, Ford chicane, places like that, that when it starts drizzling a little bit seem to be the tricky areas for everyone. Once you get going a bit, you get a bit of downforce into the car, it's not quite so bad, especially when it's drizzling lightly like this.
If everybody's done what they need to do at this point, JMO, is there any point in going out?
There's track time, it's always useful to go out, and there's always something that needs doing. Brake pads that need bedding in, another set of brake pads need bedding in. There's always something that needs doing, and as Paul rightly pointed out, apart from the fact that some drivers have to get their night laps in and penalties to be done and all the rest of it, it's really important to get the car, this is the last opportunity to get the car fettled for the race, really, apart from a little warm-up, which really
that's
is
a spanner check. That's all that is the one,
you
isn't
just
it?
go out, make sure that there are no oil pipe bursts or something.
Yeah, well, exactly. And if they have put parts in ready for the race, they'll want to check that all of those parts are working the way they were supposed to work and that everything's tied down.
You see again, bud?
This is Pete Materani.
Have some tire warmer because he's gone.
It could be on new softs or anything. Just worry about our own program. It's okay.
That's interesting.
So that was Pete Materani
accusing someone else of having tyre warmers.
Where's he on the track at the moment?
Just going into. Is that the
Porsche Curves?
Porsche Curves, yeah.
Well, whoever it was doesn't have tyre warmers because they've just fallen off right in front of people.
Literally.
Let's see who that was. I think it was an LMP2. I've got a feeling that was the 183 AF Corsa, Francois Perotto, that was in front of him. He may not have been talking about that car. He may have been talking about
I think as he said he's gone. I think he would have been talking about somebody in his own class.
Yeah, well, who's ahead of him now? The rain lights are on low, so they are flashing around.
There's no rain on the windshields or anything.
I think that's fine.
Just in the pit lane, it's drizzling slightly.
Who's that then? Ahead. It's the 99, I reckon. I think it is the Proton Porsche that he was talking about. So who went out in that to start with? Jordan?
Harry Tinknell?
Harry Tinknell, yeah, Tinkness.
It's not Harry, because he's behind on the track. He's just coming across start-finish line now.
Right, so who was right ahead of the 311?
I'm trying to work it out.
Oh, you see, I looked at 31, didn't I, for Pete Tarani. That's why.
Yeah.
That's the American
Your
thing.
imps are coming
That's
in there.
IMSA, yeah,
The
absolutely.
Whelan, yeah.
The Whelan car with an engineering car. Oh, it's interesting, though. 7 is in ahead of him. That's Jose Maria Lopez in the Toyota. And also, who else is there? 7 is in 6th. And I think Brendan Hartley, I think the 2 Toyotas actually were ahead of him. So that's interesting, as JMO said about that. We'll try and pick up a few interviews down in the pit lane as well. Apologies for the issues that we had earlier on, as Dries Van Teur is putting in a very quick lap.
Trying to redeem himself.
Well, prove he's still got the...
You go from hero to zero and back to hero again in the space of about an hour and a half. That's what he's trying to do. He's having a really good run going here, and he's really pressing on. This is where we're going into the right-hander, the left at Indianapolis, where earlier on in Hyperpole, Dries Van Teur ran off through the gravel, hit the wall reasonably hard, gave it a bit of a thump, nothing that was going to cause too much damage, broke the splitter maybe, but obviously then all the times got disallowed, which meant that he had to start at the back of the Hyperpole grid.
So the cars...
Go on, Paul.
So the car's gradually getting down to some times. What I thought was surprising, Johnny, and maybe you got a comment on this, although the Hyperpole was thrilling, and I would not for a minute suggest it wasn't, the times were a lot slower than even last year. Now that's the first session that we've had this year where the times have been slower than the equivalent session last year. So, for example, in the free practice 1, they were lapping 2 seconds quicker than they were last year. Now, Ollie Jarvis told us it was all down to the track being slower. And I've speculated that possibly because of the Fun Cup cars are here, and they've been a lot of them, 115 Fun Cup cars, and they've had a lot of sessions, and of course the more they go round, I just wonder if they're laying a different rubber down, which the...
I can tell you here, have you ever driven a Fun Cup car,
I've
Paul?
never driven anything, Johnny, you know that perfectly
in my, my huge level of experience that I have driven a Fun Cup car. In fact, I'm racing in the British Championship this year with one of my friends.
I was going to say, you've raced against DRM, because I was working with DRM.
So I can tell you they don't have enough grip to lay any rubber down. So I would be very, very surprised.
They do run on Michelins in these.
Yeah, but they're not even on slicks. They're on.
No,
they're on a road Toyo treaded something or other, which has got it's the best way of describing it is like a semi-intermediate in the old days on a normal race car. So I can't imagine that they have no downforce. So I can't imagine that they would be laying down any rubber. I think what happened was... Sorry, John.
No, go on, carry on, finish your thought.
I think what happened is that it's very dirty, and also the wind has changed dramatically and is having... That's what Ollie was telling me, that the wind and the track was incredibly slow straight out, even compared to the test day.
Dries Van Teur, 3:29.640 straight out the box. Stoffel Van Dorn with Nick... Oh, hang on a second. Toyota number 7 going very wide in the hands of Jose Maria Lopez. Drafted in for Mike Conway, who fell off his bike when he was out with Jose Maria Lopez. Cracked a couple of ribs and broke a collarbone. We'll talk about the perils of cycling in a moment after this crowd strike pit lane report. Nick?
Stoffel, how's the general feeling in the Peugeot team? We're getting towards the end of practice. We've had Hyperpole, which unfortunately you guys weren't in, but how are you feeling overall?
Yeah, it's not been a straightforward weekend for us. That's pretty clear. But this race is going to be long. It's going to be challenging. Probably some mixed conditions as well during this event. So we just got to make sure that we have a good race car, that we feel comfortable with that, and then we need to stay out of trouble. So last hour of practice now, and last little pieces to tune the car.
How's the reliability been during these sessions so far?
It's been good so far. We didn't have any issues, so fingers crossed it's going to continue like that.
It's the Le Mans debut for the new version of the car. Visually, it's got the rear wing. There's a lot of other changes. Do you feel this new version actually suits Le Mans better than last year's car?
We're still learning very much about this car. It's only the third race that we're doing with it, and Le Mans is a very different circuit than the ones we've been to at the start of the season. So, it's a big learning curve. I think definitely the potential of this package is a lot higher. It's just about exploiting it.
Great stuff. Thank you.
Scott Dixon, waiting, watching, and earlier on there was a few tense moments in your garage.
Yeah, that was a pretty exciting qualifying, I guess, for a lot of people, especially with the red flag. I think there was a little bit of confusion whether the clock stopped or not. I could see it that it was stopped, but there's definitely some excitement here, and obviously for that last 10 seconds or whatever, with Len getting the pole and then obviously getting overtaken by the Porsche. So very close for the front three, but we'll be, I think, starting second in the 3 car. And Seb did a great job, but we just had no fuel to run the remainder of the qualifying session. So sad that he didn't get to put it up there.
Yeah, it was so close, and it could have gone either way, couldn't it?
Absolutely. I think his first lap was pretty good. It was definitely a good banker. But as he was coming in, he said, there's 2 or 3 things that I could have definitely fixed. And obviously, I think the track got a little bit better there at the end. But doesn't matter where you start this race, it's all about where you finish. So we'll be trying our best to see if we can stay up the top.
Now, you arrived on Tuesday, didn't you? So obviously you're very experienced, as we know. We know what you can do. Are you satisfied with what you've achieved and seen so far?
Yeah, it's always difficult, I think, with some of these sessions and how much time you actually get in the car. That also depends on, just how many red flags and yellows and all that kind of stuff. So, it's a real privilege to obviously run the 24-hour of Le Mans. It's very difficult to get a ride these days, and they're compact and how the manufacturers are involved now. But very excited for myself and Alex Palou from the IndyCar side, obviously Grosjean as well, and then we got Kip and Simpson too. So a few drivers over here to try and do our best, but it's a real pleasure and fantastic to be here again.
Well, it's great to see you all. Thank you so much, Scott.
Thank you so much.
News breaking earlier on. Thank you, Ty, for that CrowdStrike pit report. For that, Ty. News coming in just earlier on the day. You might have heard us. It was breaking. IndyCar will be on Fox for the whole season. That news breaking earlier on that we reported. All of them on network as well. For those of you in the UK, by the way, will not affect the international deals. So those of us who watch on Sky Sports 1, that's my hands up for that, or Sky Sports F1, that won't affect the deals. It will mean a really nice integration between the motorsports portfolio of Fox Sports. They do part of the season in NASCAR as well in the States, if you're not aware of that. And while we're talking about portfolios and motorsport, it's a nice segue. I worked on that for a while.
Well done.
Tom Wagner has joined me. He's the co-founder and co-managing director at Knighthead Capital. He's here wearing his Hertz Racing Gold and Hertz Team Jota jacket. Knighthead active in sport, Tom. Jota, of course, Birmingham City Football Club. Major League Pickleball, which I must ask you about, and the Pro Fighters League as well. You're the vice chair for Hertz, and you're a board member for Singer Vehicle Design as well. Welcome to Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM. Is this your first visit to Le Mans?
It's my second visit to Le Mans.
Came last year?
Came last year, drove both years from London.
Oh, perfect. That's the proper way to do it.
Well, I was told that, and as an American, I felt I needed to follow tradition and do it the right way.
Well done.
Thank you.
And what did you... So last year was the 100th,
yes,
which was completely bonkers in a good way.
Yes.
did it completely blow your mind? Did it overwhelm you?
You know, it's funny. It really did, because everyone kept talking about how incredible Le Mans is and what an experience it would be. And, of course, you know, when you think about that, you're like, okay, I've been to lots of different sporting events. I've been to, you know, major events in the U.S., been to the Super Bowl a number of times. And I thought, how great could it possibly be? And then you come, and you're surrounded by hundreds of thousands of fans, many of whom have driven here great distances. They're camping out. They're living and breathing this for not 24 hours, but for days.
Yeah, 10 days, this event now.
It's incredible. And so for me, the whole experience was completely off the charts, overwhelming in every possible way. And to say I'm hooked would be a gross understatement.
Yeah, I've been coming since 1989, and it's changed massively. But there is something very special, and this time of year, around about April, May, I start to get a bit itchy. Something in the blood. I think it's some kind of virus. I'm not entirely certain about that. You, as we said, you've invested in and your group's invested in a number of sporting entities.
Yep.
We love live sport because we get things like Hyperpole, which is the unexpected happens.
That's right.
The unexpected is not what normal investments go for. People like certainty. People like surety. They don't like things that they're not sure about.
Well, this is what I'd say about investing in racing. What you can be sure of is that the unexpected will continue to happen. And that's what draws fans, and that's what draws the corporate sponsors, and that's what draws the money. Yeah. And so as we go through a significant fundamental change in the way that all of our lives work, as we have increased digitization, we believe, and we've certainly seen this, that people either trend towards digital experiences. They may watch, Netflix, they may play video games, they may do things that are virtual reality, or they're going to trend towards the more analog side, real experiences.
Yeah.
And what's more analog than racing? Because, and particularly when you look at WEC racing, there's no more uncertainty of outcome in any motorsports event than the 24-hour of Le Mans.
Yeah.
You can run 95, 98, 99% of the way through the race and don't have
Toyota.
the slightest idea who's going to win. That's exactly right.
Well, that's Toyota.
That's exactly right.
One lap to go. WRT, it happened to them in LMP2. Well, that's the excitement for us. But does that make it a viable business investment? All of these teams, most of these teams up and down the pit lane, and certainly Hertz Team Jota, that is a business. They are in the business of racing, and racing is their business.
Yes. Well, let's think about what that means, right? Because there's so much uncertainty of how things will play out, that's what draws the fans. And if we look at the rise in global interest in motorsport, that thus far, we have not seen the rebound in WEC that we would otherwise expect. Historically, WEC has been perhaps the most watched series in racing, the most observed, the most followed, and that hasn't yet happened, but it's starting to. And so what we invest in are lots of things that are out of favor, that need a little bit of a boost. And so this is something for us that we viewed as being really undervalued, and that we thought could be, provide enormous upside. I think the one area where we haven't yet seen that, as much of a connection is in that tribalistic element, right, where people get behind a particular team.
Yeah.
It's starting to happen.
Yeah.
You saw tonight when Porsche won the Hyperpole and all those Porsche fans came to the start-finish line and they're all cheering and going crazy. That will continue and build. We've seen that in Ferrari. We hope to see it with our team. We hope to see it expand elsewhere. I think with Cadillac doing so well, we'll see that happen as well.
I was out doing our CrowdStrike paddock walk earlier on today and had a chat with David Clark. Actually, he was mega as ever. Love David, known him for a very long time. David Clark from Jota, for those that don't know. And speaking to the fans as well. And it's interesting how many of the fans follow a particular driver.
Yeah.
Some follow a team, some follow a manufacturer.
Yeah.
And that is something that we have that's a bit different here. You don't have to pick the Raiders, wherever they've moved to now. Las Vegas, I know that, yeah. You don't have to pick one particular thing. There are things that you can get involved with in different ways. You might be a Porsche guy, so one year you might be looking at Nick Tandy. 2-3 years ago it might have been Mark Webber. There's a little bit more of a broader interest that can bring people in, particularly in endurance racing.
I completely agree, because every team's got something a little bit different to offer. As you point out, you've got drivers from all over the world. You've got sponsors from all over the world. You've got teams from all over the world. And so every team offers a little bit different package to the fan that they can attach to and feel some connection. Because at the end of the day, what the fans want is some connection to the team that they support.
Yeah. So why Hertz Team Jota? Why Team Jota? Why did that? How and why did that all come together? And what was it that said to you, you're clearly a fan, but ultimately you've got to be quite hard-headed about this, and mixing something that you love with something that you do is sometimes not a good concoction. So what was it that tipped you over the edge that said, no, we've got to do this?
Well, for us, it was about connecting Hertz, which is a company that we are part of an ownership group that owns a majority of the company. We sit on the board, and we wanted to make sure the experience for Hertz was one that would be a positive one.
Yes.
I don't know that anyone's going to go out necessarily and rent a car from us because we've got a race team. However,
I tell you what,
but
these are loyal fans out here.
Well, they are, but what it does tell you is that Hertz has a commitment to winning. It has a commitment to excellence. It has a commitment to doing something that's a bit different. And when we were thinking about, doing something in the promotional realm with respect to Hertz, we wanted to find a team that we knew could pursue excellence. And if you look at Jota's record over the last decade at Le Mans, which is the pinnacle race, it's obviously one of the three biggest in the world that everyone talks about, their success in an evenly matched LMP2 series was exceptional. And we felt that running a chassis as strong as the 963 would allow them over time, and particularly with the addition of a second car, to really perform. And so this year, 3 races, 2 podiums, a win at Spa, first win ever by a privateer in the series, in this class, first ever from a UK-based team, and the first podium at Spa for a Porsche chassis, I think since 1986. So lots of firsts. And I think the proof of our thesis is starting to become validated.
Did it help that Hertz, going back, have a history of being involved in racing? There's the great stories about the Hertz 350s back in the day, 350Hs that people would hire on a Thursday, bolt the cage in on a Friday night at home, go and race on a Saturday and Sunday, and then take the cage out and take it back on Monday. I don't care whether that's apocryphal or not, Tom, to be honest.
That's great.
It's just wonderful. But Hertz have already got that direct link into particularly endurance and sports car racing.
Absolutely, and it's something that's within the blood of the company, and I think we wanted to invigorate the brand a little bit, invigorate the employee base, and show people that this could be something that was more than just, renting your typical car. And one of the first things we did when we took control of the company is went back to Shelby and said, we'd like to do something special. And they said, well, we've got some, GT350s we're going to do for her. I said, no. GT500, let's make it the most powerful rental car ever done. So we did 50 950 horsepower cars.
Of course you did.
They're just bananas, right? And it was fantastic. It was a wonderful thing. These cars sat, and people could look at them. They were drooling over these incredible vehicles. They were absolute technological marvels. It was the folks at Ford did a great job with us and delivering those, and it's just building on a history of not only Ford but GM and other brands that have given us cars that were really special for people to rent that they probably couldn't afford to buy, but that they always wanted to experience.
Yeah, and also Hertz already had a long-standing partnership with Porsche as well.
That's right.
Actually, in the Premier thing. Well, I'm into New York on Wednesday to go up to Watkins Glen. You couldn't sort me out one of those GT500s. But I am a President's Circle member. I have got my card with me. I'll show you it later.
I love it.
Let's get that sorted out. All right, tell me about one or two of the other things. I want to come back to the racing side in a minute. Explain to me Singer, right?
Yeah.
I know what to do. I'm a Porsche owner. I've got a 993. Right. Marino Franchitti is one of the test drivers. Yes. I've got his old 993. I've had it from him about 14 years ago.
I love it.
And it's a lovely car. Explain to me the concept behind it, because there will be a lot of people who love old cars, who are listening to this and love old Porsches, who go, hang on a minute, you're taking a 964 and then all of a sudden it becomes $1 million car. What's going on in here? What are you trying to achieve?
So I think it's the thought process is first and foremost to celebrate the brand and to do something to demonstrate that with the application of modern technology, you can take a wonderful, amazing vehicle and not change what it stood for. Still air-cooled, still very analog. It's not a car that drives itself. It's not a car that's going to be the fastest accelerating or do the quickest, lap time. However, when you're behind the wheel of a Singer, you clearly feel that you are in a modern version of that original air-cooled car, and it just feels right. And for certain enthusiasts that have the ability to spend that kind of money on a car, they just love it. And equally, it's a work of art. Yep. Rob Dickinson has created a design, an ethos, a zeitgeist, if you will, in the company that is unparalleled. And when, I was fortunate enough to drive one here, and when you're literally driving through
go
these
off
tunnels,
you very, very quickly, Mr. W.
Oh, and people go bananas. You're driving through a small town in France, in the middle of, they don't really know per se they're looking at a Singer, but they know that they're looking at a work of art.
Yeah.
No one is looking at you sideways. You're not driving a car that causes people to feel uncomfortable about you. They're driving a car that they recognize as celebrating something, and they love it.
Could it work with any other brand and model of car? Because the 911 is iconic. I have not lived in a world, and I'm 62 this year. I'm the same age as the Porsche 911, so I've not lived in a world without a 911.
Yeah.
And I think if you showed anybody that shape, they would go like that we know what that is.
I think that's right. I think it's possible that there could be other brands that, or more specifically, other vehicles that could inspire the same kind of visceral reaction from people who love sports cars and love what the experience represents. And certainly there are other cars that are older, meaning that they're beyond 25 or 30 years old, that could be improved but still maintain that original connection to both the driver and the road.
Yeah.
So it's possible. Whether or not it ever happens is not up to me. When we make investments in companies, we don't make the decisions. We support the companies. We don't run them.
Let's come back to where we are now at Le Mans. Valentino Rossi, the doctor, behind the wheel of a BMW M4 GT3 at the moment. Liberty have just taken control of MotoGP. I heard today that they've bought into and taken over Formula E as well. So clearly you're not the only person who sees the opportunity for sport. You said you don't want to make changes, but if you're looking at the WEC and in sports car racing, IMSA, similar type of situation, if you're looking at that, where does it need to be in 5 years? Where should it be in 5 years? And where are the key points that need to be looked at? I'm not saying improved, but at least looked at.
I think there's one market that is under-penetrated in WEC, which is, and I, with all due respect to the listeners who probably won't love me saying this, but the U.S. is the largest commercial market in the world.
Yep.
And it's proven itself to be an important and large market for racing, and not just with the domestic series that tend to be more circular. How's that for a politically correct way to say it?
Nicely
done. Is that okay?
Yeah.
And road courses are proving to be quite popular.
Some of the best in the world.
Some of the best in the world, and it could be an amazing place to grow the brand and allow for all of these great manufacturers to showcase their product in a market where most of them have their largest number of unit sales. And I think that's really critical. We've got all the great sports car companies, or nearly all, are in WEC, and I think before long they will all be part of WEC, and that's an amazing thing. And that provides enormous
9 manufacturers in the top class, 9
incredible.
manufacturers in the GT class.
It's amazing. And it's really, these vehicles are, technological marvels. As I watch, our car getting built from scratch.
Which is exactly what's going on right
Literally.
now.
Yeah. For those who don't know, we had a mishap in testing, and under the rules, it damaged the chassis, which is the carbon fiber tub that effectively the car is built around. And under WEC rules, we couldn't simply take an additional car. Porsche had an additional tub, which is the chassis. They're renting it to us, which is a wonderful thing. And thank you to Roger Penske and the Porsche team and Thomas Ladenbach for allowing that to happen. But we have to literally build the car. Now that normally takes 3 weeks. The team is going to do it in 30 hours or less.
Yeah.
And I just stop.
Otherwise, they don't make the grid.
They don't make the grid.
And there's no do-overs with that, Tom. That's motor racing.
You got to build a car that normally takes 3 weeks and 30 hours. So what's going on in our garage right now is nothing short of miraculous. And the team is unbelievable. But this is a demonstration of why we thought that Jota was worthwhile as a partner, as an investment, because the ability to do that is just unparalleled.
Right, quick final word, because I'm watching the socials here. By the way, I concur with what you say about the US audience. By far our biggest audience for this event, and indeed for the WEC and of course IMSA, it comes from the States.
Yeah.
And at the weekend as well, we'll be, as ever, broadcasting on Sirius XM, and it's Sirius 136 XM 202, by the way. I think that's our 14th or 15th straight year on that, and that's all the way through from the warm-up in the morning. Got to ask you about Birmingham City. Somebody's just said, listening to you intervene, Tom Wagner has made this Birmingham City fans' day. English soccer, whether it's the Premiership or the Championship at the moment, and I'm a Sunderland supporter for my sins, so we're still in the Championship.
Yep.
It seems to have captured people's imagination.
Oh, in a much bigger way than I think people, living in the UK realize. English football is a gem of, England and the UK. It's just an unbelievable asset. And what's happening within the U.S. is that they're recognizing there's something very, very special about it. It's the rivalries, the tribalistic nature of it, the conflict between clubs within the same city or within the same region, or sometimes across the country. It's just unbelievable. I have completely and totally fallen head over heels for my beloved club of Birmingham City.
Where's your connection to that? Anything at all? Or is it you become one? You become a blue nose?
Because how could I not be? When I meet the fans and the supporters and spend time with them, and I spend a lot of time with them, I just think it's the greatest thing. One of my favorite memories of the ownership, which has not even been a year yet, was going to an away match.
Away games are great.
At Preston.
Preston North End.
One of our most historic clubs.
Yeah.
Sitting in the away end. Not in the chairman's suite.
No.
No disrespect to the family that owns the team. It's a wonderful, wonderful club. Great history. But doing that was magical, and I loved it. And I'll do it again. I'll do it every year. I've got a few. I'm not going to say now which ones, but there's a few. Now that we're in League One, hopefully temporarily, there's a few special places that I want to visit. But what I'd say to those listening is, whatever club you support, whether it's Birmingham City, our crosstown rivals who shall remain nameless, or any of the other great clubs out there, it's a wonderful thing. And we all love to hate each other on match day, but let's remember that we've got maybe the greatest sport league in the world as a gift that we get to enjoy 9 months of the year.
So
it's wonderful.
Tremendous stats just before we came on air yesterday, that of all the pro leagues in Europe, the best attended league of all of those, now there's size and how many matches you play to take in. However, the best attended league on total attendance last season was the British Championship.
Yeah.
And we get 43,000 to see Championship games. We'll miss playing you guys. We spent four years in the First Division, and actually it was pretty all right. And there's some good clubs there. You'll still enjoy your football.
It's great football. And at the end of the day, what we have to do is rebuild a club that was left underinvested in for a long time.
Yeah.
And there were lots of things that kind of fell apart, not the least of which was the beautiful St. Andrews Stadium that needed an awful lot of work, down to no heat in the executive offices and no hot water in the men's rooms. And I know there's a few of our fans getting a chuckle out of that, but we fixed that. We moved on. But that match day experience next year is going to be mind-blowing.
Of all the troubles we had at Sunderland, we kept investing in the academy.
Yeah.
And that has paid off for us.
Well,
we always kept the academy at Premiership level. Sorry, we shouldn't be talking about soccer.
No, but one quick thing on that point, by the way, that's a great, look, as we go into the Euros, who's the greatest player in all of football presently? It's Mr. Bellingham.
Mm-hmm.
Where did he come from?
Yeah.
Right, and Birmingham, and there's no coincidence there.
Well, we've got his brother at our place, who also came from Birmingham's academy.
Another wonderful young man.
Great. Tom, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the race. I have a strong suspicion that this won't be the first time, the last time rather, that you and I speak together. We share quite a lot of the same passions, and clearly you do of our audience as well here on Radio Le Mans, IMSA Radio, and everything else we do.
Thank you. Well, listen, enjoy the weekend. Keep right on.
Always will. Thank you.
Cheers.
Tom Wagner, let's take the updates.
The Hertz Hourly Updates. Getting you to your let's go moments for over 100
We've settled into a nice little groove here with the majority of the hypercars sitting in a big block, 1 to 18. At the top, it's Toyota Gazoo Racing and Seb Buemi with Nicholas Nelson for Ferrari AF Corsa in second, and Sheldon von der Linde in third in the Hertz hourly update. 8:50 and 20 then on top. Then Nico Müller for Peugeot Total Energies. First time they've been that high up. We're running, in fairness, in the... Well, actually, that's under 330 for that Peugeot. That's the 93 car. Fifth for the number 15 BMW, Dries Van Teur, who went out like a scalded cat early on. And then it's Ferdy Habsburg. Welcome back, Ferdy, after that nasty back injury at Aragon testing for Alpine number 35. The Jack Aitken driven 311 Wayland Cadillac Racing, the car from the States, is in 7th in the pits at the moment. 8th is Porsche Penske Motorsports Extra car. That's the US car. Jam Matthew Jaminet behind the wheel of the number 4 in 8th position. 9th for the 36, the second of the Alpines in the top 10 there for Mick Schumacher. And Nick de Vries is in 10th for Toyota Gazoo Racing. And those top 10 are separated by 7/10 of a second. And that's pretty impressive. In LMP2, United Autosports number 23 is ahead of Nielsen Racing's number 24. That's a Pro-Am car leading a Pro car. Then United Autosports number 22 in third, with Cool Racing's number 37. These are all Orekas, of course, in fourth. In fifth, it's Algarve Pro Racing, Matthias Kaiser in that car. Macchio Capietti for Proton in 9th position. And, in the number 9 in 6th position. In 7th position, the 34 into Europol. Clement Novalak behind the wheel of that one. 8th for AF Corsa. 9th for Cool Racing's number 47 for Matt Bell. And 10th, Ryan Cullen for Vector Sport. And they are separated, at the 42.8 against the 37. So they're a bit further spread apart, unusually. And in GT3, Akodis has the Lexus at the top of the pile. It's Jack Hawksworth in the number 87 car from Proton Competitions, Ben Barker, the 77 Ford Mustang. Spirit of Race, Jordan Taylor in the 155 Ferrari. Vista AF Corsa, also a Ferrari. Thomas Fleur, the man behind Vista and Vista Jets, he has the 54 and 4th position. TF Sport have got Tom Van Rompuy in the number 81. Team WRT are in 6th position, and then it's Ricardo Pera for GR Racing. Good to see that car getting some laps. Only turned 8 in this session after its problems. Iron Links, Matteo Cressoni next up, the 60 car, and then Marino Sato for United Autosports, the number 95 in 9th. Iron Dames, Sarah Bovey in 10th position in the 85. That's your update. We've got 22.5 minutes to go.
The hourly update. Hertz Rental Car. Getting you to your let's go moments for over 100 years.
The weather.
On Radio Le Mans. Brought to you by VP Fuels.
A few spits and spots of rain have finally arrived to the Circuit de la Sarthe. Temperature at the moment has dropped down to 15.4. Won't go too much lower than that tonight. We expect it to sort of level off at around about 13 degrees with a little bit of overnight cloud. Tomorrow, well, it's going to be a bit of afternoon rain, 20 degrees on Friday. Brief shower or two, 19 degrees on Saturday. And overnight, 14 degrees on Sunday. Might be a little bit of early morning fog with some showers in the morning. And then afternoon, more rain on Sunday. Top temperature, 20 degrees for the end of the race at 4 o'clock here at Le Mans 2024.
Whatever the weather, you can depend on VP Fuels and Lubricants.
Well, we were keeping an eye on what was going on there whilst we were talking to Tom Wagner, and we'll catch up with what we've missed from Paul Truswell in just a second. But Diana Binks is down in the pit lane and has a quick crowd strike update as we're waiting for the Isotta Fraschini to come in. It's travelling very slowly, but almost at the pit lane. Di, where are you?
I'm with Ben Handley from United Autosports. Ben, you just jumped out of the car. How are conditions out there tonight?
They started off fine. There was a tiny bit of drizzle at the start of the session, but nothing to impact the track. Now it's a little bit more persistent in the third and first sector. So kind of from entering Porsche to exit of Tetra Rouge, really. So, in these conditions, it's good to get a feel for it and for how much rain before you start losing grip and such. But at the same time, it's FP4 and the race starts in 48 hours. So it's nice to get a feel for it, but at the same time, you're taking, a bit of extra caution. But it's nice just to get a feel for it. And, United Autosport done a fantastic job with our car this week. We had a really good quali car the other day. Today we just made a little mistake on my best lap, so we probably could have been P2 really. So happy with that. But at the end of the day, we know we need a good car for the race, and I think we've got that. So
tonight, is it important just to sort of cycle through, make some slight changes if you need to, but just be cautious?
Yeah, a little bit. The track's been up and down so much. I mean, I think everyone could see the FP3 practice times were really, really far off. So everyone went into quali with a bit of unknown of what the track was going to be like, what the balance was going to be like. So again, we're in a good spot. Everyone's happy with the car in race trim, and that's the most important thing for us.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
There was a lot of work going on the number 6 Porsche, obviously the hero of the car that picked up pole position not so long ago in Hyperpole. It was pushed back down the pit lane and went into the garage. They looked at it for a bit, then they took off the rear deck. Lawrence Vanthoor got in, then they put a bit of fuel in it, then they put the big kind of manual extractor, started the engine up, revved it a few times, put some soft tyres in it, put it down again, thought about it, picked it back up again, put the tail back on it, then they put some wet tyres on it and sent it, and then it came back after a lap. But I think that's because of the wet tyres. So obviously there was some anomaly in the engine that was, I assume, because they didn't do anything, must have been electrical. But they wanted to test it, and that happened. That was good. Something else I found out, but I didn't know, and ties in with your guest from Hertz a few minutes ago. When you're rebuilding a chassis from scratch, the thing you need most of all, it appears to be, is absolutely thousands of tyre wraps. They've got so many tyre wraps, they kind of individually tie together all the various wires and everything else. And Hertz Team Jota number 12 fans, the engine's now attached. The gearbox isn't. They're working a lot on the cockpit. They haven't got the instrument binnacle or the steering wheels. They haven't got the rack in yet. But they're certainly making some pretty good progress. And finally from me, I'm down with the Isotta Fraschini team, who came in after running slow, and nothing has come up, but a man has plugged a computer in, which is never a great sign. So it's one of those mystery electrical issues.
The other thing you need when you're building a car is lots of people with very tiny hands and fingers. I think it's fair to say. Thank you, Nick and Di, CrowdStrike Pit Lane team. Paul has been monitoring those drivers who needed to do various bits and pieces. Have we been ticking them off the list?
We've been ticking them off the list, John. Yes, out of the 8 drivers who still had laps to do, 5 of them have done their laps. Daniel Serra still has to do his laps in the GR car, as does Ricardo Perra in that number 86 GR Racing. Daniel Serra's in progress. Oh no, it's Perra in progress at the moment. Then he'll be handing it over to Daniel Serra. Marino Sato has nearly completed his laps in the McLaren, number 95, that we said needed to do his laps. Hiroshi Hamaguchi has completed his laps, so we're working through them. Interesting listening to what Nick was just saying there about the number 6 Penske Motorsport Porsche. It took him half an hour before he came out, and there was a couple of other cars who we haven't yet seen. Neither of the Proton Mustangs have yet been out. That's number 19 and 21, which we would have expected to have been seen. I say neither of them have been out. They've done laps now, but they were late out on parade. The number 19 has, at least, with Christopher Meese at the wheel, but we haven't seen the 21 at all. Nor have we seen from TF Sport the Corvette or car number 82. That hasn't been out in this nighttime session. So 1 or 2 cars, as I say, not going out. And the other one I wanted to mention is the number 2 Cadillac. Earl Bamber has been out and done just 2 laps, but again it took him best part of half an hour of this 1 hour session, of which we've only got a quarter of an hour left, but it took him the best part of half an hour to get out. So some cars either with problems or just saying, what's the point of going out? We've got nothing more to do. I'm not sure.
Big lock up. Let's have a listen to Felipe Drugovich first of all in the 3-1-1.
Hey, all good. Okay, just be nice and careful. There's a little bit of sprinkles out there, so just take it extra safe this outlap as you get heat into these. They're kind of warm, but not really warm tires. They sat for about 5 minutes.
Kind of warm, not really warm. Okay, Felipe Drugovich. Big lock up for Nick de Vries in the number 7. Toyota going down to Mulsanne corner. He's another one that went round the roundabout. Did it the proper French way though, anti-clockwise, and rejoined. But that will be a set of tyres that probably won't see any more action. 15 minutes to go. Delighted to say that Harry Chandler is with us in the studio, having done his 1,000 and a bit kilometres. Did you actually have a kilometre tracker on? Have you got it on your Strava or whatever that you did?
I've got a kilometre tracker, yeah. My girlfriend's been doing the maths to actually work out how much it is. That's been too far past my mathematics at the moment with my tired brain.
This is cardiac risk in the young. We've been talking about it a lot. I make no apologies for talking about it again. Harry came to us a couple of 3 months ago with this crazy bonkers idea that he'd come up with, and he's actually now completed it. Let's have a listen to Rio Hikawa.
Feedback on conditions when you can.
Yeah, it's okay. So far, no issue.
Copy.
I'm out in a Toyota in the middle of the night. It's Le Mans, it's raining a bit, but it's okay. No problems. That's great. I love Rio Hikawa. He's brilliant. Do you have a feeling of... you've completed something quite important, Harry?
Yes and no. Part of me just feels like I've just done a big bike ride, but now I'm actually here. I think riding along the outsides of the circuit yesterday, just before I came in, it was at that point I was really sort of tapping the bike and feeling like, yeah, I've really done something here. I've done something really special, and I was almost giggling to myself actually, just having actually pulled this off, and sort of, as you say, from concept and mad idea to actually, being there, having done it.
Well done to you, mate. It was about raising awareness as much as it was about raising money, but let's talk about the filthy lucre and the money. More than halfway there.
Yeah, more than halfway there. So all in with gift aid, we're nearly £9,000 at the moment. So that's what, over, or at least 1 day paid for at the moment. We've got booked in for next year. And then we're well on the way at the moment trying to get that second day funded to, screen 200 people, give them that awareness that either they're okay or access to the help that they need through, CRY's schemes.
Cardiac risk in the young. Go and look it up if you're in the UK. We'll retweet and keep retweeting the gift, what's it called, your fundraiser?
The Just Giving page.
Just Giving,
yeah,
thank
Just
you.
Giving
Sorry,
page.
It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Just Giving. If you want to Just Giving and look either for Harry's name, Harry Chandler, or Tour du Mons.
Correct, yeah.
That'll
bring it up.
That'll come up. Best and worst parts of it, H?
Best part, riding with Darren Turner and having
you were going to say
good
that.
Old chat with Daz.
He's one of your heroes, isn't he?
He's absolutely one of my heroes. So I first came in 2005. I've seen, obviously, all of his Le Mans. Well, no, I've seen 2 of his Le Mans victories and 1 from home.
Mm-hmm.
The 2017 one, I wasn't able to go. I had a friend's 21st birthday. I was on the sofa jumping around like mad when Johnny Adam pulled off that last overtake. Worst part was probably having just left the channel. The 40 kilometres from Calais to Boulogne were absolute hell.
Because?
Headwinds, hills, and just generally it was just really, really, really tough.
And of course, you can't use the PI, sure, you're on Route Nationale.
Yes, yeah.
So down the coast then?
Yeah, down the coast.
Oh, that's exposed there.
Yeah, and Sunday there were some motorcyclists out, and
I know
they
that
can
road.
be quite interesting. So,
I've driven back up that road sometimes if we're not in a hurry, and it's a lovely road if you've got time to enjoy it and you've got a nice car and you're just wafting around or you're heeling and towing on a pedal bike. on a Sunday when everybody's out having a bit of fun.
Yeah,
having a bit of a.
That was it was interesting. It was like one moment you think you're fine, you're going downhill, and the next moment you get a blast of a crosswind or a headwind, and then you're going back uphill up some really steep gradients. Yeah, it was tough.
How was it riding down from, you were at Rouen last night, I think, sorry, on the penultimate night.
Yeah.
How was that run into Le Mans?
Oh, it was brilliant. Do you know what? Actually, it was great roads that I picked by pure chance. Had a bit of wind on my back, and we absolutely flew here, to be fair. And no, I really, really enjoyed that run into Le Mans. It was great.
We're all proud of you, Harry. Well done.
No, cheers, John.
We all know so much more now about cardiac risk in the young. I suspect you know a bit more about yourself as well now.
Yeah, no, definitely. No, definitely know that sort of push my limits, and yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Right, let's ask you about this race. You've been watching this race for quite a long time. First of all, what did you make of Hyperpole?
Oh, it's brilliant, wasn't it? Where did that lap from Estre come? I was down on the tribunes, and we were following Lynn's laps, and obviously his sector times. I had the timing up on my phone, and obviously Lynn was coming in, and Estre was nowhere. But then no, for him to pull that out the back, I guess that's why they pay him the big bucks, though, isn't it? It's those sort of moments where drivers really stand up and make the most of the tools that they've got and deliver something truly special,
And when you're back to work at Bentley?
Next Tuesday.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
I'm not going to ask you to pick a winner, by the way. That's unfair in any of the classes. You're looking very carefully at this timing screen,
yeah, my heart, obviously, especially with them, obviously, the tribute or the troubles that they're going through, want the number 12 Jota to really pull through. I think that's the sort of story that Le Mans sometimes looks after.
Fairy tale stories,
yeah,
isn't it?
Mother Le Mans, as they say.
Yeah, very good.
But yeah, no, I mean, it's so close at the top, isn't it, at the moment as well. It's good to see the Cadillacs are really sharp as well this year. I know that they're a crowd favourite and
sound fabulous, don't they?
Yeah,
hits you right in the sternum.
It really goes through, especially when you're in the metal stands and stuff like that. It obviously reverberates around the back of the stands, and it's a truly special noise. Yeah.
Harry, we'll let you get away. Thanks very much. Give a quick plug to all the corporate sponsors who've helped you out, because it's only fair.
Yeah, no, definitely. So a big thank you to Progressive Motorsport, who sponsored 2 of our days, to Horrobin Tools, who sponsored a couple of days. Howard Sanders sorted that out for us. To Bentley Tunbridge Wells, they sorted us out for day 4, and to First Tickets as well. They've sorted out our crossings. I should probably mention as well the support that I got from my mum and dad and girlfriend. Yes. The family. I've probably not thanked them anywhere near as much as I should have.
Yeah.
For the time that they devoted and the way that they've pushed and got behind me for this. So no, it's brilliant.
Your support vehicle from Swift?
Yeah, support vehicle from Swift. So a big thank you to Guy Smith and Swift, who have really sorted us out and helped us out with that vehicle.
And I know the Beer Mountaineers threw some money in at the AGM this afternoon, and Steve's been brilliant in helping us do that as well. Steve, I'm sorry I didn't get over today. As you probably realised, we were fighting some fires with people being on illegal frequencies around us, but thanks to those guys, they've been brilliant.
Obviously got to meet Steve this afternoon as well over at the Beer Mountain AGM. Those guys have been absolutely brilliant, and the reception that they gave me going into there was really brilliant. It blew my mind as to what they did.
They're just giving pages and closing. We're going to keep it running. Gibson Technologies threw a nice 250 quid into that earlier on today. So thanks to John Manchester and the guys there. We're going to keep it going. We're going to keep talking about it. What's that ridiculous stat? How many people die?
12 young people in the UK alone a week die every year. A week die from undiagnosed heart conditions. Yeah,
that is incredible. So nearly 50 people a month. 50 young people a month.
Yeah, between 14 and 35, and we have we have no idea why. Obviously, there is a reason behind it, but they don't know it at that point in time, and that's what we need to raise awareness of. Is that they can go and get themselves checked out, and give them that either, like say, that peace of mind, or they can go away, they can work with CRY and work with the charity to make those lifestyle modifications or have surgery or treatment that will help sort them out and give them to live a long and fulfilling life.
Thanks, mate. You're doing good work.
Really appreciate you having me on, John.
Harry Chandler, who will continue to follow. He's not riding his bike back, by the way. It's going in the back of the service vehicle.
Yeah, my legs need a rest.
You hang around as much as you want. Paul Trustwell, any changes on the timing screen? I don't see any at the moment.
None of huge significance. What is, again, significant, I find, is, you mentioned this when we gave the rundown, 11 cars all within a second of each other at the top of the list. And it includes, with 11 cars, it's inevitable. Toyota, Ferrari, BMW, Peugeot, the top 5, all different. Alpine still went up there. Even with the problems that I was describing a few moments ago for one or two of the cars, particularly the Porsche number 6, which has done... He's done a couple more laps now with Laurens Vanthoor at the wheel, and we've seen a couple more laps from Alex Palou at the wheel of the number 2 Cadillac. But those times, quite a long way down. In fact, the number 2 is 56th quickest overall, and the number 6 is only 57th quickest overall. Still no sign of the TF Sport Corvette number 20, and no sign of the number 88 Proton Ford Mustang. So, as I say, one or two teams not coming out at all. But as I say, with conditions the way they are, perhaps that's not surprising.
It is getting wetter out there. Scott Dixon touring back to the pit lane in his LMH car. And will be heading to the pit lane. In fact, he is now in the pit lane in that number 3 gold-fronted Cadillac. And our CrowdStrike pit lane report is saying that quite a few people actually putting wet tyres on now.
Yes, and that would seem fair as well, given the lap times that are coming through. The one car which has a problem, in a sense, is the number 86, as we mentioned and said that it would have its work cut out, the GR Racing Ferrari number 86. Mike Wainwright has done his laps to qualify the car, and Ricardo Pera has done his laps to qualify the car, but Daniel Serra is the one who hasn't done his laps, and he's not going to have time to do his laps because the session has only got, 4 minutes to run, 3¾ minutes to run. He's just left the pits again, has Daniel Serra, but as I say, he's going to run out of time before the end of the session to do his 5 laps. Now, given his experience, he's been Le Mans 7 times before and driven cars during the night, so I would imagine they'll have no problem in granting Daniel Serra a dispensation to participate in the race because of the force majeure, because they had the problems with the car on last night, Wednesday night. So he's done... laps he's done now. He's done 3 laps. He's on his 4th. He might actually get all 5 in then. He's got time to do this one plus another.
Depends what tyres he's on.
Scraping by the skin of his teeth, yes.
Yeah, it depends what tyres he's on, because there's going to be a lot of people putting wet tyres on now. The Vista number 55 Ferrari.
I think he's probably on wets now because he's just come into the pits. They just left the pits. So he's come in, made the change. As I say, he's on his 4th lap out of the 5 required at the moment.
Paul Chatin has 2 of the best sectors in this session this evening. The Alpine Endurance team driver is in the pit lane. Let's check in with the rain falling a little heavier now and just 2.5 minutes to go into the pit lane. We'll start with Nick Damon this time.
Yeah, I got the rain forecast wrong, didn't I? Unsurprisingly.
You did a Christensen, mate.
I did know it wasn't too bad though. It took 45 minutes if I was wrong, and now I'm very wrong. And that's where everyone came in to change tyres. The 88, this is the Proton Competition Ford of Roda, Pedersen and Olsen. That is in a massive state of undress. You know, this is the car that had the injector fire yesterday.
An exhaust fire,
a lot more off the car now than there was then. There's nothing on the car. We give you an example of how you can see. If you look at it, it's a fantastic front mid-engine car. You can see that by the fact the crash structure just extends to nothing, and then they got the engine. But literally, this thing is down to constituent parts. I'm not actually. It's very difficult to tell because they're taking so much off. What's the actual problem? I want to know if Christian Reed might be able to tell me actually. Christian, what's the problem with the car? What's the problem with this car?
Good question. I don't know.
It's in a lot of pieces.
It's already race preparation, so all good.
Okay, so you're just changing the bits of the race. It's just this is always going to happen. You're always going to skip this session, will you?
Yeah, there's no need to do the session. You know, we have plenty of time in the test day and doing FP1 and 2 and 3, so it's all good.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, not sure. Not sure on that, I'll be honest with you. It looks more dishevelled than cars need to be, just has some race prep. But hey, that's what the boss says. So that's what it probably is, eh?
He said with a raised eyebrow and a cheeky look on his face. Diana, what's going on down at your end of the pit lane?
My end of the pit lane, it's a lot of cars are now sort of just coming in and going into the garage. So I guess it's time over now, do this final checks on the car, cleaning, but they're all going back into the garage. I saw, as we've talked about before, a number of cars putting the wets on and going out, but there's nothing to indicate any dramas up this end of the pit lane tonight.
Talking about that, I've noticed something happening with both Toyota and the Porsche teams. They are running a set of wet tyres for a lap, coming in, putting another set of wet tyres on and going out again. So it looks like perhaps they've discovered the wets need like a little mini heat cycle to work the best possible. They're all just running these single lap runs through them. Now it is wet, so there's an interesting little thing about that. Obviously, they've discovered that's a bit of a little trick.
Thank you, Nick. As we've just had a little spinette out on the circuit by
the number 6.
Was that I was going to say it looked like a Porsche?
Yes, it was the number 6 Porsche 963. Lawrence Van Tour going straight on at one of the chicanes on the Mulsanne straight, not hitting anything, but then having to zigzag his way through the tyres in order to rejoin the circuit. But say that possibly just outbraking himself a little bit. The car having done only 4 laps, this is his 5th lap of the session, and as we've been saying, it's turning into a bit of a horrible night, but scrubbing rain tyres, I've not heard of that before, but it may be a way of preparing them for intermediate type of conditions, because there are no intermediates available, but by scrubbing a wet tyre, you're going to take that sheen off, you're going to spoil its performance in the really wet conditions, but as I say, you are going to perhaps just stop it from overheating if you're in mixed conditions.
Yeah, reasonable. Most cars coming into the pits now at the end of this session with the checkered flag out. And in fact, actually, there's a few people who've just gone back out again, including Ryohei Ikawa, Robin Freinsch for BMW Team WRT, Rafael and Marciello doing the same for WRT and heading out. And what else? Who else have I just seen going out? Nick De Vries just got out, number 7 Toyota. And Roman De Angelis is just heading out, or at least coming back round in the Algarve Pro Racing number 25. And it's a bit of polishing and a bit of fettling and a bit of getting ready to put the cars to bed after an exciting day, for some rather too exciting. The story still very much the number 12 and the rebuild of the Hertz team Jota 963.
It's a heck of an arse that for the team, John, because as I said earlier on, they've had to work as well on the 38. So the team themselves, they're not going to get any sleep tonight, and then obviously having to work through for the 24 hours. The deadline at the moment they're looking to is that test that they've been authorised, or a shakedown that's been authorised for them at is at 8 o'clock on Friday evening. So they're allowed to go out to the airfield just to shake down the car, and they must participate in the warm-up. So if they're not ready at 8 o'clock on Friday, they have to be ready by 12 noon on Saturday. And as I say, by then they're going to be absolutely shattered. The last thing they're going to do is a 24-hour race at that stage. It's a big ask.
I presume they'll be cycling the mechanics from both cars.
They may not have, but they may not have I don't know enough
Two
about
full
the team,
squads,
but they
yeah.
may not have enough of the right talent in the right place.
That's a good point. That is a very good point. There will be specialists who do
Precisely.
single things, like a gearbox guy or a brakes guy or a suspension guy,
Exactly so.
whatever, and he might work across both cars.
Yeah.
Yeah. If anybody can do it, it'll be Sam and Kelly Hignett and the rest of the team. And the team from Royal Tunbridge Wells have been known for taking things on the chin and moving forward. I reckon I'm just seeing who's the last car to cross the line. Toyota number 8 will be coming into the pits, followed by there is a GT car coming through. Is that the Dames? Yes, it is.
Can I just say, John, while we're waiting for the last few cars to take the checkered flag, if you're here at the circuit, and even if you're not, reflect on this race before it starts. This is, somebody said this to me earlier on, but it's absolutely right. This is probably the biggest and most important Le Mans 24 hours that we've had in decades. If you look at each of the categories, there is not a single car which you can point at and say it's a favourite. How many? Oh, you've been coming here since 1989. Every year there's been a car that's a favourite, or there's been a manufacturer that's a favourite. There's always been somebody that you've got to beat in order to win Le Mans. This year there's 5 other teams that you've got to beat. And in every way that I can think of, this is a unique event. Now, it may well be the pattern for future years, but you know how sports car racing is. It may not. This may be the pinnacle. This may be that dream date that you've always been hoping for to get with your dream woman. And it's happening this year. So appreciate it. Don't just go home at the end and say, well, that was good. But build this one into your memory banks, because this is an absolute pinnacle of what Le Mans and the 24 hours has ever delivered.
I've got a feeling, I really have got a feeling that something quite extraordinary is going to happen this year. And because Le Mans does do that. The big races often do that to you. And I'm not sure where that story's coming from yet, because you never know with a race or an event like this. What we've got at the moment is Toyota topping this session from Ferrari, BMW, Peugeot, BMW. Here's Rio Hirikara on the radio. Or maybe not. He's cruising around very, very slowly in second gear at 80 kilometres an hour at the moment. And for some reason, we're not getting his onboard sound from his radio. But the engine is running.
Yeah, he's on the Mulsanne straight.
He's just coming
to
the
already
first
taken
chicane.
the checkered flag.
Yeah.
So he may well just be stroking it home. I don't think there's a problem.
Why is he sitting in second gear, Paul?
Because
he hasn't even got the sport exhaust on blipping it. I mean,
That's where the code 80 is. Maybe they're doing a fuel consumption test in full course yellow conditions.
Yeah.
Or
that's very
something
good.
like that.
And I wonder if he might switch to e-power at some stage around as well. Okay, so it is Toyota. Rio Hirikawa just taking his time coming back from Ferrari, BMW, Peugeot, BMW, Alpine, Whelen Cadillac, Porsche Penske Motorsport, Alpine, Toyota, Peugeot, Proton, Lamborghini in 13th position, AF Corsa, Porsche, Penske again, Hertz Team Jota, their Singleton car, Cadillac, Lamborghini and Ferrari. Those are the top 19 of the 23 cars. Those are the ones that are in order. Isotta Fraschini has got a couple of LMP2 cars between it and the back of the field, but sits in 22nd position with a time that is not up with the rest of the hypercars, but they're aren't last. In fairness, that number 6 car had a problem that was behind it. In LMP2, United 23, from Nielsen 24, from United 22, from Cool Racing 37, from Inter Europol 34, from Algarve 25, from Panis 65, from Proton number 9, from AF Corsa number 183 after a unprepossessing start, to be honest, and didn't look like it was going to be good, and the 47 Cool Racing cars in 10th. And in GT3, It's a Codis Lexus from United McLaren, Proton Ford Mustang, Spirit of Race Ferrari, Vista Ferrari, 54 Vista Ferrari, TF Sports number 81 Corvette, Team WRT's BMW is in 7th, the 86 GR Racing getting some laps in tonight, and Daniel Serra listed as that car at the end, so
Yes.
Mike Wainwright must have got his laps in then.
Yeah, he got his laps in at the beginning.
Okay.
And Daniel Serra was the last one,
Right.
and he got just exactly 5 in at the end, so no problem for him.
I sort of think they did that the right way around, because I
Absolutely.
think Serra would have got the nod.
Yes,
See,
absolutely.
I think Mike would have, actually. He's been here a lot of times.
Except that he's only a bronze.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Whereas Daniel Serra is rated gold, I think.
Quick thought from you, Paul, about what we've seen today. I'm going to throw this in, not as a negative, but that last hour session for me, I understand why we had it, so everybody could get the cars ready. I used to like waiting for midnight and seeing if anybody was going to get one lap in and seeing if they were going to just nick the pole position away.
I agree. You're old enough like me to remember Thomas Enger's laps at very nearly midnight.
Burned into my memory.
Quite. But you can't take anything away from the drama and pure ease of watching a half-hour Hyperpole qualifying session where you know it's going to... Okay, it didn't start on time up at 8 o'clock because of delays from the previous race.
Outside influences that, yes.
But there was a fixed period of time when you could sit down in front of your television or in the grandstand. You knew it was going to happen. Whatever drama was going to happen to set the grid positions, or at least the top 4 rows in each category, was going to happen in that time. In the same way, I've sat here on a Thursday night at this time of night when absolutely nothing has happened.
True.
Because, I mean, especially with the weather going the way it did, nobody was going to improve with the way the weather was. And quite frankly, if that had been a 2-hour session, by the end of the 2 hours, we'd have all been nodding off because it would have been midnight.
Yeah.
So I think the changes that have been made, yes, they've been pushed for commercial reasons. They've been pushed to make things dramatic for the television. And as old fogies, we can look back and say, oh, it was better in the old days. But it wasn't. What we have now, as I said earlier on, is something very, very special. And the other thing that we keep saying is, because it's so close, this is not going to be a race where you get to the end and you think, oh, finally we know the result. Throughout the race, it's going to be so close. There's going to be door handles knocked off. There's going to be wing mirrors flying through the air because people are going to be battling with one another. And they're going to be battling one another while trying to get through traffic, which is battling with one another. We've got 62 cars out there. I mean, yes, we talked about the density of the cars per kilometre, but ultimately, it's a lot of cars to have. And, it's going to, whenever you tune in during the race, if you're watching it on television, or whenever you choose to go to bed if you're here at the circuit, you'll miss something.
Yeah.
So don't go to bed. Watch it, because you're going to see something special this year.
Oh, I think you'll see something very special. I do like Paul Trustwell. We all think it was better in the old days. It wasn't. That's another good T-shirt. Paul, thank you very much indeed. I have a strong suspicion that today actually will live with me for quite a long time, whatever happens. Ryo Hirakawa has just now returned to the pit lane on e-power. He came down the pit lane on e-power. The engine on the GR010 was not running, and they're whipping a set of tyres up and taking them away. That was a set of Michelin wets that was on that car.
But I bet they now know how much energy they use under full course yellow.
Yeah, he went all the way around at 80 kilometres.
We had very few full course yellow periods to practice with.
Yeah, that's good prep. Very good prep. Coming up, we've got Crailsey and the gang with On the Grid, the Simcast with their Le Mans special, then a replay of all today's action here on 91.2 FM and around the world on RS1. We'll have some live programming for you tomorrow, 11 o'clock French time for a couple of hours, and then we're off to see first tickets and have a bit of a laugh and a carry on with their guests. In that time tomorrow from 11 till 1, you will be able to hear Paul running down the grid, which we will also do for you on Saturday in the build up to the race. He's running down the grid. When I say running down the grid,
any running at all, John.
All right, sauntering gently.
Yeah, sauntering gently.
All right, that seems reasonable. Thank you very much indeed to all of our technical staff, Rob and Kerry and Tim, back in London, to the ever brilliant Bob Dawson here at the track, and of course the whole team. I'm John Hindhaugh. Thanks for being with us on 91.2 FM and around the world on RS1. Don't go away. More content to come. We're live all week from Le Mans and the Circuit de la Sarthe, and a full replay coming up after On the Grid and Simcast, which comes next here on RS1 and 91.2 FM. Good night.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Delivering all the news, the informed views, and just telling great motorsport stories since 2003. Powered by theracetalk.com. This is On the Grid.
G'day everyone and welcome to another episode of On the Grid here on mypodcasthouse.com or on the Radio Show Limited's RS1. Thank you for joining us. Big show coming your way today. We've got Todd Hazelwood, who of course had a couple of wins in the Trans Am over the weekend, having a chat to us about 2025 and how it looks for him now that he's not full-time in supercars anymore. Richard Quayle and Mark Walker also to help me dissect what was a big weekend in sport with the Speed Series